It is tails. What would you like to do?
We'd like to back toss.
So Vinorati have won the toss, much to the glee of their players, and they will bat first in match 19. Dobro rano, welcome to day 6 and match number 19. Our coverage of the European Cricket Series Czechia Premier Division. Big day for both of these teams, with Vinorati CC taking on Bohemians. Let's go with the call. It's Bohemians that have it. Heads is the call. It is tails. What would you like to do?
We'd like to back toss.
So Vinorati have won the toss, much to the glee of their players, and they will bat first in match 19.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
222 testing. Hello and Dobrano to everyone. Hopefully, well, you can hear me now. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, and yes, you missed the best 1.5 overs of commentary ever, but I'll try and do my best to bring it back for you. Mukhtar with a good over in the second. He's back in the side. We didn't see him last time out on Monday, the Bohemians' last outing. We haven't actually seen them for 3 days. And Vinarati winning the toss, selecting to bat here in match 19. It's 28 without loss. Okay, let me try and recap what I was saying. And thanks everyone for letting us know about the issue with the audio. So we only missed a couple of overs. So Vinarati winning the toss against Bohemians. Just quickly, what I said that didn't get picked up. Both these teams are outside the 4 at the moment. Only 4 teams will qualify out of the 6 in the tournament. And right now, Vinarati are in 5th and Bohemians in 6th. The thing, though, for Vinarati, this is their last day of matches. So they play 3 matches a day, as do Bohemians, actually. The thing is, Bohemians, they do have 2 more after this. So I'm calling this V-Day because it's Vinarati's time to try and get enough points to get them qualified. Ali Waka's also back in the side for Bohemians. And a few key ins for Vinarati, who make no less than 8 changes to the side that we saw put out yesterday that went down to Prague Tigers. Harry Boland's out, which is a bit of a tough one for them because he was in incredible form yesterday, 93 not out, really stood up with the bat. But they do have some experience coming back in. Muiz playing his first game of the tournament. You can see him at the non-strikers in there. Praveen Sharma comes back. He'll do the keeping. Adnan's back in the side. He can bat anywhere in the top 6. Sid Goud has been good with the bat and the ball. He's back in as well. Middle order hitting from Bilal Ahmed. Naveen Kumar in there as well. Faizan's back in. Sarush Mamoon's back in. So the only 3 players we saw yesterday afternoon that are still in the team for Vinarati are the captain, Benki Margashayam, as well as the big left-arm all-rounder, Joe Cope, and the Czech teen sensation, Honza Hevel. So that's the Vinarati team news. Of course, Vinarati quite a big club. They have 3 teams in the league. Muiz has hit this leg side. He's going to get 4. So, yeah, after 1 or 2 misses early, he certainly has caught up well. Vinarati, I suppose, the question for them is where the run's going to come from. They'll be hoping that Muiz is a big part of that equation. Last month's top batters, you can see Boyan, after his 100 yesterday, has rocketed to the top of that list. And I expect a couple more names from this Premier Division to enter that top 6 at some point. Kind of dominated by Prague Spartans there as well with Jinu Panela and Sandeep Kumar in there. Adit Sharma in the ECFs. And you've got JD Patel in there as well from Saffron Strikers, who made their debut in the European Cricket Series last week. Here's Waka around the wicket. Once again, Muiz works it off the stumps. And let me tell you, this field, it is lightning fast. Well, there's no watering here in Vinosh. If it doesn't rain, the field just gets quicker and quicker and quicker. And a bit browner and browner and browner as well. But this field is zinging along the turf. So there's going to be a lot of 4s today. The odd unpredictable bounce as well. Muiz 25 off 8 balls faced. Won't face this one. Good morning to everyone in the chat. Nice that I can finally talk to you. So, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Max. So I'm in for field today. Feels off. We'll be back tomorrow. And I'll be commentating today as well as Saturday and Sunday. So you'll be hearing a bit more of me in the box. All right, Muiz, false shot this time. Up in the air. And just out of the grasp of the fielder down there, Travindra Bist. Good job tracking that, going back with the flight. In the end, they keep it to 2. This wasn't really set for this. Fell off the shot a little bit. Length wasn't quite there to drive. Promising opening partnership for Vinos. Last ball to power play. Does knock it back over the bowler, but there's a fielder down there. That's Norkande, former Bruno player. And that will take us to the end of the 3rd over. So it is 41 without loss after 3. Yeah, looking at Vinarati's tournament so far, they just have 2 wins out of their 7 games. They haven't picked up a 4-pointer, but they have picked up a 0-pointer in their first game of the tournament, against Brno. And we'll see them take on Bohemians today twice in this game, and also the last game of the day. They'll also take on PCC, Prague CC, the second game of the day. And like I said, they need to do enough to break their way into the 4, and then they'll be hoping they can stay there. For Bohemians, I've got a similar program. They take on Vinos in the first and last game of the day, and they take on PCC in the third game of the day. So we could see Prague CC back as well, as this is Abul Farhad, Shahaz Farhad coming on, and he's a very clever player as well. Probably hasn't quite recaptured the form that we saw the first time he played on ECN, but he's got a very good slower ball, so watch out for that. He's 28 off 11. Let's deal with the field going back now. There's that slower ball. Does pick it and hit it back down the ground. A bit more protection, like I said, in the outfield now. That's, Chagi doing the fielding. He bowled the first over. Yeah, so I guess it's quite difficult for Vinarati to manage those 8 changes. But one thing I would say is that they've got a lot of players playing regularly. So with a few teams that have 3 teams, so they have 1 in each division of Czech cricket. They do have a big pool of players to call on. Some reinforcements yesterday from Prague Dominators helping out as well. Fahad in and gets hit down the ground once again. Kande will do the fielding. Yeah, Bohemians, look at their side. I mean, they actually have had a weird tournament. They won against the Tigers in match 5, and then the very next game they won against Brno. But since then, they have not taken a single point out of their last 3 games, and that could really come back to bite them. They got donutted by the Tigers on the return clash, and then by PCC, and then by UCC. And Bohemians is the positive for them, as they've still got 5 matches to go, including this one. So despite being bottom of the table on 6 points, they're trailing Vinarati by 4, but Bohemians have played 2 fewer games. And so that really makes the 2 clashes between these 2 teams crucial, because it's hard to imagine that both of these teams could break into the 4, but it is possible one could, or maybe neither will. Now it's time to kind of put up or shut up for these teams. Slower ball, it's a good one. Gets away from the keeper though, so we shall get off the hook. Yeah, Farhad's a really interesting bowler to watch. Kind of just holds that ball back in the palm of his hand, I think. So it's a bit of an unusual delivery that he bowls, but it is one that tends to throw batters off their timing a little bit. Yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. I'm still trying to catch up after a slight audio issue, which has now been resolved thanks to our wonderful team here. Haven't we had a brilliant team here at ECS Prague? Had Ravi and Roshan helping us with the camera work. We've got Marzi pushing the buttons. We've got Paolo, who is managing the operation this week. Phil, obviously, with the commentary, with support from Danny and from Shoban as well. We had the sheriff in yesterday, Charles Croucher. We've got Joe Foster back today. He's keeping the scoreboard ticking. And, of course, our wonderful umpiring crew who have shouldered the burden. I think there's a reason everyone loves the ECS being here in Prague. Another good slow ball from Farhad, and he just loses his shape a little bit. Frustrated, he'll then play a half a straight drive, thinking, hey, got to hit that one straight, and he's probably right. End of the over, and 46 without loss after 4. Very good over there from Abul Farhad, just conceding the 4. There was a bye in the over as well. Let me get into the chat then and say hello to Chris Addison. Nice to see you. Hello to Johnny Heesum as well. And to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand, hello to you. If you want a shout out, just up in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. It's just me today. It's actually the first time I've done commentary in this tournament without a partner. So I suppose you need to become that second commentator and let us know what you're thinking about this match right now between Vinarati and Bohemians. Now, this is actually going to come off. I think it was off the body. Wait, yeah, it's going to be 4-leg byes. And again, that shows you how fast this outfield is.
That took a fair piece of the leg of Sharma, but he'll get a kicked 4. It's a lightning fast outfield, as I said earlier. That'll bring up the 50 as well, and the 50 partnership between these openers for Vinorati CC. I think Sharma, you can't sit in your hands too long with him. If he's not able to hit a boundary this over, I actually see him getting retired out and maybe bringing a Joe Cope into the equation, or a Sid Gowd, even Adnan. I just think tactically that's something you consider. And right on cue, Sharma does come to the party with the boundary. So they needed one, they get one. Now, the ideal for Vinorati is he can turn the corner and get going, get on a bit of a run. Yeah, Bohemians just have fallen away. Like I said, in their last 3 games, they haven't picked up a single point. Their opponent's got 4 points on all of those occasions. One of their issues is the lack of a big team total on their part. So they have struggled with the bat. In fact, last time out, they only scored 84, but their highest score in the tournament is 115. That was in match number 8, and that was in response to 175 that the Tigers had put on the board. So that was a game where they didn't take a single point. One comes back in from Bist, who's just going to try and put it on the spot. That one came back in off the seam. This pitch, the drier the weather gets, the more the pitch starts to play up. You can see that one definitely seamed. I love this cricket pitch. It's they worked very hard on it to keep it playing well, but also to offer the bowlers something. And what happens is when it doesn't rain too much, the clay and the surface under the carpet starts to crack a little bit. And that's where you start to see the ball doing a bit more. The occasional unpredictable bounce, but nothing too crazy. Probably a wide, just wide of the mark. Hello to Daryl Mack. Good to see you. And hey, what about Vaibhav Suryavanshi? Let's talk about him. 97 last night. Quite a performance. What a player. I mean, I know people go on about his age and all that, but let's just put that aside and say, no matter what his age is, even if he was 25, he's a once-in-a-generation talent. Right now, this is a catch that should have been taken down there. Surab Kakaria had to go through his fingers. Does stop the boundary at least. So, last ball over coming up. That will take us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 58 without loss. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and so thrilled to be here. Sun's out. Maybe not quite as hot as the last couple of days. We're expecting about 22. Maybe not quite as windy as yesterday as well. I know we had the issue where we had, for safety reasons, we had to take the camera out of the tower, but we are shooting back from the tower today, as you might have noticed. But great to have your company. And yeah, please jump in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and any questions, comments are certainly very, very welcome. So much cricket coming up. On Sunday, we'll have our first ever ECN match played in Scotland. That's a T20 IW between the Netherlands and Bangladesh. In just 1 week's time as well, we'll have our first ever ECN cricket from Poland. So a really exciting time to get on board. And if you haven't already, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel, and have a look at our social media, because that is certainly firing up as well with some of the highlights from this tournament, as well as, you know, some blasts from the past as well. So yeah, Vinorati, probably a par start, I'd say. They still have all 10 wickets in hand. I'll be interested to see if they make some tactical changes in the stretch here in the second half. But like I said, for Vinorati, it's put up or, you know, probably no, you're exiting the tournament today. And of course, you don't want to finish in last place, because then you will get relegated back to the Challenger division. Of course, Vinorati won that division last year, but it would be a fate that they wouldn't want to suffer. Now another catch has gone down. Sharma is super lucky here. Drilled it straight at the fielder who shelled it. Bohemians won this tournament just 2 years ago. And so it would be a bit of a turning of the tables for them to then find themselves in the Challenger division next year. Of course, I would say that that's assuming we do have an ECS in Prague in 2027. I would think it'd be one of the first places that would put their hand up and say, yeah, we want to hold a European cricket series. It does require a lot of coordination and cooperation. Me too here if they can get up quickly, and they do, despite the best efforts of Ravindra Bist. So, yeah, you would imagine we'd have an ECS in 2027, plus the fact that we have about 15 people that have ECN experience to work on the crew. That's hit pretty well, Ray Muiz. That splits the difference between the long on and long off. Cuatro carreras as Minardi try to edge ahead. Yeah, Bohemians, they won back in 2024, but again, they had the services of one or two players that aren't available from now, and most notably Abuyan, who's now moved to Prague Tigers. See the list of the recent centuries, but I think someone needs to add the Abuyan century there. Scored last night. Right, Muiz skews this one up in the end. Once again, it's just out of the grasp of the fielder. That's Sahil Grover that time, the captain, who is also a wicket-keeping option. I know he's had some issues with fingers. They've got a very capable option as well in Zahid Mahmood. So Sahil just concentrating on the captaincy and the batting. Well, this one is called a wide. Well, I think they're positive there's an edge there. Muiz just poker faces it and says, nah, that's be an interesting one to watch, Mac. Let's have a look. No, let's not have a look because maybe we will. Let's have a look. I mean, to be honest, bowler's completely blocking the umpire's view. So I don't know what the umpire's meant to do about that. Bowl's not made of glass. Only Waka. Probably his own worst enemy. Maybe there was a little edge on that. I feel like Muiz might have failed the polygraph. Now off the pad, and this is going to be 4 more leg byes, I think. Wait for it. Well, again, Minardi, rubber the green here. Second set of 4 leg byes we've had in the innings, but really, Waka walked into that one, didn't he? This is going to be 4 more leg byes. Put it on the pads in the first place. Last ball of the 6th. Hit back straight, flat back pull, and gets past the fielder. Like I said, there's no easy ground balls here at Vinoj, and it's really heating up. He did most things right there, Chagi, down the ground. Got as much of his body as he could behind it, but it found a little sneak through, didn't it? Look, ends up going through the legs, bounced off that back leg. The barrier doesn't really work out the way he would have hoped. 76 without loss after 6. Now Vinoj, I think, to be honest, I think I probably would make a change with Sharma, 21 of 17. I know the partnership's going well, but you've got 10 wickets in hand. Also, potentially gives him a bit of a breather before fielding. There's been Naveen Kumar, pardon me. Said earlier Sharma was keeping, but it's Naveen Kumar, of course, who's doing the keeping for Minardi. Vista's going to come back over number 7. A little bit surprised they haven't pulled the trigger here. But Sharma, to me, he's got 1 over to impress. Nothing against him, of course. He's been pretty important in preserving his wicket and keeping this partnership going. But I just think now you've got, you've got Goud in the shed. You've got Joe Cope in the shed. You've even got Adnan you might want to give a crack at it. Bilal's kind of made for this situation. Faizan as well. You've got a lot of batting to come. Once again, he's going to have to settle for a single. At least he gets out of the way. He's frustrated as well. And probably looking towards the bench. Muiz striking it slightly better than 200. Wants to ramp things up a gear. Walking 677. Vivino's tries, but just loses his shape a little bit. Once again, you can see maybe he doesn't have that confidence hit straight, which he should. I just think it's a habit. This one, good area from Biss. Asked the question and Wiz with the wrong answer. Again, good line from Biss. Low full toss. This time it is handled by Chargi down there. One thing that's really stuck out to me in the last couple of weeks, just watching this entire tournament, is how much the bowling's improved. I just think the bowlers are bowling better lines. And that's the reason, about 20 runs less than last year's average, where there was a lot of leg side, Gundy stuff. This one, once again, outside the off stump. And you know, once you have that accuracy, you can then kind of set a field and set plans accordingly. Okay, there are some batters you're going to run into that are just red hot and you're not really going to have too much luck against someone like a bullyard on fire. It's still things you can do. But for the most part, I think the bowlers have been pretty good with their lines. And once again here, you see it's a pretty good ball outside of stump, but Muiz this time has the answer. Again, just a spicy one down there, down the ground. But you know, at least you're forcing the batter to hit good balls. Much better shape there from Ruiz, who stayed on the shot a bit longer. Yagi looks like he's in the wrong end of a firing range at the moment, in the Goldilocks zone. Bit of discussion about that caught behind appeal that was called a wide. Remember, hey, the umpire has to be able to see if the bowler's in front of them. Then I don't think it's very fair to judge them. And who knows whether he hit it or not. Ruiz skews this one up in the air, but it will fly. And with the slight breeze we got as well. So I thought for a moment it was just down the throat of the field. I could see it was down toward the bottom of the bat turned in the hands, but he does strike the 6, and it will bring up the 50. Well, Abdul Muiz as well brings it up off 24 balls, 7 overs in. It's 89 without loss. And interesting what we have here. I'm not sure if we've got a retired out. It's Muiz who's gone off, but maybe he's just getting a drink. Yeah. He just rewarded himself with a bit of H2O. I'm very surprised that they're sticking with Sharma, given that he's 23 off 19. I just would have thought now you've got 2 or 3 kind of fresh options in the shed. But they do stick with him, and it's going to be Kakaria to bowl over number 8. 127 pace. Having said that, 127 is not a score that Bohemians have got near in the series so far. Sharma down to long off for 1. Once again, not able to find that boundary. Big fan of Sharma as well, but it just seems that doesn't quite have the mojo in this innings. It's a strange thing, batting, because he might come out later in the day and smash the ball all over the place. Yeah, there's the change. Yeah, I thought we'd see it. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see it an over or two ago, given the options they have. And they've gone for Adnan at number 3. So the opening partnership is broken at 90. Maybe Sharma giving himself one more chance to try and clear the boundary, but yeah, Adnan will come in to take over at the non-strikers end. Ruiz a lot of bottom hand in this shot. He drags it and goes, going to go into the gap, and it'll be 4 runs. So that slight extra bottom hand, taking that away from the fielder at long on. Just look at it's a golf shot. It'd be like a pull into the trees, wouldn't it? It ends up in the trees anyway. Interesting. Adnan, I think, is one of the key batters for Vinarati as well, but wasn't quite near. Didn't bring his A game earlier on in the tournament. It's going to be down into the same area, but they've plugged that gap now. So Muiz will have to settle for 1. It's lifted up and out of the ground. And Adnan has been sitting on his hands for the last 7.5 overs. Can he provide a big finish? And so if he does get going, they might regret not bringing him out there a little bit earlier. It's kind of a slot ball. Geez, always good when you get the first one in the middle of the bat. That's the Adnan we've seen previously in the European Cricket Series. This time, get out to point. They get one. Thinking about two, they decide to go. It's good running. I think a pretty clear strategy you can have. You know, drilling a ball to an outfield to run the first one hard. Any fumble, you both know you're going. England 11 did that very well in ECC cricket. Adnan gets this down the ground. Chagi's been busy to make that stop. Keeps to one. So, end of the 8th over. 104 for 1. The 100 comes up during the over. Hello to Paolo Campini. Hello to Johnny Heasom as well. And, Johnny Heasom saying, hey, we're getting close to another K. To all the K watchers out there, let us know how close we are. We were trying to get to 478,000. What's the latest? Oh, actually, we got 479 according to mine. So maybe we have ticked over a K. Hey, next one's 480. And remember, when we get to 500K, 500,000 subscribers, Bill G has organised us to eat a chili sauce for you that has 500,000 Scoville units, which is pretty hot. So we're getting there. I've got 479,000 on my screen. You know, if you see that. All right. All happens in the 9th. Here it is. It's going to be Saklain Mukhtar coming back. His off spin. Area gets him reaching. Have to settle for one. Muiz, can he provide a big finish? Really not going to run out of wickets here. So it's all about whoever is there, what they can do. And also, Minarati, they consider themselves a pretty good defending team. They ran into a Hurricane Sazi Bhuyan yesterday. Couldn't keep him quiet. Had a few more to defend than this. Muiz strikes this beautifully. Geez, Nor's done well there. I thought for a second he might have stepped on the rope. But give him the benefit of the doubt. This was absolutely good foot here. He's fine. Does well. Maybe after it hit his hand, but excellent stop from Nor. You have to do well to stop this one, though, because you can tell that was just away from him. It was in the gap. And so Adnan, immediate impact. Stop from Nor. I would say I've been very... I have to do well to stop this one. Appreciative of the captaincy of Venkatesh Margashayam in this series. He's had a lot to deal. He's had a lot of big squad of players to organise. But I'm just a little bit surprised that he let the game drift. He still might have enough runs, not sure, but I just feel that Adnan, I mean, obviously didn't know how Adnan was going to bat, but Adnan's only got an over and a half to play with now. Back ball from Mukhtar. This hard down to Kande, drops it. It was a bit of a laser beam, wasn't it? To him. At least he makes the stop. Adnan survives. Back ball from Mukhtar. I know these look easy at home. I assure you they are not. That's flat. And on a field of these dimensions, you really don't have too long. It's still going at quite a velocity when it reaches you. It's very different to a high catch you might see in the IPL or something like that. It's very, very challenging. Down the leg side this time for a wide. Yes, it is Corey's birthday. Wish him luck and social media. Wish him best wishes. Wee steps and hits. Again, they want two here, but they'll get it this time. So Farhad, who cleans up. Hello to Thomas. Buenos dias. ¿Cómo estás? Hello to Jules Uterbridge as well. Jules, how great to see you. Hopefully you're well. Ash Save Derek as well. Nice to see you. And hello to anyone I might have missed. All right, this one is towards the field. It does well to get there, but it's going to go through his hands for 6. Maximal. Adnan impact innings continues. 21 off 7. This is what you're hoping for when you do make the strategic change that the new batter clicks, and he's clicked straight away ever since he whacked the first ball for 6. End of 9 overs, VCC 119 for 1. And that one was an elective retired out. Yeah, so good effort there, to be honest. Like I said, these aren't easy. Difficult if they're straight at you. They're probably even more difficult if they're not. Jules said, keeping taking tablets. Good to hear. Last over then. We're in 60. Got him to a score, hasn't he? And gets a thick edge here. That's going to be 4. Like I said, luck of the green. Rub of the green for Vinos today. Some of those leg buys sneak into the boundary. This edge could have got anywhere. Ends up going to the boundary as well. Karia probably heard the caller catch it and had an issue with it because he said, I'm not going to catch that. No chance at all. 1, 2, 3 for 1 now. Should end up in the 130s here. Similar score, actually, than we saw from Vinos yesterday. Of course, just 3 matches yesterday. Vinos scored 135 against the Tigers. Tigers chased it down in the 9th over. Pretty well bowled. It's just straight over the tram line. So some charge gets the call. But the line belongs to the bowler. So if it's over the line, even if a little bit of the ball's over the line, that's okay. It's a good call. But he's not really getting his feet out there. Probably be taking a bit more of an offside stance if I was Muiz as well. Probably have my heels on off, or at least my toes on off. This time he gets one at him anyway, and he clips it away beautifully. Excellent shot. Maximal. Muiz to 70. He stepped up. Bolland was excellent for Vinos yesterday. Provided that big half century and more to get them to the 130s. And Muiz has played that role today. Maybe hasn't been quite as elegant, but it's been effective. Jagi gets it wrong. Right into the clip factory of the left-hander. This is a better area, but Muiz is able to free the hands and he wrists it over point for 4 more. So the boundary's coming at the back end for Vinarati. Yeah, and it's a good point as well that Fahad hasn't got a second over, and I'd find that unfathomable considering he only went for 4 in his over. So what's going on there? Bit of mismanagement, I think, from Bohemians. If I was Fahad, I'd be pretty annoyed about it. I expect the scramble here. They're going to come back for 2. Would have thought it was on there. Now they will get 2. Maybe they just knew it was coming. So Muiz get the strike back. I think Adnan actually wants another go. It's another sign that he was brought in too late. I don't think they've quite squeezed as many runs out of this innings as they might have. Gujarati. They might have been looking at 150 plus. 3 balls to come. Slightly off speed from Shagi and lifted up over the leg side. Maximal. Well, Muiz wanted the strike and he got it. And that might actually be the end of the innings. We'll check this one on the replay. So maybe there was a little fix-up in the Shagi and lifted up over the scoring. It does look like that'll be it. So let's watch the score go up in real time. I think maybe they missed the dot. So there we go. 133. Do I have any? We know the last ball goes for 6. They get 2 and then they get 6. Yep. So it'll be 141. Well done to everyone behind the scenes, making sure that got fixed up straight away. So yeah, 141 for 1. And Muiz will finish on 82 off 34 batting through the innings. Adnan 21 off 7. Did his job perfectly And Vinarati, one of the biggest issues is they tend to lose a lot of wickets compared to some other teams in the competition. But today, they only lose one. That was one they elected to lose. Yeah, Vinarati, before this game, losing 5.9 wickets per 10 overs. And that's a good wicket and a half above the average of the competition of 4.5. So, Vinarati 1 for 1 for 1. Well done to Muiz for his 82 not out. And Sharma, only man out. He was retired out for 24. Adnan, 21 not out. 2 Maximos and a 4 at the end. Bowling-wise, well, no one took a wicket, but you'd say the best was Abul Farhad, who only went for 4, never got a second over. So, they preferred Chagi to bowl that last over. He ended up getting taken down. And really, Bohemians, they've set themselves a bit of a tough task. And you would say as well, I won't look at the exact figure they'll need for a point. But remember, they haven't taken a point out of their last 3 games. And they'll need 99 for a point in this game. So, yeah, maybe a chance for Vinos to take all 4 and make a bit of a statement here. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. When you sound of him, Mr. Maximo, keep the questions and comments coming in the chat, and we'll be back in beautiful sunny Prague. After the break, you're watching Match 19 here in the Premier Division of this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get set for the second half of match number 19 in this European cricket series. It's the Premier Division in Czechia. Rare bit of cloud going over the ground. Puts us in shade, but only momentarily. It's Vino's coming out to defend 141. Vinarati CC led by 82 from Abdul Muiz on his entry to this European cricket series. Adnan with a cameo, 21 not out, just 7 balls at the end. That's after they elected to bench Praveen Sharma after he scored 24 off 20. There's not a wicket taken today, just that one retired out. Joe Cope is going to bowl the first over. Now, Joe's bowled more at the end, but no Prague in the side today. One of 8 changes, in fact, for Vinarati. And having to dig deep into their reserves. But they're fairly confident of defending this 141. If they can keep Bohemians to 98 or less, they would get all 4 points. There's Mukhtar out there with Sahil Grover, so pretty experienced opening combination for Bohemians. Mukhtar plays and misses the first one outside the off stump. Naveen Kumar back behind the stumps for Vinarati as well. Good job earlier in the tournament. Marco Roddick not in the side today. And of course, being a weekday game, all teams feel the pinch of availability. I'd actually love to know how many players Vinarati have used in the series. I think something like 25 players that they've used. Another swing and a miss. Cope's bowling a heavy length early on and Mukhtar not really moving his feet. There's a list of the past event winners. Hey, good to see that the 2022 Prague CC winners is there now. Well done behind the scenes. For some reason that one went missing, but Prague CC, they have 4 European cricket series, including the 2021 title, the PCC Kings one. Tries to make something out of this. Mukhtar gets away with it. Goud back in the side. Able to jump on it, but not before it hits the ground. Get to have a first look at Sahil Grover. There's a bit of chat in the break about Hornchurch coming up, ECS England, and the dates. Yeah, it starts on the 27th of July, runs for 2 weeks until the 9th of August, but there's no play in the ECS on the weekend, 1-2 of August. So you know, it'll be regular league cricket, I think, that weekend. And I am planning to get there. I have a bit of a plan because we do have a quadrangular series in Switzerland I'll be calling during week 1 of Hornchurch. And then from week 2, I'm on paternity leave. But I am planning to get there and commentate the 30th and the 31st of July before I start my time off. If you weren't aware, yeah, I'm expecting a baby in August. So I won't be working, definitely not live at least, during August and September, taking a couple of months off. But I'll leave you in good hands with Rico, with Phil, Tina, I think even will be able to help out a little bit. Last ball the over. It's been a good one from Cope. Oh, seemed like that took an edge. It seemed to take a deflection. I wouldn't mind seeing this one again, but they don't get a run. I think the pat on the back, there's a pat of consolation. Watch it here. Oh, yeah, it's a big edge. And just beaten Naveen for pace there. So that'll be the end of the over. 1 and a leg bye off that. So 2 without loss and a horror start for Bohemians. But these are the 2 teams currently sitting outside the 4. Bohemians, after winning their first 2 games, have 3 donuts in their last 3 games. And by donut, I mean they didn't get a single point. They allowed their opponent to take all the points. Hello to Nick from New Zealand as well. Nick the Brown Bear. Nice to see you, Nick. And Spanish Squad members, I do have a live call tonight. It's at 9 p.m. European time, 8 o'clock in London. And yeah, looking forward to seeing some of you there. Wiz, heavy workload. Now he's back in the side. Might be losing his number, but not losing his touch. He gets this first one past the leg stump. Bohemians just seem a bit low on confidence with the bat, don't they? Averaging 109 per 10 overs, which isn't terrible, but just, I don't think 109 is winning him too many games here in the ECS Premier Division. Grover will get off the mark this time, and it gets away from the fielder for 4. Probably the little bit of luck that they needed. See there, the pitch map. Joe Cope went pretty short of a length bowling. Muiz is a bit different. He's going to pitch it up a bit. Try and get it to do something off the surface. Yeah, will we see Charlie? It's not confirmed. I have messaged Charlie, but no, he's quite busy with his job. Always great if we could get Charlie. But yeah, Tina might be able to pop down. Rico is actually on that Hornchurch series. Like I said, I'm planning to do the 30th and 31st of July, which is the Thursday and Friday. And yeah, only asking about Tina at Hornchurch. Yeah, she's going to see what she can do. Grover hits this one, hits it well. Mid-off up in the circle. That'll be 4. Back-to-back boundaries if you ignore the wide in the middle. Backs away. Called a Hollywood shot sometimes. Backing away is a bit of an overrated tactic in my book because the line doesn't move. So what you're doing is giving the bowler a bit of a bigger target. But anyway, Grover hit that one well. Backs away again. The thing is, normally at especially high levels of cricket, you'd see batters backing away to try and, when bowlers are cramping him for room and bowling very straight on the stumps, and they're trying to create a bit of room. But I suppose in this format, the bowlers typically are trying to bowl wide outside off stump anyway, so they're giving you that room for free. Stands his ground this time, does Grover. Bottom hand in that one, but dragged out to Mohammad Adnan. Batted really well towards the end of that first innings. No Maximos yet for Bohemians, the 2024 champions. You saw them on that list a moment ago. Down the ground, this one beats the mid-on, and that's going to be 4. So Mukhtar gets his first boundary, gets himself out of the hole. Will be the end of the over, 3 boundaries in it. But probably not even quite what the required rate is. What about the dive there? Ended up pulling out and ran across this very fast field for 4. So 16 without loss after 2. Hey, well, it is Corey's birthday. So let's give you a Corey quote. Talking about Hornchurch, when Corey was asked, is there any chance he would commentate Hornchurch? He said, no, I would rather eat broken glass. The feud is real. Or is it? Staging a bit. Cope's going to bowl out here. Why not? Couldn't lay a bat on him in the first over. Maybe with the exception of that edge that put down behind the stumps. So Grover says what he's paid the big bucks to do. Go out there and try and take on the opening bowlers in the power play. Let's see if he can do it here. 2 national team players combined. And that's a pretty good take. Bit of shape in, bit of seam off the pitch. Joe Cope has a big smile on his face. And Joe's pretty level-headed. Been whacked around in some overs in the series, but he just kind of takes it in stride. I think he's actually growing to really love this format of the game. I think when he first played it, he was struggling to come to terms with it a little bit, but I think he kind of just, he likes it. Gives him the ability to try things, try different tactics. The short run here, Cope. Heavy length this time. Grover plays it nicely. Field's well set down there, though. And they think it too. Still think it too, is that throw airmailed over the keeper. In the end, they have to settle for 1. Yeah, thank you, Desica. Nice to see you. And I saw you last weekend, of course. But yeah, thank you. We are very, very excited. Simu's asking, do we have any ECF coming up? ECF will take a bit of a break now. Oh, well, that's it. Well, Mukhtar needed 1. He gets 1. Maximo. Cope. Finally gets hurt on that heavy length, short of a length. Beautiful pull shot here. And that back foot backing across in a flash. Got square on and smacked it on the up. Yeah, so yeah, very, very excited here in Prague to welcome a mini Maximo. But it does mean I'll be away from the mic for a couple of months. But you know what? I'm very, very confident it will have minimal impact because everything's been running very, very well since the restart. Great crew of people, great crew of commentators as well. Hello to Scotty, ECN Supporters Club Australia as well. Good evening to you, I should say, Scotty. Would be, say, 6:30 p.m. Victoria. We were talking about Melbourne yesterday a little bit, actually. Cope could come back from him. It was a bit fuller this time. Looked, I might have been expecting another short one, but Joe made the adjustment. Good lines so far. Really, with this power play underwhelming, suddenly that 140 is playing a bit more like 160. Well bowled. Very good bowling here. And I think it's worth the gamble to bowl out Joe Cope here. Also, I'm really excited to see young Honza Hevel. I imagine he'd be bowling sooner rather than later. Wouldn't be a bad call for the fourth, actually. With the field going back. Young 16-year-old got into cricket thanks to the Cricket Academy and their school program. But right now, Cope does a good job going for only 8. And score is 23 without loss. And don't forget, this weekend we have our very first ECN cricket in Scotland. But it won't be Scotland that are playing. It's Netherlands versus Bangladesh, T20 IW. It's part of a broader Scottish tri-series. So happy to partner with Cricket Scotland to bring you matches on the 31st of May and the 4th of June. Robin Riker, doing a great job modelling for us, but she's a very talented all-rounder. Someone that we have seen do some amazing things at the ECCW. So yeah, and you can join Melinda Farrell this weekend. She'll be taking you through that game. She's also doing the other matches, so she's a natural choice. Wiz is going to bowl out. The first one is a fraction too full, and it's a fraction too long for the fielder down there. Maximal Sahil Grover. There's a nice looking elevated straight drive. Badly needed for Bohemians. Remember, need 99 to even take a point out of this. Otherwise, they're on the wrong side of a sweet 16. 0 points out of their last 16. And that isn't a run I think you're going to survive and make it into the 4. Just loses the handle on this one. A little bit out shape there for Muiz. Yeah, so yeah, Mel Farrell, you might be familiar with her work. She does a lot of commentary in the UK and around the world in the franchise circuit. So that game, I believe, would be around about 2 p.m. Check, actually. Of course, I can just go to the website and check. It's in European Cricket Network. Right now, Bohemians need to go like the Clappers. Get anywhere near this 140. Yes, I'm actually going to do it right now. I'm going to go upcoming events. Click on events on the website. Click upcoming. And I can tell you that we'll get back to you with this, with the start time. Far too many dot balls at the moment. It's kind of Sydney on the bush, as we say. It tries the Hollywood shot. It misjudges it. Grover, again, gets that front foot out of the way. He wants to here. It's the frustration of the... And I think he's gone. He will be gone here. So Grover, the build-up of tension, and eventually something had to give. And you know, the hustled twos weren't on his bingo card for what he was out there to do, but just with the lack of boundaries. I mentioned this yesterday when I was with Charles, that we talk about an event happening after a couple of dot balls or a couple of boundaryless balls or 3 or 4 boundaryless balls. In the end, Grover, well, he ran the shortest line possible, but it still wasn't going to be enough to get him home. And yeah, very good throw over the stumps. So, yeah, taking on the fielder and losing, essentially. It's the first wicket to fall, and it is 31 for 1. He'll be replaced by Zahid Mahmood. But yeah, I think Grover just trying to make something happen. Yeah, needed to be a good throw. Was a good throw. Adnan out there, who fired the ball back to the keeper, Naveen Kumar. He caught Sahil Grover short. Maybe it's what Bohemians needed. Who knows? Maybe Mahmood can have a heater. Doesn't start that way as he swings straight through the first ball from Muiz. maybe it's
No,
what
we
we talk a lot about the efforts to develop cricket in Europe, and sometimes it's a lot of effort in for an uncertain, tangible result. A slower ball this time from Muiz. And that will be 4. Gets away from Gowd, who's patrolling deep extra cover. It's just away from him. And as I've mentioned several times today already, this outfield is rapid. It can't be watered, only by the gods, only by the rain. And without rain, it just gets quicker and quicker and quicker. Quicker is what Bohemians will need to do if they're going to get near this target. After 4 overs, they're 35 for 1. So, yeah, looks like Venki Margashayam's going to bowl this one. I imagine we will see some of young Jan Hivel, or Honza Hivel. Honza is it's a fairly common nickname, I'd suppose, or to call a Jan, which is the Czech form of John. So, yeah, young Honza Hivel, 16 years of age. And I believe in the next game, might have a situation where his father, Jan Hivel Sr., is actually in the side as well. So that's a pretty exciting development as well. Just put him, yet another player to pull on the scarlet of Vinarati. Okay, it's captain with his off spin, Margashayam. Mukhtar late on this one. Get one, but right now I think Bohemians have a big struggle, even for a point. And this is, these are two teams that are both going to be neck and neck for qualification. It's a 2-point swing, really, because if Venus can get 4, and obviously taking that extra point away from their opponent. So it's a big 6 overs, I think, for Bohemians. That's early in the day. Mukhtar needs to get one out of the screws. He'll be trying. Oh, he hits it well. And that'll be 4. Didn't quite get the elevation for 6, but that was a really sweet bit of leather on willow. Bang. A standing slog sweep. Straight 3, deep wicket for 4. Thank you for all the congratulations, by the way. And yeah, what do you think? And are you excited about potentially seeing Netherlands, Bangladesh in Scotland? Let's hope the weather's good. Let's do a forecast. It's in Edinburgh. I'd actually love to do that, but it can't be 2 places at once. We've also got finals day here. Again, just another sign of the commitment we've got to bring you cricket from all around Europe and different formats of cricket as well. It's going to be a scorcher in Edinburgh on Sunday. 17. But the good news is every other day has rain around, but Sunday doesn't. Forecast not looking so good for next Thursday when we're meant to bring you the next one. Trying to make something happen here. Bohemians just misses the mark here. Tight call. Whole ball has to miss the whole blue line. Ball's judged when it passes the popping crease. And this time he does sneak it in. You can see the body weight from Mahmood there. Going towards the leg side when the ball's on the off. Just kind of fighting his own biomechanics. Margashayam's really good at getting through his overs quickly as well and rushing the batter. And this over's blown past, really. Cope should clean up. I don't often notice, but Joe's a very good fielder, very solid in the outfield, willing to throw himself around, be courageous, as all the outfielders have had to be in this series. And again, Venki pulling the right strings, brings himself on. And very tight over, only 9 off that. Bohemians fall further behind. They're 44 for 1 after 5, needing 11 and over just for a point at this stage. Remember, 99 is the minimum for Bohemians to secure a point. Otherwise, that point will go to Vinarati. Sid Gowd looks like he's going to get over number 6 again. See, look at this side for Vinarati, and a few people were mentioning they've got a lot of options. Sid's been pretty effective in the series. Sid's also a qualified tennis coach and a very good tennis player. It's the white ball that's in his hand right now. He's around the wicket to Mahmood. Fraction short and hit pretty well, but it's again fielder in the right spot. Only a single. Jacob's given me a message in Estonian, and he knows my Estonian's weak. Let me try and decode that one. All right, high. I think Sid wants this himself. It's off the end of the bat. It's a Bermuda Pentagon. No one's getting there. There's no one at the stumps. Oh, no, collision time. Whoa. Well, that was a chaotic delivery of cricket. And I think everyone's all right. It's going to be 2 runs. There were about, well, it was equidistant from about 5 people. Keeper, bowler, outfielder, outfielder, outfielder. Count them 5. And then that means there was no one left in the middle of the ground. And as Venki came in to take the stumps, he got cleaned up. And I think everyone's all right there. It was Mahmood who was on the other end of that collision. That is ECS cricket. That's something you probably won't see in Scotland this weekend. That was something, wasn't it? Glad everyone walks away okay. Who scored? Backing away. Wants the wide, but guess what? It was well inside. Really making it hard for himself to access that line. All right, kind of holds his ground a little bit more this time, but 3 outfielders waiting for that kind of a shot. Oh, well, Jacob has said, Vinny, my mum wishes you and future Maximos the best and says, if you have anything like me, you need it. Oh, well, I'm used to pulling in long hours. Couple to come in the 6th here. All right, top edge. And that might work for him because there's nobody back here. And the only question is, has it gone all the way? Waiting for the call. Oh, where it is now. It's gone into the bushes, but that's going to be a Maximo. As Mahmood brings up the 50 for Bohemians. Really, now, only got the point to play for, but it could be an important point. A few people mentioning my duck shirt today. It's one of my favourites, actually. Peacock Friday coming up tomorrow. We'll be back with you in the commentary box tomorrow. Then Saturday, I'm on with Danny. And Sunday, I'm on with Phil for finals day. Another good line by Gowd. Kind of like a check swing there. Won't go all the way. Get 2. Thinking about 3. And they get there. In fact, they only got 2, pardon me. They're very slow on the first one. I think maybe just took a while to get going. A check swing there. Must have lost count. Go all the way. I counted 3. Admittedly, I was watching the ball, so it is 2. At least someone can count. It's the end of the 6th over, and it's 56 for 1. You can see there quite a heavy length. See that 6, which is kind of good length. 5 below that. That's a lot of Joe Cope bowling there. He was able to sneak a few dots and basically put Bohemians behind from the get-go. Johnny Heason just taking a walk down memory lane and reminding us of the time he was banished from the chat. Luckily, we were able to bring him back from the wilderness. I wonder actually if Venki is keeping Honza Hevel for the death today. It'll be a new role for the youngster if he does get a bowl. But I think something that people don't realise with some of these spinners, some misfield and might allow 2. It does. So I think he probably about as animated as you see him towards his fielders. Normally he's pretty positive guy. Yeah, the ability to get through overs at speed, especially as there's no boundaries, just make the batter face up before they're kind of mentally reset. It's quite a good skill. Lost up this time. He probably saw the movement. Something that I experienced, I only started playing T20 at the very end of when I was playing my career in grade cricket. And especially on big fields, a lot of time you have to hustle the 2. And the bowler was there off 1 or 2 steps just ready to go. And you hadn't really composed yourself yet. Drives this one down the ground, but Wiz that does the fielding keeps that to 1. Something that Venki does very well. If he does sneak a dot, or even here, he's ready to go. He's He's really hoping to get through the over in just a couple of minutes. That one was hit pretty well from Mukhtar. He does get the distance. Maximo. I have a BP thriller here. Remember 99, the magic number for Bohemians. Little shimmy out of the crease and then sprung back onto the back foot. Had the length to work with. You see a lot of the recent best bowling figures actually from the Portuguese competition, which we haven't been streaming yet, but we have been tracking it on ECN because we do plan to start the broadcast of the Portuguese matches next month, hopefully. But again, we're expanding very quickly after a reset. More equipment, more people, training, and more cricket. It's great. Oh, that one's hit well as well. Mukhtar goes back-to-back. Maximo. And he's keeping him in the hunt for that point. Just a fraction too short there from Venki with the wind. It's definitely a boundary. A lot of batters have targeted this week. Nice ball for Margashayam. This one was straighter and Mukhtar takes up the challenge. Cuatro carreras. Important little burst there for Bohemians to get them closer to that 99. He took a chance. It was on the stumps, but he timed it well. Will be the end of the over. So 76 for 1 after 7. So they need 23 off the last 3 overs. Actually, yeah, it's a bit of a funny one because you could make an argument that the way Adnan was batting, Venki could have put him out there a little bit earlier and they might have a few more runs to play with. Okay, they're going to win this game. That's pretty clear. But you could argue that they should have taken 4 points out of it. Maybe they still will. We'll see. Say they're going to win the game. Who knows? 22 and over has been done in the last 3. One was magical. 20 coming off that over. Faizan gets the bowl. So yeah, maybe electing not to bowl the youngster in this first game. Remember, they do have a 3-game day. Faizan back in the side, gets the bowl. Over number 8. What's your strategy here? Do you go for broke? I think you'd probably stay, let's get 22 off this over. Let's stay with the rate. That's probably not going to do it though. Clunk back to the bowler. But that's the thing. Vinos and Bohemians, the 2 teams out of the 4. You would imagine to break into the 4, you would expect you'd want to win both the games between both of these games, essentially. Uh-oh. It's a bit of a shocker from Faizan down the leg side. Keeper gets a hand on it. They'll run 2 extras. Good chase down there. They're not there yet as far as the 99 goes. Three freebies for Bohemians. Bohemians did win the European Cricket Series in 2024, which is less than 2 years ago. But that wasn't their first trophy on the network. They did win the Czech Super Series, ECN Czech Super Series, which was kind of like our first T10 tournament back after the lockdown period of March, April, May 2020. That ran through June and July. French cut, that'll do. That's 4 runs from Mahmood. And can't be good, be lucky. Middle stump, gets a little bit of inside edge and pretty much undefendable there. Oh, Bats going round in the bat cave at the moment. Have we got a? You've got a retired out. Okay, that's surprising. Probably just feels. It's funny. He did get a 4. Wasn't a convincing one. It's a pretty rare boundary and retired out. But they want to bring out Kranthi to see if he can make a bit of a difference. So yeah, it's the second retired out of the game. And maybe to see if they can have a stab at the game and hope that Kranthi plays the innings of his life. They need 4 a ball, essentially. Should be safe for the point now. 16 or 15 for that. Oh, no. Minimo time. Faizan's lost the handle. If you are going to get 24 and over, and that's the kind of start you'd want, it's 5 runs for free. We have seen this, the breeze isn't quite as strong as yesterday, but we saw yesterday some bowlers struggling with the left to right. Faizan bent it like Beckham there, but once again, undefendable. Finally goes back. I think that makes sense at this stage. Certainly one area that the boundaries seem to be coming, whether they're hit or not. Another one down the leg side. Changes the angle, goes around the wicket. Yeah. I've got to say, I don't know if there's an injury to young Hans. I hope not. Maybe they're just managing him, but I'm very surprised he hasn't had a bowl. I would say also it's a 3-match day for Vinarati, so yeah, maybe just saving him up for later, but he's young, he's fit. Finally, Faizan gets one where he wants it and couldn't put it away. Kranthi. Team manager of the Czech national team. You heard him actually on Sunday. It was good to hear him on the commentary for a stint with Phil G. Again, frustrated here. Bit of bat, a bit of pad. But Kranthi, he got a big role with the national team in that managerial role. CE Cup coming, which is the Central Europe Cup, men's and women's cricket. We're looking forward to broadcasting the cricket from this field. Might be a mixture of men's and women's. Not quite sure at this stage, but excited about it. Last ball of the over. Yeah, it was a bit of all sorts, but in the end, it'll only go for 14, which isn't going to give Bohemians any real chance to get back in the game. After 8 overs, the score is 90 for 2. Still 9 runs required off 2 overs for a point. You'd imagine they'd do that, but never know. A couple of wickets here. Maybe there's a miracle 4th point available for Vinarati. Sid Gowd's going to bowl over number 9. Brought Venkataswamy out there, Kranthi, to try and change the narrative. But he hasn't been able to do too much so far. 52 required off the last 2 overs for the game. Say this have to be something supersonic to give them any kind of chance, but this is the European Cricket Network and strange things happen. So here's over number 9. Sid Gowd round the wicket. Attempted Yorker, turns into a full toss. That's going to be 1 bounce for Cuatro Carreras. It's a baseball shot from Kranthi here. To reach for it a little bit. This kind of ball probably would have been easier to hit through the cover region, given the angle and how far it was away from his body. They'll actually force a field change. They bring the deep cover up, saying, well, if you're not going to hit that to cover, then we don't need one back there. We're going to bolster the leg side. So you've got four men guarding the leg side boundary and a long off. No infielders on the leg side. And this will be over the outfield. Maximo. Gowd goes the journey. Is there a late twist here? That will be the 100 up for Bohemians. And with that shot, they've at least secured a point. It's their first point since their opening day of play. And they did start with back-to-back wins. Since then, 3 matches without a single point. At least they get a point here, even though the target for the win is still a long way off. 42 required off 10 balls. So even 4s aren't enough to go with the rate at the moment. They need Maximos. They need more of them. Comeback ball for Gowd. In the air, 6 more. Maximo. Wow. Wow. Kranthi's lit up. He's caught fire just at the right time. I don't think they're nervous yet. We have to check the panic meter. We have a little rumble on the panic meter, but it's only a little squiggle. If there's another 6, it might turn into a rumble. 36 off 9. This over's gone for 16. It is supersonic pace with only 3 balls bowled. Deep point goes back for some reason. Gowd probably going to try and go wide outside off stump here. Oh, well, it's off the pad. Big chase, unsuccessful chase. It's going to be 4-leg by as well. Next best thing, isn't it? So this over does go magical. It's the old 3-card trick. They put the deep point back. I thought for sure this is going to be wide outside off. Maybe it was meant to be, but it got away from Gowd. Cricket equivalent of a double fault, really. 32 off 8. Bohemians dare to dream. 32 off 8. Couple of 6s, 20 off the last. Be one of the best wins we've ever seen. Wide. So 31 off 8. Oh, panic meter check. We've definitely got something audible. Couldn't lose from here, could you? Could you? Nervous finishes coming up for everyone. That's going to be 4. That's a big Gundy full toss, knee high, put away. I suppose the only thing, yeah, now that 4-ball pace kind of keeps them in the game. 27 off 7. This over's gone for plenty. Yowzers. I didn't think they were going to get 99. Now look at them. That's 25 off the over. With a ball to go. I said it had to be supersonic to give him a prayer. Back to basics here. Wide Yorker. Say, going to hit that through the leg side. Sid Gowd was the most economical bowler in tournament a while ago. In the air. How far? Catchable. Dropped. Oh, dear me. And that'll be the end of the over. So Kranthi will retain the strike. Should have been gone. Just burst through the hands of Adnan out there. It's normally a pretty short pair of hands. Kranthi thinks he's gone here. Still carrying that leg injury as well. Bit casual, wasn't it? Oh, towards the end. So, I mean, I suppose you would want him on strike, Kranthi. He just went on a bit of a boundary blitz. 26 required off the last over, and they've got a prayer. They needed 52 off the last 2. They get half of them in the 9th. As we say on ECN, it all happens in the 9th. 26 to win. They go back to Faizan. He couldn't hit a barn door last over. Put the fine leg in. He might bowl it to him. Kranthi, 1-800 dialer hero. Needs 4 out of the ground. Here we go. Last over. Gets it. That'll be 4, I think. It'll be hard to chase down. Fastest man on the field. Can't get there. It'll be 4 runs. Oh, well. That was a great chase from Honso Hebel. If anyone was going to catch it, he was. And the boundaries keep on coming. Panic meter. 4 out of 10. 5 out of 10. They're panicking. Oh, well. Eyes on the game. 22 off 5. How are they this close? I've got no idea. Oh, that'll be 4 as well. Long chase, never going to get there. 4 more, keeps him in it. 18 off 4 now. 3 out of the ground, and Bohemians have pulled off one of the most remarkable chases we've ever seen. They were nowhere. We had to send out the search party. Oh, now trying to find the ball. That might be a nice little break in transmission for Vinarati. Just need to reset here. again, obviously they've decided these are the bowlers we're going with in match one. We're sticking to them. So we haven't seen Honza. I thought we might. Probably the most notable one. 18 off 4. Oh, well. Thomas comparing this knock from Kranthi to Glenn Maxwell against Afghanistan. Oh, well, let's see. Oh, he gets some in the air, catch a ball and taken. Well, 3 sixes required for Noor. 18 off 3. He's going to come out to bat. Finally, a bit of a settler. The catch was taken. Bilal Ahmed. 4 for a second might have been over him. If it did, that was running away for 4 as well. But, geez, Kranthi ends up with 30 off 11. Magnificent effort. So basically, it's like trying to line up all the lottery numbers. You need 3 in a row here. The slot machine, ding, 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 and you walk off a hero, and no one will remember Kranthi then because Noor will be the hero. But anyway, we'll see. Giving him a shot. Not quite off the field yet, so Faizan does deliver in the last over with that wicket of Kranthi. But 6 required. Tres maximals. Good luck, Noor. Good luck, Faizan. Here we go. Doesn't get it. All right. Well, now you just got to keep it straight. I'd say ordinarily that should be a formality, but with Faizan, he's lost his control more than once in this innings. 18 off 2 required. What an exciting game that really didn't seem like it was going to be too exciting at all. Nor a consolation hit where he really wants is a no ball or something like that. It's this pretty well, actually. And well stopped by Muiz, just the single. So Vinos, despite a few heart palpitations, they're going to walk away with 3 points in this first game. Don't turn off the TV, though. You should know by now. Mukhtar has batted the distance. And the last ball got him on the foot, but he was a long way down. That will be that. So pretty tight one in the end. It's 141 to 125. Vinos get the win by 16 runs. Player of the match for me, probably Muiz for his first innings, 82 not out. It set up that score of 140. But yeah, interesting game to say the least. Looking at the scorecard, well, it just didn't fire up front, did it? I think Cope's overs, I know they're a long time ago now, but they were really, really important in setting up that successful defence. He bowled 2 overs, none for 8. Also another prospect for player of the match, perhaps. The only wicket taken by a bowler in the game went to Faizan in the 20th over of the game. But apart from that, we had a run out, we had a retired out, we had a retired out in the first innings as well. So pretty batting heavy, even if it wasn't always top gear stuff. Mukhtar bat through for 39 not out, the top scorer. Venkataswamy Kranthi with 30 off 11, giving his side a shot. Zahid Mahmood retired out for 20 off 12, just felt he wasn't hitting him as well as he would have liked. And Grover was run out for 17, trying an improbable second. We will take a break, and when we come back, it'll be Prague CC take on Vinarati. We walk off victorious there. Still plenty of action to come today. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you after the break. Live from Czechia, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
Match 20. This match is between Vinarati CC and Prague CC. Vinarati, it's your call.
Heads.
It is heads. What would you like to do?
We're going to bat first.
So Vinarati have won the toss, and once again, they'll bat first.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, folks, and welcome back as we get set for the next game here in the European Cricket Series. It's match number 20 between Prague CC and Vinarati CC. See, the news from the toss was that Vinarati won, and they will once again bat. And yeah, they batted pretty well before on the way to 141. Certainly welcomed Abdul Muiz back into the side with open arms. I mentioned that Vinarati made 8 changes today from the team that we last saw yesterday afternoon. This time, fairly similar looking side. Just an interesting little side with Honza Hevel's father coming in. That's Jan Hevel Sr. So he'll be making his debut in European Cricket Series cricket. Isn't it great as well? And Honza Jr., obviously a native Czech player, has come through the school system, but then to get his dad involved and be part of the 11, I think is also pretty special. For Prague CC, well, we haven't seen too much of them in the series so far. They have played the 5 matches, but we haven't seen them for a little while. They've had a couple of days off. We last saw them on Monday where they played 3 matches. They won 2 of them, or dropping their last game to United. In fact, not taking a point out of that game. And looking at the PCC side, again, they've made 3 changes and a couple of real key players there. Hasim Hassan coming back in, but Ravi Solanki with his batting and his spin bowling. And probably for me, one of the batters of the tournament so far, Sharan Ramakrishnan comes back in. No Deshmoini, no Vimuri, and no Davidson Ramani for Prague CC. So that leaves them 1 fast bowler short. Davidson's a pretty pacey customer. Deshmoini normally gives them a couple of overs. But it'll be a pretty familiar name to open up. It is none other than the uniquely named Sudesh Roy Diaz Wickramasekara to get us going. Muiz faces up. Goud's his opening partner. Here we go with match 20. First one. Cramps. Muiz Faroum wears that, I think. And a leg by to get us started. Vinarati, I've called this V-Day because this is their last 3 games, and they're actually going to finish their 10 matches first. They have broken into the 4. In fact, now they're in 3rd position. Prague CC are 2 points behind Vinarati at the moment, but with 3 matches in hand. Bruno, also 3 matches in hand, 3 points behind Vinarati, and Bohemians at the bottom of the ladder after losing the first game. Did take the point, though. Goud, good challenge for him. 2 experienced campaigners going head-to-head early on. Just gets behind it, happy to knock the one. Always a fair bit of respect for the bowling of the Beast, who has a bit of a reputation of kind of trundling in and kind of bowl medium fast, but then ever so occasionally he will put in the effort ball, which has still got a bit of zing on it, and he can really surprise you with that one. Always got a pretty handy bouncer as well. Element of surprise. Left-hand, right-hand combination at the top for Vinarati once again. Good area there from Wickramasekara. Picked up cleanly in the field. I want to welcome back everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Thomas, good to have you back. Hello to Tavleen and Hakran Singh, who we're chatting as well. Hakran was asking me, have I recently visited India? Well, it's been a while. I was last there in 2017. Would love to go back, but yeah, it's a busy schedule traveling around Europe. I had a lovely time in India. I went to Delhi, spent a few days there. I was in Rajasthan. I went to Jaipur, Agra, of course. Got to do the Taj Mahal. Really enjoyed it. Well bowled. Guard plays down the wrong line. think one of my favourite memories from going to India was, playing cricket in the street with some youngsters. And I was actually there for a wedding, and I was with an American guy, and so I was trying to teach him cricket as well. Gowd wants to go down the ground, but it's right off the end of the bat. Good enough, though, in the power play in this very fast outfield. That runs away for the first boundary of the contest. I think Gowd knows he doesn't have to overswing against Sudesh. Just happy to try and hit it correctly. Got the placement there. You can see mid on, mid off. And the gap in between. Yeah, so I love, obviously love traveling, and it's certainly a unique place to go. You can see the wind there, left to right. It has picked up a bit since the end of the last game. Gowd plays that one back, and that will be the end of the over. Just one boundary off it, so 7 without loss after 1. Yeah, Tavleen started watching the channel for Pankaj Sharma, of course, playing for United. Well, at United as well. This is a wide open European cricket series. There was a time, only a few years ago, where Prague CC seemed impenetrable as a force in the European cricket series with 4 consecutive titles. And it was a big surprise, actually, when they didn't take the 2020 Czech Super Series, but they did take the ECS that year, and then they won 21, 22, and 23. 24, they lost the final to Bohemians, but that was after Prague CC had gone on a golden run. In fact, they still hold the record for most consecutive ECS wins with 24. That record got broken, but that started another streak, which only got broken in the final when Bohemians won the ECS in 2024. And then in 2025, the Tigers won their first European cricket series. Mataranga's on, pretty good bowler. Bit of a warm-up ball, though, really. It was on the tram line with a bit of length, and Muiz, nice sign for him when he's hitting boundary through the offside. Again, bottom of the bat, but good enough in the power play to get 4. Yeah, so Prague CC, all I can tell you is they have made every single final ever of a European cricket series. They won the first 4 of them, and they lost the last 2. So I want to get back to the big dance and win it. Of other teams nipping at their heels, though. Muiz goes straight down the ground, and once again it'll be 4 runs. These two batting pretty correctly. I think they know they've got a couple of handy bowlers that they're facing. So they've had to tighten up their technique a bit. Nice free and easy swing of the bat there from Muiz, who'll be better for the run this morning. Had a bit of luck on the way to his 82, but sometimes you need that luck. It's in progress right now. Obviously, we've got this European cricket series, but the Portugal domestic season is underway. We'll also be bringing you some coverage of that before too long. This is going to be 4 more to Muiz, who swivels on this one. This one's a bit shorter from Mataranga. Didn't like getting driven back over his head. And yeah, it's waiting for it. Yeah, it sounds revolutionary, but I think Muiz is actually watching the ball now. He's a bit more relaxed than the opening last time. And Tavleen saying playing gully cricket's the best thing in India. Yeah, it's a great memory I've got. That's a good comeback. The first time, Muiz kind of loses his shape a little bit. And to drag that to the leg side. In the Goldilocks zone here, Vinarati, 46%. I will remind you that when these two last met, it was on Saturday afternoon, match 3 of the series. Vinarati 135 defeated Prague CC 100. That was the first time Vinarati had ever beaten Prague CC in ECS cricket. Bottom hand here from Muiz. Drags this for another boundary. 4 carreras. So they're dealing in 4s at the moment. The 5th 4 of the innings. We haven't had a single 6 yet. This one, it's probably not going to win any beauty contests, but good enough. Just in with the angle. A ball he could have hit straight down the ground and elevated, but that bottom hand took over, got enough of it. Bit of a find is required in the bushes. That gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Paolo Campini. Ivan thought maybe the batters need some food to gain some energy, but they're doing pretty well. Well, that's a proper team job, isn't it? I said Vinarati have had about 25 players in the series. I think most of them are searching for the ball right now. All the golfers out there will be able to relate to this. I'm going to put this out there to anyone that plays golf. How long do you look for a ball before you give up? I've got a pretty low tolerance. See if we get that one back. Oh, maybe we have. Well, when you got 9 people searching for the ball in a pretty specific area. No, we don't have it back. So the replacement ball will get a run. See if it helps PCC. Nice looking shot from Muiz, but straight to the fielder, right off the end of the bat, and he won't get it away with it this time. It's Surya Ren that takes the cat. Rengarajan holds on to it. And the new ball does the trick. As Muiz has to walk, first time he's out in the series, 99 runs before his first dismissal, and it's number 99 that catches him. First wicket falls 23 for 1. That's actually the first wicket that Vinarati have lost today. They did have a dismissal retired out, elective dismissal. On that occasion, this man strode to the crease and batted very well. Muhammad Adnan, 21 off 7. As was Praveen Sharma that opened the batting earlier, but didn't really click. And I was a bit surprised they let him go 7 overs. I thought maybe 5th over, end of 5 might have been the time they make the change. But in the end, Mataranga gets his man into the over as well, 23 for 1. Now Ravi Solanki back in the side. Some left arm spin in the 3rd over, last over of the power play. Sid Guard on strike. Nice to see Sid back in the ECS. Took a bit of a break, but yeah, back and making some important contributions for Vinarati. Well bowled from Solanki first up. Won't get a run. Maybe Sid had a bit of FOMO after watching Vinarati win the Challenger Division last year, the first ECN silverware in the Vinarati Trophy cabinet. I have actually seen that trophy. Pride of place at the Down Under, the Australian bar here in Prague. The only Australian bar, and therefore the best Australian bar in Prague. Solanki. Yeah, shorter, but slides in. Good bowling. Solanki's a very clever bowler. We've seen him at the Carlton Roval before. Prague CC, of course, one of 2 clubs that have made an ECL from Czechia. Brno having gone twice and Prague CC having gone twice. Prague CC, one of the most famous wins in the ECL as far as an upset goes. He beat Wimbledon, the English T20 champions, back in 2024. It was a crazy game. Lala was the hero on that occasion, and a cruel twist of fate. He then defected to the Tigers and led the Tigers to an ECS win in 2025. There's interesting storylines at the domestic level. Guard 6 off 6, needs one out of the screws. Doesn't get one. Just feeling for the ball. We'll at least get a single here. Tight one. When these two last met on Saturday, it was a big moment when the Beast got out first ball, Suresh Wickramasekara. Just buoyed Vinarati. In the end, defended the 135 fairly easily. RCC were fortunate to creep up to at least get a point in that game. 35 runs the margin. Nice, beautiful shot. Yeah. Adnan just looks on today, doesn't he? That's a very confident piece of footwork. Thing with Solanki, he's not going to turn many past your outside edge, which is normally a bit of a danger, but he's sliding in. That's a beautiful shot. One of the shots of the day from Muhammad Adnan. Maximal. And now you kind of put the bowler on the back foot. It seemed like the bowler was controlling the over and controlling the narrative. I wonder if Solanki goes quicker, darts it in, or does he go the other way, go slow and try and get a false shot out of Adnan? Goes quicker. Oh, I think the keepers hit the ball. The keepers hit the stumps there. Yeah, it's almost a note. You can make a, and quickly admitting it, Ramakrishnan. See, yeah, so it's a funny one. If he'd hit the stumps before he'd hit the ball, technically he should have been a no ball, but I think it's a fraction after the ball hits the bat. And Ramakrishnan very quickly saying, No. I've hit the stumps there. That's on me. So it will be 4 runs. And it'll be the end of the over, 36 for 1. Hey, don't forget, we have cricket coming your way from Scotland this weekend. Our very first ECN cricket in Scotland. It's a match between Netherlands and Bangladesh, T20 IW. And, okay, we've had the Netherlands on many, many times. Dozens of matches, I think we would have shown of Netherlands women. But it's our very first time having any Bangladesh national side on the network. So isn't that exciting? The Netherlands versus Bangladesh T20I Live from the Grange Club in Edinburgh, Scotland this weekend. That series includes Scotland, but we'll be covering the 2 non-Scotland games between Netherlands and Bangladesh on Sunday, the 31st of May, and then in a week's time on the 4th of June. Mel Farrell will be behind the mic for that. Excited for that as well. Well, Gowd is excited to get a full toss, and he's just going to get it over the ropes. Maximo. Sabelman Davitsi comes in and doesn't find the pitch first ball. Yeah, what do you think about? The prospect of cricket from Scotland on the network? Of course, I am half Scottish, so I was very keen to do that one, but unfortunately for me personally, got final stay here, which I suppose is unfortunate. I can't go to Scotland, but of course, very fortunate to be here. I love being in Prague. I've made my home over the last couple of years. Wonder what's a 50-50 score? Say maybe 130. BCC looking at their batting lineup today. Listed Davitsi to open with Shahjul Khan. Ramakrishnan at 3. Beast at 4. Roy at 5. So we kind of 4 big dogs there for PCC that they'll be hoping would do the job. That's a good stop down there. Could have easily snuck past. It's outfield. Well, it started the day pretty quick, and it only gets quicker during the day. The more sunshine that falls on it. Riaz Ahmed, top bowled last month on ECM with 17 wickets for Spartans. Tight one, but umpire makes the call. Remember, it's over the blue line. It's okay. Is this over or is it just outside? Oh, I think it's a harsh call. Seem to be getting some of the blue for me, but umpire's got a slightly different perspective. Driven through the offside, and the Beast, well, not much he can't do. Offers a nice little through ball to his teammate. Beast, I suppose once you're over 40, maybe you don't have to dive for the ball. Maybe that's a good rule. Him hurting himself, very important. And the purists won't like it, but not an easy landing here at Vinoj. Adnan wants to get on with it, doesn't he? Someone misses the inside edge. Didn't quite keep his shape there. Get him try and drag that. The head goes as well. It's always a sign. Well bowled by Sabah. Really good bowling. He's been given the captaincy now at PCC. Moved over from Bohemians. Given that responsibility. I really think he's matured as a cricketer in the last couple of years as well. I'm happy to see it. And it was a pretty good over there. Not going for too many. After 4 overs, Alrighty, 46 for 1, 115 pace at the moment. Looks like Ramasekara is going to bowl over 5. Interesting, they didn't go back to Slanky. They're keeping him up their sleeve. Karamita is another spin option they might want to consider. Sharon Ramakrishnan behind the stumps once again for Prague CC. Does a decent job, Sharon. Not a role I've seen him take on too often. That's short and that's hit very well. Sid Gowd pounds it through mid-wicket. That'll bring up the 50 for Vinarati. short of a length. Allowed Sid to free his arms very well. Actually, he's a very good tennis player. It's a bit of two-handed forehand about that. Cross court. Hello to Thomas as well. And Tavleen looking good in blue as well. Wonder what the tactics are from Sudesh. He's got it. He's got his own following, Sudesh, the bowler. He's a real popular cricketer. He's got an aura about him. Once held the world record for fastest century in a T20I. Held that record jointly with Rohit Sharma and David Miller. India and South Africa, respectively. Sneaks down the leg side. You can see the wind blowing the shirts of the players. See it's left to right. Bit of swing there for Sudesh, though. Now, while we're talking about balls swinging around, caught my eye overnight in the news. Gard wants to go with that movement, but again loses his shape. What do you think about the proposal that apparently is going to be voted on this weekend with the MCC or the ICC, I should say, about switching to a pink ball in test matches in case of bad light? Interesting one. Chopped on. Well, it was always on the cards, wasn't it? He was trying to fetch and go with the wind. Gowd. Shadow shot was probably better than the one that he employed to the delivery, so the beast will break through. Thick inside edge, crashes into the stumps. Gowd never really got going in that innings. He'll have to walk away for 18. You can see that movement. Came in off the pitch as well. PCC have something to shout about. At 51 for 2. Joe Cope comes to the crease. Facing his national teammate. Joe, I like him at 4, actually. I like that he breaks up the right-handers. I've tested with Mui's in as well now. Gives him another lefty up there, but I just think Joe can play a role. And he can kind of play a bit more of a technical game and then really take the handbrake off in the last 2 or 3 overs. Yeah, so what do you think about the pink ball helix straight away? Helix, this is the kind of thing I'd love to see in the Spanish squad because this is the kind of thing we would debate. But I'm with you. I don't know about switching from a red ball to a pink ball. If you did it for the whole game, then I think that's fine. But I just don't think you can switch because they don't behave exactly the same. I suppose no 2 balls do. Cope pushes and it's off the mark. Another left foot. It is by... So I thought about this a bit and my immediate reaction was exactly that. Can't do that. I suppose it's only by mutual agreement prior to the series. So I suppose it's not... So either team is equally likely to be in that situation. Adnan charges the beast. He gets handcuffed a little bit, but he will get the 1. Yeah, so I suppose in that case, it's if they've agreed to it, well, they've got nothing to complain about. That's what I would say. I just don't think the batters would like it, especially if it's bad light already. And then the pink ball has a bit of a reputation, doesn't it, for zipping around and giving the bowlers extra assistance. Little Nick, that will run away. So Cope get a bit lucky, get the boundary. Well bowled by Wickramasinghe. Took that one away from the left-hander, but it will be the end of the 5th over, and it's 57 for 2. Welcome, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Yes, I've got the duck shirt on. Some people are asking, how come sometimes when we have somebody here or here that we disappear? But I think it's because, the camera that we use, it's used to focusing on one person. So it's a small price to pay, I think, when we do get a second person in. Now, occasionally, this one looks a bit funny, but I'm really happy to be here. Interesting. Vinarati beat Prague CC for the first time ever in ECN cricket back in Saturday's game, and so they're hoping to do the double here. Prague CC kind of mid-table at the moment, and depending on how they finish, they could finish as high as probably top 2. If they don't have a good finish, they could actually drop out of the 4. So I think really important few days for them coming up. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and we have the end of the group matches, and then Sunday we have finals day. Back to the action here as Surya comes on. He delivers a big juicy full toss first up, and it's out of the ground. Maximo. Well, if you were to go to the cricket restaurant and order a delivery from the bowler/waiter, this is probably what you'd be ordering. Big, slow, full toss. Okay, the angle was there, made it a bit tougher to hit leg side, but Adnan, he zung it in the end. A few long chases on this ground when the ball goes over the boundary. A couple of Bouillon's bombs at the end of yesterday's game. I don't think we found them on the way to the car park. They were pretty close together. I don't think anyone bothered to go get them. Better ball from Rangarajan. This is in the air, and it is dropped. Oh, well. That one really should have been taken. See, just let it go through his fingers in the end. Oh, that's missed the pitch. Again, left-handed is throwing the bowler for a bit of a loop. Oh, well, Cope will enjoy this. I think he's going to go a big heave. Free hit. Heave. There it is. Doesn't get it. Have to settle for one. Good comeback from the bowler. A good question from Boom. How is Rico? Well, Rico's very well. I chatted to him yesterday, or texted him at least. Having a bit of a break after he had a bit of a workload. Had a question about the ECFs, so the European Cricket Festivals. They're taking a bit of a break as we're into the teeth of the summer. And so they'll be back in September. So from now, practically to June already. June, July, August. Really, really busy months in Europe. There's a lot going on. And we'll get back to broadcasting the festivals in September and take you through to even the end of October. Oh, Adnan goes straight, goes long, goes strong. Maximo. Really nice shot. Rangarajan just trying to exploit that angle across. And he runs in the Goldilocks zone. Vinarati a touch behind at the moment, 127 pace. Funny old over. Good, the bad, and the ugly from Surya. And he suffers a single there. Yeah, Thomas is asking, oh no, he's commenting. Rico's been following handball. I can tell you why, because Rico's daughter, Sonia, is a very good handball player. Cope drills it, but straight at the fielder. Kayameta is back there. Excellent fielding. Keeps it to 1. That will be the over. And 74 for 2 after 6. And Garajan, not an over that will end up on his mantelpiece. Ends up none for 17. Yeah, so young Sonia Full is a very accomplished handballer and now works as a teacher in England. And I suppose handball maybe a bit bigger in Spain where she learnt the game compared to England. That's why Rico's posted a couple of times. I think Sonia's team got all the way to the national championship game. So pretty exciting. Also know that she plays beach handball sometimes as well, which sounds pretty cool. Suppose you need beach to do that. Can't see it being huge in England. Anyway, here's Joe Cope getting another outside edge. It's another Joe special. Full toss from Mehta. He's come on to bowl. And Joe will tell you he planned that, but very much doubt it. Handy runs for Vinos. Hello to Monoranjan Sinha saying, Vinny and Rico, big fan of yours. Want to welcome you to India soon. I'd love to come to India. Hey, ECS India. Let me just check our budget, but I'm keen. Of course, you know, I have one Indian parent. Rico has two. Grown up outside India, so we haven't had too many opportunities to go. But yeah, it's hard to believe, actually. It's 9 years ago that I was in India. Seems just like yesterday. What do you think? European Cricket Series India? Get some of those big cement companies on board. Seems to be a bit of money flying around for short form cricket in India, I've heard. Rita, well bowled, and he'll get the reward. Well taken by Sudhir Gladson. He was at a 45 on the offside, but this was a really clever length by Mehta. Took that kind of front foot blast away from Adnan, so he goes back to cut, and it's kind of a thick outside edge that flies. Gladson, slightly unorthodox technique, kind of full body hurled himself at the ball. But it worked. The main thing is he held on to the catch. So the third wicket falls. Adnan goes for the first time today. 28 off 12 and 79 for 3. Useless stats. Well, Muiz today was dismissed for 99 combined total, and Adnan out for 49 combined total. Not that they would have known that. Okay, they go for Praveen Sharma at number 5. Opened earlier, didn't really click. And so this is going to be for cracked through the offside. Nice shot. The worst ball from Kaur. Here's a guy from national team experience as well. To the leg side this time. Test the fielder. Bowls it in. Trademark. So Cope faces up, drives on the up, and again sets a bit of a task for the beast. He'll bowl in a perfect return. End of the 7th over, 85 for 3. So 3 overs to go. Prague CC last time out only managed 100 versus Vinos. Lost their key batters without too many runs on the board, and it was a bit of a trial even to get to 3 figures. Feels a bit like, has the feeling of yesterday when United were against the Tigers, that 1 or 2 players that can really chase these runs down, even if it was 50 more runs than this. But if they fail, maybe 100's enough, maybe 110's enough. We'll see. 3 overs to go. Solanki comes on, left arm orthodox to the left-hander. It's a good matchup. Interesting matchup, actually. The breeze will drift it away from Cope, and he'll be trying to turn it back in, going over the wicket. I don't mind that option, actually. I think Joe Cope knew that he was going to go wide. The problem was he missed it. If he gets this past the keeper, that probably runs away for 4. Game to try it again. Solanki changes his tactics. He hits what would have been a wide. Joe cursed with long arms from birth. And, I think he knows that that's one that he could have left alone. Thomas saying, yeah, not sure about ECS, but what about a Western Shield in India? Hey, now you're talking, Thomas. Now, it's just a carefree swing of the bat from Sharma, and it's nowhere near the middle. It's a thick inside edge. It'll bring 2 runs. Often called left arm orthodox bowling, cheat code in any cricket, really. You get the control of a finger spinner while turning the ball away. Right-hander More right-handers than left-handers. Area from Solanke, but good shot equally from Sharma. Down towards the end of the bat. Fielder got down to it, but it was a little bit too little too late. 4 runs to VCC. How high can they climb here? They're on tour ball pace at the moment. Yeah, I would love to have some ECN cricket in India. We talked about various things. Not every crazy idea has become a reality, but quite a few have. At one point, we were even talking about an ECS in Australia or South Africa. We've talked about South America before. Who knows what the future holds? Similar kind of ball. This time it's hit straight to the outfielder, so just a single. I wonder if Cope's now going to go step across and just try and hit to the leg side. But the thing is, he's fighting the wind. So would he be better? Yeah, that's what he's going to do. See? He's saying, hey, he's basically saying, I dare you to bowl at the stumps. Hey, and thought maybe Solanke thought he was faking. He's not faking. He's going to stand there. He's not going to step back. He's saying, look, if you want to bowl at the stumps, be my guest. He's thrown down the challenge. Yeah, hits it reasonably well, but doesn't get the elevation, but it doesn't matter because crossed wires out there at the demon wicket boundary, and Cope, be giving himself some genius points here. Some people might say, well, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? But you still got the option of bowling at the stumps. You know, it's a tool that the batter has at their disposal. And so, yeah, I quite like the rule. He's saying, you know, you got a set zone you can bowl. If you're going to keep going out there, I'm going to cover that. And obviously you can't cover everything. You know, a good Yorker at the leg stump there probably knocks Joe Cope over. Anyway, it will be the end of the over. 97 for 3, Cam Mehta to bowl the 9th. Good heads-up play from Joe Cope there. Sharma swinging like a rusty gate. Get 1, but he might get more. He'll get 4. Well, beast mode failed that time. And he almost like he had a broken heart when he first fumbled it. If he turned around straight away, I still think he would have saved the 4. Hundreds up for Vinarati. Lucky one. Cramped for room. Sharma misses out in the next one. Mehta's a clever bowler. He's a different kind of bowler. Like a fast spinner. A different run-up than I remember years ago. Sharma gets some of this, and he gets enough. I thought off the bat, maybe it was heading towards the outfielder there, Wickramasinghe, but it was actually well in front of square or towards mid-wicket. So, yeah, nice bit of placement there from Sharma. Brings him up to 20. It's funny how, change is as good as a holiday sometimes. Sharma scored this many in about 7 overs before, but he's come out and scored this many in 8 balls. And, cricket's one of the few games like that change of game, a couple of hours, you can feel completely different. I wonder if Mehta wants to slow this one down a bit. Been a bit one-paced. I've had one criticism of him in his over and a half so far. Let's see. Slow it down a bit, but Sharma meets it, and he's going to hit it straight to Mataranga. Good bowling by Mehta, just changing the pace slightly. Sharma hit it well, but didn't get the elevation to get it for 6 instead. He finds a big PCC fast bowler out there, a whitish long off. End of a good cameo, though, for Sharma, even though he'll be disappointed to be out. At least he was able to score at a good rate with a little bit of help from the fielders at times. He's the 4th to fall. It's 105 for 4 as Bilal Ahmed comes to the crease. Bilal is a batter that needs no invitation to be aggressive. He likes to hit the ball from ball 1. Typically favours the leg side. Gets this one down to Sabah. Does well to make the block. Just a single. Off spinner to the left-hander. Seems like a good matchup. Meta does have the ability to turn the ball as well. What's Joe Cope thinking here? If he thought it was very wide, he might go the reverse, but I think he's sticking with the tactic. It worked last over. This time, he swings straight through at end of the 9th. Meta does a pretty good job, 2 for 20 off his 2. Handy couple of wickets, and Vinarati 106 for 4 after 9. Certainly a defendable score. Let's say they get 120 here, but you're going to have to bowl really well, and you're going to have to get the big dogs. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a task too far. Vinarati just can't seem to get in a run in this series. Look at their results. They've gone loss, win, 3 losses and a win. So their wins have never come together. At least they do have 3 wins, and in 4 of their 5 losses, they've picked up a point at least. So it keeps them in the mix. Still think it's a bit of an uphill battle for qualification with them, but it really depends on how they go here. And obviously, huge game against Bohemians in the last game of the day. Turned out to be a bit of an unlikely thriller. The first game of the day, here's Mataranga, fresh off the catch. He's going to bowl the last. Short arm jab from Bilal. He settled for 1. That's Ravi Solanki doing the fielding. Let's see what Joe Cope's tactics are now to Mataranga. Joe hits nicely through through the offside, I should say, but he probably doesn't feel it's a boundary option, especially when he's swinging so hard. He's looking around, trying to work out where all the fielders are. Most of the teams have been pretty good for time. In fact, I think the only time penalty we had was PCC when they bowled a hat full of wides earlier in the tournament. And they make a change and reinforce the offside. That might tell you that Mataranga's planning to bowl kind of full and wide, tramline kind of tactics. Yeah, goes wide, but a little bit too wide, and that'll be re-bowled. One thing about this format of the game, it's a real problem-solving kind of a game. You really need good cricket IQ to succeed. Battle of tactics. Joe, bit of a meltdown there. He might be retiring out here, is he? Running that fast. I've never seen him run that fast. Well, he might need to be somewhere. Yeah, it's a retired out sprint, and Marcus Shyam's going to come out. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I was a bit surprised when I looked at the numbers that Joe Cope was 18 off 13, because he's, I suppose I only remembered the good times. But it's strange. That last, just so maybe his head was in the right space. He's probably going to open the bowling. So maybe he thinks, right, I'm going to take a bench and see if Venki can do something here. He backed away when I was pretty sure Mataranga was going to bowl wide of the off stump. In the end, it was unhittable for Joe. They bring out a right-hander. Marcus Shyam hits the first one down for a single. That's all they'll get. Unselfish stuff, though, as well from Joe. Obviously no one wants to end their innings, but he just felt, as far as the team went, that it was worth giving someone else an opportunity. Didn't feel in touch. He's the 5th wicket to fall. Now we're 109 for 5. 3 balls to go. Swing and a miss. That's probably one thing you'd say Bilal could work on. When he goes to training, is to just get used to hitting more balls offside. Even if someone just throws him a whole bunch more balls in the offside and be confident. Definitely got the power to hit well through the offside, but it's a habit, isn't it? And he wants to turn on everything. And at a higher level, bowlers work that out pretty quickly. See, Mataranga is a good bowler. And once again, huge swing and a miss. So really good finish this. for PCC. It's been a boundaryless finish for Vinarati. Having said that, last time these two played, similar kind of PCC lineup, were held to 100. The last ball coming up, last chance to score. Does get bad on this. Might as well run. They get one. They'll get two, I think, on the fumble. Can't see them getting three. Definitely not now because Venki wears the ball. So they're going to finish on the Nelson. 111 for 5 for Vinarati. In an interesting kind of innings. If it was the Matthew McConaughey, Sarah Jessica Parker movie, it'd probably be failure to launch. Again, no one really able to go on with it despite some starts. I also think PCC bowled really well. Muiz looked good for 17 off just 8 before he holed out. Goud probably a bit frustrated at the top, 18 off 13. Adnan, 28 off 12, probably the most fluid of the batters. Joe Cope, 18 off 13 before he retired himself out. Sharma with 20 off 9 was a bit of a bright spot. But Vinarati spluttering to 109 for 5, or 111 for 5, I should say, after that last ball. And for the PCC bowling lineup, I think they're pretty happy with their work so far. Vikramaseka and Mataranga, the openers, 1 for 17 and 1 for 21 respectively. But K.M. Mehta really impressed me. I always think he's a good bowler. 2 for 20 off his 2 overs. Davitsi with a pretty handy over as well that only went for 10. Didn't bring himself back. We will take a break. It will be 112 the target for PCC to get some revenge and split their mini-series with Vinarati. Or can Vinarati pull another rabbit out of the hat and keep the 4-time ECS champions below their target with their score of 111? Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break. Keep the questions and comments coming, and we'll see you soon live from Prague. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello once again and welcome back to Prague as we get ready for the second half of match number 20. It's the second match of day 6 here at this European Cricket Series. Czechia, PCC, Prague CC that is, coming out to chase 112 against Vinohrady, scored 111 for 5 in their 10 overs. Wasn't really the most fluid innings. Highest score was 28 off 12 from Mohammad Adnan. 14 fours and just 4 sixes in the innings. A lot of those fours came early, first couple of overs. But Vinohrady not really getting the finish that they would have liked. The last 2 overs just went for 14. The highest over in the innings was over 6 from Rangarajan that went for 17. But from that point on, 74 for 2. They're only able to gather 37 in the last 4. It's about 9 and over pace. Speaking of pace, it's going to be left arm pace to get us going. Joe Cope coming on at the start of the innings, just like he did earlier. No Lagu in the side, so goes back to a role he's pretty familiar with. Vitzi's out there with Shahjul Khan. So these two as well as the Beast and Sharon Ramakrishna will be real key to how this chase goes. 112 to win. It's going to start with Saba turning on the power Maximo into the trees, and a real statement from the PCC skipper first up. Didn't quite have the zip off the pitch. Cope trying to surprise Davitsi upstairs. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar. That's 6 they won't need. You can see the past events. Prague CC, they won those 2 at the bottom as well as 2021 and 2020. Vinohrady, of course, won the Challenger last year. I'm so happy to have so many events here in Czechia. Had a great partnership with Czech Cricket, and it continues into 2026. Comeback ball for Joe. Good one. Good one. This one definitely swings out. It was a tentative poke in the end from Davitsi, who I think has simplified his game somewhat. He used to have a lot of footwork that might have been counterproductive. Occasionally he still brings back the old classics though, and this is a charge. Gets it on the full. Yeah, Sabo would often charge or go back in his crease, but almost every ball he would do one of the two and would rarely stand still. And sometimes I think it just threw him off a little bit, but he's got such a great eye. I think he's allowing that to take over now. Could come back, Yorker. Right up in the block hole. Saba had to just keep it out. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. I think Phil G popped into the chat. Hi, Phil. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully enjoying your day off. It's not an easy ball to flay away. Again, Cope getting that ball to talk a little bit. Perfect breeze for Joe really to bowl. Coming over his left shoulder. And 10 off the over. Last ball of it coming up. Winos need wickets. Charges again, and this time he's found the fielder. And a brilliant bit of catching there from Faizan. It's going to be the end of Saba Wundavitsi. So Cope gets his man. Once again, that old habit of Saba charging, and it worked earlier in the over. He does get on the full, but just doesn't get the contact. He ends up getting it about knee high. But a pretty good bit of fielding by Mohammad Faizan. And then he puts the ball in one hand, lands on his other hand. Smart to protect that ball as well. That's one piece of the puzzle. Davitsi's dangerous, but he's gone in the first over just for 10. And Prague CC, 10 for 1. Again, watch how shows his hand pretty early. See how it's very clever. Put the ball in his left hand and then use the right to break the fall to make sure there's no chance of that ball falling loose on impact. Wild one from Ruiz first up. Always a challenge with this breeze. It can help you, but it can equally hurt you if you don't get it right. Interesting pitch map there. You can see quite a lot. There's been outside leg stump. There's another one. Easy take for Naveen down the leg side. This one stays in the infield. Joe Cope, an awkward one for him coming forward. He's willing to put his body on the line. Played every game this week, Joe Cope. I love the commitment. Now, though, he's annoyed. Got him at the end of the finger. Legal delivery, at least. I wonder if we will see young Honza Hebel in this game. Again, for him to get better, he's going to have to keep bowling to good players. He's got a tough top order to deal with, but it's an opportunity for him, isn't it? Muiz just arrived back in the country and makes his first appearance today. It's made an immediate impact for Vinarati, who changed 8 players from yesterday. Left-hander probably suits Muiz now. Ball going away and just gives him a bit more of a target, seeing that the wind's always blowing the ball to the right-hand side of the pitch. Well, Marcus has come with a prediction. Vinarati to win by 4 runs. Well, time will tell. Krishnan coming in at 3. He's been in sparkling form. Another full toss. Almost brings another wicket. Excellent fielding out there. Keep it to a single. Sharjeel hasn't had much to the strike yet. But Ramakrishnan is a class act and can take his game to a higher level. We have seen that. We have seen him with his technical ability handle international attacks. Good areas though from Muiz. Krishnan can't get it out of the circle, but good running by those two. Could have easily just sat at their respective ends and taken a dot, but PCC trying to be busy here. This is a good little comeback from Vinarati. Definitely underdogs to defend this 111, but puncher's chance, as you might say. Top 4 super important for PCC. Gundy ball. Polite inquiry from Muiz, but lucky he didn't get hurt there. It'll be a leg by. The only person that is hurt is probably Sharjeel. Ward on the thigh. Thigh guard check. Well, if he's wearing one, it's probably right in the middle of it. Hit him right in the crest. There's a list of upcoming events, including Netherlands-Bangladesh, T20 IW cricket this Sunday. All right, well, that's straight up in the air. It's keeper's catch. It's Naveen, and he's taken it. Well, that's a huge moment. Ramakrishnan, I suppose, mini frustration from him. I don't know. It's a very unsharun shot. He's trying to hit this to the leg side. There is movement left to right. Have a look at it. And in the end, finds himself playing well outside his front pad. It is a big bonus for Vinarati to get Ramakrishnan, who's in some kind of form. Right now, he's gone for just 2. And cricket is a fickle game, isn't it? One day you're a prince, you're another a pauper. It'll be the second wicket to fall. 17 for 2. Ravi Solanki comes to the crease. I didn't mention Solanki, but yeah, he's another genuine bat in the top order. See with that wicket that Vinarati's chances take a big boost up to 36%. That's the kind of, you only have a split second to make up your mind. You have about probably at this speed, about 0.7 of a second, 0.8 of a second to think about the shot you're going to play and try and play it. And just know if Sharon had his time back, he'd be trying to hit that through the covers safely and probably just as effectively. Cope back on, and Jargil can only get the end of the bat on it. Joe Cope, probably thinking about swinging one down the line here, maybe trapping him LBW. Instead, Jargil walks and yorks himself here. Still talent in the shed for PCC, even if these two work out the way they would have liked. Slunky back into the side. Got the beast that hasn't batted yet. After that, though, we'll say unkind to PCC, but maybe not the depth of the hitters that they might have had in the past. This one just slants in. Well, he's overcommitted here, but Benke couldn't find the handle. Jargil non-strikers then took off on impact, and he was turned around. Fortunate moment for PCC. Don't want to lose another wicket now. That is young Hamza Hevel, 16-year-old. You don't want to build him up too much. He's still young. He's still learning the game, but he's a prodigious talent. Should have had Sazi Bouyan, who's been the batter of the tournament so far. Should have had him in his first appearance. Oh, it's in there. This should be out. Oh, no. No communication. Benke went to his right. Goes down. Joe Cope. His face tells the story. The only thing I would say is Jargil hasn't hurt you yet, and Jargil's had times in this series where he's just gone through real flat spots. He's 4 off 6. I mean, time will tell if that drop comes back to bite them. But you can just imagine a scenario where if that gets caught, Sudesh comes out and whacks 70 in no time. We'll see. Solanki, nice little back cut here, straight at the fielder. Evil picks it up, can't hit the stumps. Excellent piece of fielding from the youngster. The throw was a little bit wide of the mark, and it wasn't keeper side of the stumps either, which might have given the keeper a chance. This is the look at the drop. Praveen Sharma coming to his left. Margashayam to his right. The ball falls right in between them. End of the over. Good one from Cope. Just 3 singles off it. 20 for 2 after 3. Don't forget, we have cricket coming this weekend. We have something brand new for you. T20I cricket from Scotland. And the good news is it's a good forecast. Only a little bit of rain compared to the other days that have a lot of rain in Edinburgh. So excited to make the trip there. And Mel Farrell will be commentating or making her ECN debut. Mel's someone I've wanted to get on for a while, but she's quite busy, UK based in the northern summer. Robin Riker. Hopefully she's turning out for the Netherlands. And matches on the 31st of May and the 4th of June. So this Sunday and on Thursday as well. And you wouldn't believe it because it's been a while. We've had so many consecutive days here. I think this is day, add it up. This is day 11. But we'll have 3 non-ECN cricket days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Marzi, he'll be working. He'll be driving all the equipment up to Poland. Okay, here's Hevel. He comes on and first ball gets hit over long off for 6. Maximal. Jargil gets out of a jam. It's just a fraction too short. Gave him a long time to see it. Hit it very well. Good straight bat. Hevel's looked better when he's pitched up a little bit. Also, pretty unusual situation. Jan's got his dad playing as well. Also called Jan. Jan Hevel Sr. Might see him, number 19, fielding behind the wicket at the moment. All right. 51% PCC, 49%. So we're right in the Goldilocks zone here. It's a big over, big responsibility for the teenager. And this one is slightly mishit in the air. Cope drops it, 4 runs. Ayo. Well, Joe seemed to have that one covered, but maybe crept in a little bit too far. Got big on him in the end. It bounces, 1 bounce, 4. Yeah, a similar kind of ball, but just didn't get the contact that he would have liked. Yeah, we can look at this again. Definitely 4. You can see straight through the hands. 1 bounce, 4 runs, but Sharjeel living a charmed life out there. And well, straight away, the response comes, and it's a good response from the youngsters. Clean bowled. Sharjeel has to go for 14. Let's check it out on the replay. Oh, it's a good bit of swing bowling as well, wasn't it? Swung straight through the gate, and that's why there's big raps on this young man. Picks himself up after getting hit out of the ground, having a catch drop next ball. That really does go in the air and off the pitch. Straight through the gate. You could have driven a truck through there. And on's a heavel. And the first man he runs to is his dad, who's fielding at short third. That's lovely. It's not often sons introduce their fathers to cricket, but that's one situation that I'm sure it's happened. 6-4 and wicket. But here we go. This is like on Double Dragon when you meet the big boss. You come up against the big boss, and if you can get through the beast here, you're well on top in the game, I think. If not, you're not. Here we go. Generational clash. Respect there from Sudesh, who plays him out. It's a deep cover for 1. Joe Cope's benched himself and put himself over to deep cover now. Robin Raka is playing for Netherlands. We've got the squads here. I bet to later leads the Netherlands. Here is filling multiple century maker in the ECCW. Stuart Callis, professional cricketer in there. Young Rosalie Lawrence listed as a backup keeper as well. So exciting challenge for Netherlands against Bangladesh. And of course Scotland. Round the wicket. Evil to Solanki. Game at an interesting juncture at the moment. I'm going to pull up the current rankings actually for that tri-series. Of course, we're broadcasting the 2 Netherlands-Bangladesh games. Scotland also in the series. Each team, whole series, will play 4 matches. They play each opponent twice. Lot to like about young Honza. So it's got to be a bit intimidating, I think. The TV coverage and the attention, obviously, not so many Czech native players that they've hit senior level yet. So no, he's impressed a lot of people this week. Yeah, like I said, I've met him, I've trained with him a few times. I like the way he soaks in the information, seems to have a good head about him, and he's just happy to be constantly improving. That's a really good over. 1 for 13. What a comeback. After getting hit 6 first ball, drop catch 4, then clean bowled and 3 singles to finish the over. 33 for 3 after 4. Venkatesh Magashayam can bowl over number 5. There's a lot of work being done with youngsters in Czech cricket, trying to go to schools. He's a great example. Part of the schools program with Karcher, the academy. He's liked cricket, been working at it ever since, and really talented. Mike Shime comes on to Wickramasekara, plays him out leg side, boundary stops critical with a slightly underwhelming total on the board. So the women's T20 rankings, Bangladesh ranked 10, Netherlands ranked 14, right in the middle, Scotland with a ranking of 11. So you've got got teams there with World Cup prospects, don't you? First time we've had a Bangladesh side on the network. Left-hander on strike. Solanke has hardly had the strike. Bowled by Margashayam, who I know has taken on a bit of a mentoring role. You know, he's been helping with coaching a fair bit in Czechia, and you know, I've loved to watch him working with young Honza at training as well. Beast wants peace, doesn't he? Bang, there he goes. He loves that offside, and that's 6. Maximo, fast hands. That's a very signature shot. What makes the Beast a bit different? He's not a dragger. He's a hit through the line kind of customer. And he's just got this magical ability to miss hit 6 as well because he's so powerful. They needed it, didn't they? Fallen behind this chase, PCC. All right, well, that one is tossed up. Challenge delivered, challenge accepted by Wickramasinghe. Maximo back-to-back. And after that picket fence run of ones, PCC bite back with 2 6s. Game changes again, probably puts him back in front. Not of the run rate, I think puts him in front of the percentages. Final boss. Of bowling, but equal to it is Wickramasinghe, who brings up the 50 for PCC, and how quickly the game can change. I think it was quite a good tactic to try and sneak through a dot outside the off stump. But very good eye from Sudesh. Lays the bat on it. This game could come down to one moment, maybe one skied ball. If it's quarter, if it isn't. Yeah, well, second time he did get away with it. Margashayam, who does go for 18 in the over. Game stays in the balance. 5 overs down. It's 51 for 3. And I wonder if it'll go back to the teenager. We'll see. A lot of love in the chat, as you would expect. And I would say that there's probably a lot of eyes on young Honza here. But I will say he's one of an emerging generation of Czech teenagers playing the game. And we know that at Karcher, the academy, have a team now in the 3rd division of Czech cricket. The thing is, this isn't just introducing players to the game, it's actually coaching them at a high level. So if you actually watch some of these teenagers, they are playing proper cricket shots. This isn't just kind of hit and giggle. You know, they're trained by Chris Pearce, who's a level 3 coach, and takes a lot of care and invests a lot of energy, mental and physical, in the development of the players. Wow. Was that a catch? Oh, no. It's come back at him, and, well, Solanke was among the first to get to young Honza. I'm not sure if this was... It was a catching opportunity, but it just burst through their hands, and I really hope he's okay. It's the last thing you want to see. That cricket ball is so hard. It's a missed opportunity. Solanke gets super lucky, and young Honza desperately unlucky there. He was in perfect position, but it just got through before his hands could close, and I guess we'll have to see if he can finish the over. Made it tough stuff. There's both teams getting around young Honza here. You hate to see it. But the only saving grace is it wasn't hit that hard. It wasn't smashed. It was a bit of a miss hit, really. It was well bowled by Honza in the first place to draw the false shot from Solanke. He's up on his feet, so that's good. I mean, he's got his dad there straight away. He's got some family support out there. The only question is if he can continue the over. Vinarado will be hoping that he can. So it might be, I mean, we can't see from here because we're behind, but it's exactly the kind of thing. It might give you a blood nose, it might give you a small cut. Like I said, the only saving grace was that it wasn't hit too hard, and you know, it's nice to see him walking away from it, but I think we'll have a situation here where they're going to have to find another bowler to to finish the over. And I think you can see I think he's still trying to say, look, I'm fine. If you can stop the bleeding, I can bowl. But, I mean, if you're bleeding, you can't stay on the field. That's a shame because he's only one ball into this over. And if he doesn't finish the over, he can't bowl again in the game. So I think, let's see. I know definitely we want to see more of Honza. I suppose there's still another game to finish the day. Hopefully he'll be able to play in. Solanke 3 off 6 finds himself in a bit of a hole. But you can see all the players very concerned for Honza Hevel there. Thought for a second it might have been a bump ball, but it was pretty clear that it was hit on the up. Honza, he made too good position, didn't he? He got the head right across, but just didn't get the hands together in time. Never easy in your follow through. So, yeah, Magic Spray Mary. Need a bit something stronger than the Magic Spray, to be honest. Thomas thinks he might have got a touch before it got through. Couldn't really tell on the replay. I thought maybe it just, it went straight between the hands. But, yeah, bit of a gap in proceedings, but natural, I think, that everyone has the concern for the young player. It's just nice to see him walking off the field. He's I think he's still trying to plead his case, saying, look, I'm fine. But, it's important that he gets that fixed up as soon as possible. It might even be the kind of case where you need a couple of stitches, or often they'll glue those little cuts together these days. And I'm speaking from experience. So, concerning moment, but yeah, understandable that you've got to take the time to sort that out. Anyway, so have a replacement bowler. It'll be Adnan to bowl. We're one ball into this 6th over. That, of course, is a dot ball. No run off it. Again, Solanke gets dropped. Hasn't hurt you yet. Adnan will finish over number 6. Again, all thoughts with Honza there. Seems fine. I think precautions have to be taken. So Adnan comes on with the game in the balance. Couple of dot balls across the 5th over, breaking the run of 3 boundaries. Beast boundaries. Solanke, still there. And it's taking time to get the field set. Ready to go. Solanke leans on this one. Only a single, probably smart at the moment. I would say they've got a Wickramasacre based strategy from here. Can he pull PCC over the line? Slight favourites now, but I think that if he was to go, those percentages flip. Facing up to Adnan. Remember, when Vinarati beat PCC on Saturday, it was golden duck, Wickramasacre. It really got Vinarati up and about. Kind of funny feeling after that injury. Players taking time to get back in the headspace. Solanke happy to play second fiddle at the moment. Happy to knock a 1. And put that onus on Wickramasacre to be that boundary hitter. It's been a good over Vinarati though. Just 3 or 4 balls bowled. There it is. Had to come. It's in the air and it's out of the ground. Maximal. Yeah, certain players, and Beast's definitely in this category, can miss hit 6s, and it just makes them so difficult to bowl to. Nabi's in that category. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Western Shield cricket and things like that, where some of these players, especially professional players, can still clear the ropes despite not getting the clean contact. Leg side, Adnan kicking himself, but you can't keep dodging the mouse traps, can you? You know, the beast's going to turn it on at least once and over. Last ball, the 6th. Square driven to point. So Sudesh will retain the strike and the game goes deeper. End of the 6th at 62 for 3. So 51, make that 50 required off the last 4 overs. Very interesting. Match number 20. Just thinking about the bowling options available. So you don't have young Honza. He's now out of the picture. But go to Margasheim again. They will have to use a 6th bowler at some point. Hazan bowled earlier. Say that was a mixed bag. Right now they're going to go to Muiz. Now Muiz bowled well in the 2nd over, took 1 for 6, but they're going to bowl him out early. And I think this makes sense. I think you bowl what you think's your best chance of getting him out. You're not saving anyone for later because you feel that if you can get Sudesh, you can get the game here. It'll tuck away first ball, and that'll run for 4. Just that wind causing problems for bowlers. That's a very clever shot as well by Sudesh, who kind of associate with crash and bash batting, but he's also got really good touch. That's a fine little touch. There was nobody in that part of the field. And now this is the thing, then you aim and you lose the swing. And that's why bowlers have struggled, well, some more than others. But then also, it's been such a benefit to the bowlers that have been able to use the wind well. You look at Hevel's wicket. That was a very nice piece of swing bowling through the gate. Wind going left to right also assists the batters hitting in that direction. Now this is in the air. Will get over the fielder. And this outfield's so fast, it runs away before runs. So Vikramasinghe to 35. I said it earlier. Let's not forget, he is batting at number 5. Sharjeel got dropped and I said, well, do you really even want the beast to come in? If you could choose, Inarati would rather bowl at anybody else. Right? Big man, take strike again, 35 off just 12 balls. Good ball that time from Wiz. But he's a good decision maker. He doesn't really premeditate. Vikramasinghe might hit the stumps and they think about a second run. They won't take it in the end. But he just basically has answers to most of the balls bowled at him, Sudesh. You can see a little glance, leg glance. Occasionally you see him dropping the bat on the wide balls outside off stump and using the pace that way. He's a nice flicking off his pads, but he doesn't overdo that shot. He's more kind of inside out, over cover, over mid off kind of a guy. Solanki, still yet to fire. Sweeps this one. And just to single it. Main thing for him at the moment is just to get out of the way, I think, with Sudesh doing Sudesh kind of things. Off this over. The asking rate's around about 12.5. Oh, that could be gone. Right in front. Oh boy. Well, if that wasn't hit, that was plum. I'd love to have a look at this again. Maybe he had some bat in it, but let's have a look at it. Hit him in line. Oh, wow. He shows the bat to Sudesh, which is the oldest trick in the book, Sudesh, I should say. Oh, now this one looks high. And we'll have to wait on it. Again, we'll give the umpire the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there was some bat in it. But if not, there was really nothing wrong with it. Well, they didn't get the no ball call. And they maybe did get lucky during that over PCC. End of 7, 74 for 3. That's the one thing, though. If there is a little inside edge, we've got no way of picking it up. Probably don't even have the microphones that sensitive on a windy day like today. He did show the bat, but I think that's a bit of gamesmanship that you see creeping in. Well bowled. End of the 7th, 74 for 3, 38 required off 18 balls, so creeping up around 13 and over required. Faizan's going to bowl, and he's got to sort himself out because when he bowled in this position in the last game, he bowled a bunch of wides down the hill, including a minimo. Vikramasinghe at the other end. Here we go, 8th over. Yikes. Called it. Loses it down the leg side, falling away. Good take. Saves the boundary. Just Naveen Kumar. Suppose on the positives, good movement. But yeah, another potential thrilling finish here. I think Sudesh is trying to say, hey, it's a no ball. They had 6 out, and he might be right. So it was a wide anyway, but the difference is now it'll probably be a no ball. Well, it will be a no ball if that's what the umpires have decided. So now he gets free hit. So, yeah, Sudesh, he can count. He spotted that one. And he'll just be a bit annoyed that it wasn't a hittable delivery because he would have known that's a no ball. And, didn't get the opportunity to hit it the first time, but he will get the free hit now. Has that been changed? I guess it will be changed. All right, here we go. 6 with the win, Maximo. And so, I guess that's the end of that chapter. It'll be 7 off the first ball. Right into the wheelhouse. Like I said, he doesn't turn to the leg side unless the ball's asking for it, and that one was, with a bit of length in towards the stumps. So he hit the next ball for 6 anyway, so it wouldn't matter if it was scored that way or not. But anyway, now there'll be another 4. So PCC getting the run of the green here. Nice little tuck away this time. Vikramasinghe to 47. Faizan being called upon in this situation. He's bleeding runs. See a lot of balls. You see the pitch map, a lot of balls being lost to the right. What a good innings this has been from Vikramasinghe. The player that wins your ball games. Hey, good news. Young Honza's back out on the field. Very happy to see that, even though unfortunately he won't be able to bowl. But it's good to see him back out there. There he is. He's made it tough stuff. Love to see it. Who said the new generation are soft? Definitely not here in Czechia. They can definitely use him. Got him! Huge moment. Huge moment. Faizan goes round the wicket and he rattles the leg stump. Oh, well, maybe buoyed by the re-emergence of young Honza Haivel coming back out onto the field. Faizan's inspired and he's changed this game. Still near enough if they're good enough, though, Prague CC. But Vikramasinghe misses out in the half century. Bowled for 47. Change of angle just did the trick, didn't it? He stayed leg side of the ball. Just missed it. Kind of ball that maybe I've seen him hit straight or even kind of hit a little bit inside out over mid-off. But he will go and it's 85 for 4. Rangarajan, very capable batter coming out at number 6. But he comes out under pressure now. 27 off 15. About 11 and over, I calculate that as the required rate. But he's done damage, hasn't he, on the scoreboard, Sudesh? Nice bit of bowling. He'll probably stick with it. Probably the first ball hasn't swung from Mohammad Faizan. Probably confused Vikramasinghe. Rangarajan faces up. Clipped away, should just be one. Nagashayam cleans up. 26 off 15. Gotta love close contests. This is the European Cricket Series. There's no cricket like it on the planet. Feeding you action. Ramming close finishes down your gullet every day. Solanki has been playing second violin, but now he has to step up into the first chair, doesn't he? He's been there a while. Faizan coming round the wicket. Doesn't get much on it, just one. So, Vinarati with a comeback. Was the leg stump rattle heard around the VCG, wasn't it? And it's just taking us to a finish here. You felt if he batted one more over, this game was dead as a doorknob. Still without that innings from Vikramasinghe. I think Vinarati have romping this in. Faizan rediscovering the middle of the pitch at a good time. Last ball of the 8th over. Beats him, but it's going to be called a wide. Just missing the mark. I might seeing this one again. The angle. This innings is running long, but we had that long break, didn't we? And Onzahivo had to go off. This thing's back on now, though. Last ball of the 8th. This time he does beat him. Dot ball. So, 8 overs down. It's a pair of snowmen, 88 for 4. 24 required off the last 2 overs. Only question is, they're kind of a bowler short because of that injury, an over short at least. They're going to go to Adnan in the 9th. The question will be, who do you want to bowl the 10th over? 24 required off 2 overs. Would they want to go back to Margashime, for example? Or look elsewhere. All right, here we go. 9th over. Solanki, still there. Oh, gets hit in the unmentionables. I was not expecting that. That was the sound of ball on plastic through a couple of layers of fabric. And Solanki would have felt his lungs in his mouth there. Couldn't get up to run either. So 24 off 11 now. Moral victory for Adnan. Solanki in the corner. Does get a piece of this down the ground. Tortuga time. Well, that one took a right turn at Albuquerque. You can't really blame Faizan. That's the position in the field that Joe Cope normally fields. He said to Faizan, you can have it. This one definitely breaks sideways. Oh, if you don't laugh, you cry. And a critical boundary for PCC. 20 off 10 now. Solanki been put in the corner so far, but that gets him to 11 off 12. Faces up again. Short and asking for it and getting it. Maximo. That puts him well ahead now. Before that, they were 49%, but with that 1-6, I think they now go to 60-something%. 14 of 9, maybe even higher. That's the difference one ball can make. It was too short. Maybe thought, okay, I hit him with a similar length ball earlier, but that one allowed Solanki to free his arms. Can they even take it to a 10th? And if so, who's going to bowl at 14 off 9? Maybe Margashime. I think left-hander's still there. But first things first, you've got to get to a 10th over, and there's no guarantee of that. Adnan with the comeback. Huge swing and a miss. Good block on the second bounce. I've liked Naveen's work today, Kate. Hasn't been perfect, but nobody's perfect. That was an important stop because that could have easily got through for 4 byes. 14 off 8 now. You just got to win each little battle. 2 to come in the over. Full toss, and this is smashed. Maximo missed his length. And do that at your own peril. And Solanke, he's had a funny kind of innings, although he hasn't been laughing. He's able to get a couple out of the ground in the ninth. It all happens in the ninth. 8 off 7. There's to lose now, PCC. Last ball for Adnan. And he hits this, dragged, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo. And it's pretty much done. Sudesh has got a big smile on his face. And I can understand why, because he left his team with a bit to do. But it looks like they'll do it. But we will go to a 10th. 3 sixes and a 4 in that over. And it's 110 for 4 after 9. Really chasing the impossible now, aren't you? You've got Rangarajan, who is a recognised batter on strikes. It's not the kind of guy you can imagine is going to miss 6 in a row. But I think you might as well just gamble now. I think you've got nothing to lose. Bring him in and hope you can create some dot balls. If you get hit to the boundary, so be it. Going to be Faizan. Needs to bowl 6 perfect. Here we go, 2 to win. There's one of them. That's why I thought maybe it's worth having everybody up. That's probably not a run if that's the case. Again, if there is a way to defend 2 in the last over, I'd like to know. Score's tied. Might be enough for Vinos. Of course, they'll take the point out of this. These 2 teams will split their mini-series 1-1. Any score wins it. Solanke, 5 chances to win the game. And that will be it. It'll finish with a boundary. And PCC, despite a few jitters, they get home. They chase this down with 4 balls to spare. Solanke comes good at the end. 33 off 17. It was set up with Wickramaseka of 47. So they just couldn't quite penetrate all the way down to the lower order. Vinarati in a match which had a bit of a scary moment with young Honza Hevel taking a ball in the face. A return catch opportunity, but hopefully we see him back bowling later. He did come back on the field, so that is good news for Vinarati. And that was the last ball of the game. And you can see PCC, I mean, they've had to battle in the series. There's no easy wins in this European cricket series. But that will be a valuable boost to their record, which now looks a little bit healthier, doesn't it? PCC go to a 4-2 record, and they're hunting top 2. They want that double chance. If they drop that, then there were no guarantee to make the 4. So still 4 matches for them to pick up points, and yeah, still, like I said, could finish really anywhere on the table. Probably not first, probably not last, but might finish anywhere in between, depending on those last few games. Looking at the Vinos side, you know, they take the next game off, but they will be back the last game of the day against Bohemians. That will be their last game of the group qualifying period. They fall to a 3-6 record, but you know, if they could get a good result against Bohemians, you know, they'll at least entrench themselves in the 4, and other teams will have to play catch up from there. Looking at this innings, well, it didn't have the greatest start for PCC, who didn't really get off to a flyer. Vitsi went for 10, Sharjeel for 14. Ramakrishnan uncharacteristically out skying a catch to the infield for 2. But it was Wickramaseka with 47 that really took the game away from VCC, as he's done so many times. And Ravi Solanke with an important finish. He finished 33 off 17 as PCC got the runs with 4 balls to spare. Bowling-wise, well, before Hevel went off, he was very good, actually. After copping a little bit early in his first over, he finished 1 for 13 off 7 balls bowled. Wickets also to Joe Cope, Abdul Muiz and Faizan. But in the end, Vinarati just not quite enough runs on the board. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes, take you into the 3rd match of the day. PCC with the 2nd leg of their doubleheader, this time against Bohemians. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break and see you the other side of it live from Czechia. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
Match 21 sees Prague CC taking on Bohemians. Prague CC, you'll call. There's the coin. Heads is the call. It is tails. What would you like to do? Bohemians won the toss in match 21. They will have a bowl.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we are halfway through the day here. 20 matches into this tournament and the table beginning to take shape. But I can tell you that there's a few twists and turns still to come. I'm sure about that. As we get ready for match 21, it's Bohemians taking on Prague CC. And Prague CC, they'll be pretty keen to continue their winning run as they had a good chase over Vinarati. Didn't all go to plan, but they did get the win in the end in the previous game. Bohemians went down in their first game of the day to Vinarati and really bottom of the table. Need to make something happen. And quickly, the 2024 champions, as you see there on the right of your screen, at real risk of being relegated to the Challenger division. But each game has a different feel and maybe Bohemians can piece something together here. We'll say that these two teams already met in the series. Bohemians posted 111 against Prague CC in match number 10. That was on Monday. Prague CC chased it down in just 7 overs, taking all 4 points. So for Bohemians, it was a bit of a run for them where they went 3 consecutive games without scoring a point, which is not an ideal plan. They did take a point out of their first game today, although they did suffer the loss against VCC. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. And yes, still 2 matches to go. Davitsi is out there with Shahjul Khan, so they go with the same combination. Sakle Mukhtar back in the side today for Bohemians, and we're away in match 21. Davitsi keeps the first one out. Hello to Thomas, nice to have you back with us. Hello to Johnny as well. Yeah, so they've just resisted the urge to open with the beast. It was a good insurance policy, wasn't he, in the last game? Batted 5 and did the heavy lifting. Batting first, though, you're setting a target, so you probably don't know exactly how many you need. Probably looking for 130 plus. The series has been a little bit lower scoring compared to last year. Oh, well, Davitsi takes a risk. He charges, has to reach. It was a big risk of being stumped if he missed that, but he didn't miss it, and he gets a maximal to open the scoring. It's a long way from where his torso ended up, but he's got such a great eye, as we've said many, many times, and catches up with it. Yeah, so 13.9 and over was last year's run rate. This year, 12.2. So I would say that, 120s is par. He were caught a little bit short in the last game. Wow, that's a full toss. This is borderline for a no ball. Instead, it's going to be 4 runs. Let's kick it back from the beyond. And pretty sure the umpires have spotted that one. Not so sure about the height, though, of this ball. Anytime you see a full-blooded pull off a full delivery, look at this height. Yeah, that's a no ball. I don't think it's really coming down enough. Don't think it was called, though, so lucky moment for Sucklane, depending on your perspective. Davitsi, does this one go past? Didn't want to offer at it. He had a breakout series internationally in Letter Cup a few years ago. Formed a solid opening partnership with Dylan Stain. We haven't seen him this series. Davitsi, we have seen him. Maybe not the best of him so far. The PCC skipper blasts that one through the covers to finish the over. It'll be 14 without loss after 1. Yeah, looking at the table, some interesting permutations. Prague Tigers lead with 19 points, United on 16. They've got the top 2 positions at the moment. Then Prague CC and Vinarati both on 14. But Prague CC still have 4 games to play, including this one. Vinarati only 1 game to play. Then Brno, who we haven't seen since last weekend, out of the 4 at the moment, but with 5 games in hand. So it's really on Brno to play their way into the 4. Bohemians at the foot of the table, 7 points out of 6 games, have a lot to do. And if not to qualify, at least to try and get out of last place and keep their spot in the Premier Division. So, Abel Farhad to bowl over number 2. Interesting. Grover's taking the gloves back for Bohemians. Zahid Mahmood did the job in their first game today, but both very capable wicket keepers. 3 dots, 3 boundaries in the first over. Here's Farhad. Clever bowler. Different kind of a bowler. He's got that slower ball, which he disguises very well. And I'm not so sure that a lot of batters pick him, because he's got a similar release. He's got a kind of a rolling leg cutter release. Sometimes it comes out quicker than others. Arm speed stays pretty consistent. Hello to Kroom, good to have you with us. And Julian Dawson has popped in as well. Hey, hi folks. Pulled wide. Of course, actually, we've got a Spanish squad call tonight. I've actually meaning to just have a look at the schedule and see if we've got any updates. Of course, for all the behind the scenes action. Weekly call tonight. In the chat, if anyone's keen to join. No full toss this time. Straight down to Kande, down the ground. And I know some of our Southern Hemisphere Banner Squad members getting a bit of FOMO last couple of weeks. We had to do the calls in the evening, but the next couple of weeks when I'm off, I'll do them morning Europe time, which allows some of the Australian, New Zealand viewers to get involved. They're quite interactive and all the latest on what's happening in the European cricket verse. Avitsi on strike. Goes up and carves this one out to deep cover. Just one, though. Well bowled by Farhad. Didn't give Avitsi a lot to work with. Hello, Smit. Smit Patel has popped in asking, is it calculating based on past performance? Well, no one really understands the delicate circuitry of the supercomputer. You're talking about the percentages. It's well bowled. Likes it, does Grover. I don't think the bowler heard anything, and I know the umpire didn't hear anything, but he does sneak it in. It's not a wide. Comes back, takes the outside half of the line. It's good umpiring. Well, it is windy, so if there was a nick, maybe no one in front of the wicket heard it. Yeah, so I suppose, it is basically predicting based on past performance. The supercomputer knows all the players, all their previous stats and the meetings. Slower ball this time from Farhad does get picked, and some fancy footwork from Noor. We'll keep it to a single. We have to start getting concrete boots for these fielders because I worry about injuries. Obviously, Noor fine with it. Noor Kande, size 43 in the way. Bob's your uncle. No boundaries in the over. Vitsi, once again, will have to settle for one, or will he? He will settle for one. They didn't push between the wickets. So Farhad, another brilliant over. He only went for 4 earlier. Never got brought back. This time he's gone for 5. Well, Vitsi, if he doesn't get brought back this time, he might want to go looking for a new club, because I'm sure there's a few other clubs that would like to get 2 overs out of Farhad. Right now, PCC 19 without loss. Chuggy to bowl over number 2. Vitsi faces up. So 14 off the first, 5 off the second. Here's the third over, last over of the power play. Vitsi gets a half volley and he puts it down the ground and just over the rope. Maximo over the power play. Yeah, this is what I like about Davitsi's batting in the last year or two. He just stays still. Power play. Sets himself. Nice swing of the bat. Just creeps over the line for 6. He used to have a bit of a bad habit of stepping well back deep in his crease every single ball, and I think he lost a lot of power that way. He only really had 2 shots. He had the flick to square leg and he had the carve over third. This time he does elect to run down the wicket to settle for 1 though. Davleen's been waiting for a real high scoring match. It hasn't happened too much. You know that 175 game earlier in the week. Prague Tigers 175 against Bohemians. A lot of 150 plus scores. Goes straight to Sharjeel and he'll get the result. Maximo! Nice shot, straight to the side screen. Chagi again getting that length slightly wrong. Half volley pickup length because got to hit it correctly. He does. Beautiful shot. Resisted the urge to drag it with the bottom hand. Yeah, so I wonder about that. The score's being a bit lower. I think it's two things really. I think the pitch is playing a few tricks. The ball's swinging around. We've got the very healthy breeze. The ball swinging around, but also doing a bit off the pitch. And the other thing is I think the bowlers bowl one side of the wicket more. As Sharjeel lifts up and moves into double figures. Maximo Chagi and tries to go a bit shorter after getting driven a couple of times. Sharjeel was waiting for it. Fast hands from Sharjeel. And so I think it's those two things together. I think bowlers have a lot more one side of the wicket, allows you to set fields. Just have some sort of a plan. PCC off to the races now. 3 Maximos in the over. He wants 4. It's gone to the skies, and that Grizzly flies. Maximo. As Sharjeel lights it up. Well, he started the strike earlier on. And he's certainly making the most of this third over. As Chagi is getting taken down. Again, back to the kind of pick-up, half volley-ish kind of length. Surprised he doesn't try around the wicket here. Chagi's very comfortable around the wicket. Not saying it'd be my plan A, but I think plan A's out the window. 6-1, 6-6-6. PCC to 44, last ball of the power play. Oh, well, off the shoelaces. Nor does well to make the stop. Using every inch of this Vinosh cricket ground. And at the end of 3 overs, Prague CC 45 without loss. Just a reminder that we have 2 special T20 IW matches coming up. Netherlands versus Bangladesh, coming from the Grange Club in Edinburgh, Scotland. Coming this Sunday at 2 p.m. European time, which is 1 o'clock in the UK. And the same time, I believe, on Thursday, the 4th of June. Stay tuned for that. That should be brilliant. As Netherlands and Bangladesh very close together on the rankings. Likewise, Scotland, who are also involved in that tri-series. We'll be covering the 2 games between Netherlands and Bangladesh. Forward to that. Mel Farrell will be covering that series for us over there in Scotland. Best luck to her. Right now, it's Farhad. Comes back, does get a second over, and, well, he almost had a wicket. Went hard at the ball there. Sharjeel, the thick outside edge, and gets a bit lucky. Gets through the field and gets to the boundary. Check it out. I think it was a chance. Couldn't make the stop. And so, yeah, that series actually gets underway today with Netherlands playing at Scotland. Netherlands choosing to bat first. So we'll keep an eye on those scores. This is in the off stump region and it's edged behind. So Sharjil's going to have to go and Farhad gets some reward. Good sportsmanship as well. You could just sense there was a little bit of a deflection. And nice catch by Grover. It was a reaction kind of catch because he's pretty close there. A lot of balls don't carry to you here. Scott Pagefield, but end of a promising innings from Sharjil. He'll be the first to go, 49 for 1. And guess who? Sudesh Wickramasinghe, the beast, riding high after that 47, which led his team to victory in the previous game. Goes up a slot, or 2 slots actually, because he came out at 5 in that game. Always a big wicket, isn't he? I feel like Sudesh could play forever, though. Going to have a crack at his age. I think he is around about 43. I'm going to check that out. Facing Farhad. Actually knocked the first ball into the cover for 1. He is 43. Well, there you go. Must have known. Turns 44 in July. 50's up for PCC. Dangerous pair at the crease. Bohemians need to break these key partnerships, don't they? Davitsi pins his ears back on this one. Once again, finds that sweeper. He's found him a few times. It's Ali Wakar out there. So that Scotland-Netherlands game getting underway in about 15 minutes. Mel Farrell will be over there calling that game, I think, with George O'Neill. Mel will be doing the games for us as well. Slower ball, and he's beaten him. This is a huge moment. Grover's after it, and he's dropped it. Oh, well, it was within his range. It wasn't an easy catch. It was always blowing away from him. It was a very good piece of bowling by Abul Farhad, and it fooled the beast into a false shot, and he was concerned. But Grover, even though he's running with the wind, it didn't seem like it. As that catch goes down, a huge flashpoint here in match 21. As Wickramasinghe dropped on 1. Farhad gets his second over, he delivers. But the catch isn't taken. Another slower ball. Well, is that taking him in front? It's very close. Very close. There's no bat in that. I think that's out. It's a tough call. We can't really see here. But look, where does it hit him? Oh, in fact, it's a good decision. I'm getting overexcited. It's hit him just outside leg stump. I think probably was going to hit the stumps. But the umpires, they have been brilliant during this series. I said it live. It just seemed to be pretty straight, and it was. Let's have a look at this again. The wind always pushing this ball away from Grover, who just has to account for it a little bit. When you're running with the flight, which essentially is what he was doing, you always have to basically adjust for that and almost overestimate how far you've got to go. He was always chasing it, just maybe the fingertips. And Grover knows what a big miss that is. And with the beast, you never know if you get another opportunity. 52 for 1 after 4. Here's Ravindra Bist in over number 5. I've got to say also, had a bit of a chat with Honza Hivel in the last game, or just after the last game. He took it kind of, how would you describe it? Kind of near the eyebrow, but more towards the top of the nose, so kind of forehead. Oh, that's pretty close. And that time he's gone. So in the end, it doesn't cost him anything at all, just 1 run. Biss gets this one to nip back. This is why I like this pitch, because it offers something to the bowlers. You watch this one, definitely comes in off the pitch, and that's why it beats the inside edge. This time, I think Sudesh knew his number was up. There was a similar one in the last game He got a little inside edge on. And this time there's no bat. Hits him in line with off. That's a very good decision. So again, 2 LBW decisions in a couple of overs and both umpires getting them right. You love to see that. Big moment, 53 for 2. Ramakrishnan comes out to bat. Seemed a little bit off in that last game, but at the start of the tournament, he was the player, wasn't he? So you don't lose it that quickly. Just played an uncharacteristic loose leg side swipe in the previous game. Very un-Sharan. Can't see him doing that twice, to be honest. So he's going to be a real tough task, I think, for Bohemians. Still got batting to come, but certainly these two, the biggest reputations of the batters remaining. Still got Solanki there. You've got Rangarajan, who's very capable, but Bohemians need to keep taking wickets. Well, Ramakrishnan is going to smack this straight over point before and he's away. Gets a bit of width there from Bist. Probably the breeze pushing that ball a bit wider than the bowler intended. Great shot though, isn't it? Comeback ball for Ravindra. A bad one. Krishnan around the front pad a touch, but pick up a single. Shaksada asking very valid question. Hello, Shaksada. Thanks for your question. Well, that's Davitsi at his best in the zone. Stays still and whacks it Maximo. This is an area that he wasn't hitting a lot of runs in that little kind of period where he was struggling a bit, but that's a brilliant shot. Stay still and trust his technique. Yeah, so the question was, why we don't have DRS in ECN matches, even if Snikobina or Hawkeye is not available? It's a really good question. We were at a level last year where we had a lot of replays being used to help decisions. So we never, you're right, we didn't have Hawkeye, we didn't have the Snicko, but we were able to do line decisions, boundary stops, and use slow-mo for things like clean catches. The short answer is that this is a reboot. This is ECN 2.0. We're not quite there with technology yet. Got him. What a ball from Bist. And Davitsi, who looked red hot, is going to have to go. Off stump is knocked over. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, that's a seed. That's come in and then left the left-hander. And that is a top-class delivery from Ravindra Bist. Don't think the replay does it justice, but this is definitely angled in and then come way off the pitch. Have a look. It comes in, he plays for it, and then just leaves him. Excellent bowling. Bist likes it. Zappa doesn't. 64 for 3. Solanki comes to the crease and window of opportunity now for Bohemians. Solanki kind of batted himself into a tight spot, but then batted himself out of it in that previous game and was critical in the ninth, setting up the win. So it's a cost thing. Shaksana, it's a cost thing. And yeah, we're hoping that even as maybe technology becomes more affordable, we'll be able to incorporate that a bit more. But it's the resources at the moment. We're just so happy to have the broadcast up and about for all the fans. This one doesn't swing from Bist. You'll have to re-bowl it. But thanks for your question. And yeah, I'm obviously just thrilled that we're back and we're producing cricket. But find a way. We're getting there. Hello, Wayne. Nice to see you, Wayne. How are you? Another wide. One surprises Grover off his pad. And I'll get 2 wides there. I suppose that And the other thing is, for things like, we are getting to the point now we're starting to get replays thanks to the expert work of our button pushers. But you've also got to be fair. For example, if we don't have both ends covered, you can't really do runouts selectively. So, once technology's brought in, people expect perfection, and we're not quite at that stage yet, but we're working on it. Hey, into the fifth over. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Winnie Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Love to have your company. As always, here we're in the cabin, and I feel a little bit quacky today. Pick up Friday tomorrow, don't forget. And it's a really interesting series. I think I mentioned a few years ago when Prague CC were on that run of 4 ECS trophies in a row, 4 years in a row, just felt that they were a juggernaut that couldn't be stopped. But as happens, there's a bit of natural balance that comes to the competition with player movements, with PCC also, being such a big organisation. Some of that talent being spread around the competition a little bit. Also, they've attracted some talent. So it's always changing, and really excited to see this series. Probably the most even series I think we've ever had in Prague. Anyone's game. Tigers have set a cracking pace. They're top of the table, but also have shown that they're susceptible at times. Tigers, of course, won the trophy last year. It was a high-scoring final as well, wasn't it? Krishnan got half the innings to play with, so pretty keen to make it count. Doesn't want to miss out twice in a row. Yeah, that final last year. I remember I'd just gotten to Finland because we had the Finnish series starting the next day. It was Prague Tigers 198 defeating PCC 168 in the final. And really, PCC gave that a good shake. Yeah, ended up chasing 199, got nothing to lose in the final. Gave it a good shakedown, but couldn't do it. That was after PCC actually chased 151 in the previous game. Running repairs for Solanki. Got tied up a couple of times today in that area. Thank you, Dexter, who thinks I'm looking very smart in my yellow shirt. Yeah, this is my duck shirt. Got a couple of duck shirts actually. In my notes, I call this Duck Shirt 1. I do actually have a spreadsheet when I've been doing European Cricket Series and suiting up just to try and keep the wardrobe interesting. This might have missed his pad. I thought originally he took it off because he had a pad malfunction, but might have just missed the side of the pad. So Solanki's in some discomfort here. Back to his feet, so that's a good sign. Waka doing some damage physically, at least. Yeah, Wayne says it's 10 o'clock where he is, 10 o'clock at night, sitting down for the day. Good to have you, Wayne, as always. I mentioned earlier, but if you have a Spanner squad call tonight, you can always watch it back if you're in the squad. But I am doing some European morning time calls from next week. So it might be a bit easier for the Southern Hemisphere viewers. Or Kande was that one. Found it long on. So I think he finally off the mark. Ramakrishnan's my barometer for this innings now. He fires. They could easily double their score and more. Not off the middle either. Tess Snore, who's a mountain of work to do today down there, does well. Keeps this to 1. Waka trying to angle it in and get it to nip away, a bit like they got Davisi. Yeah, good stuff. Good areas. A lot of footwork there. Solanki, 2 left-handers at the crease. Trying to get feeling in his legs back here, Slanky. Another underwhelming start to an innings from him. This one just gets the line. So that'll be the end of the 6 over. And it is 72 for 3. Tight one. It's your call. That's a good call. Bounced right on the line. Remember, if it hits the blue line, even any of the blue line, then it's a legal ball. I think he's retiring hurt here. Solanke, he was bothered. He's stuck around, but he probably feels, hey, might need to take a breather. Having said that, now the medical equipment's come. He said, well, maybe I am fine to bat. Just fix me up. To be honest, because he's fallen into a hole, he could easily retire hurt. You can bring him back. Now, do you have another option at this stage? Rengarajan's probably saying, hey, look, I'm fine. Get me out there. Also, it would create a left-hand, right-hand combination. And you've still got the option of bringing back Solanke if there's a wicket that falls. So I think they've got a bit of a free shot at a retired hurt here. That's what I'd be doing. But Solanke's stubborn. He's been here before and survived after a bit of a slow start. But yeah, now he needs something else. What does he need? Ravi, you right? He wants some tape. What does he want? I mean, if he's looking like that, you still need him to bowl. Why wouldn't you just replace him, even temporarily? Because you might have Rengarajan come out, whack last 4 overs. Happy days. But, yeah, these left-handers, they're stubborn. He doesn't want to go anywhere. It's just going to be Venkateswamy. Kranthi. A rare bowl for Kranthi as well. Not bad. A little off-spinner into the block hole. Well, Solanke, if he's going to stay there, he might as well try and fill his boots. That's a wild one. Wide full toss, and that's going to be 4. Thick edge flies away down the hill into the Czech vortex. 4 runs. Borderline too high, but just dipping below the waist. Wayne say might be in a tractor or a truck during those calls. That's no problem. All right, goes for this. Does he get the journey, though? Going, gone. Maximal. One-legged bandit continues on. Looked in discomfort when he hit it, but the wind just took it over the fielder. Second consecutive full toss from Kranthi. Away it goes. Yeah, Wayne, some people join with audio and with their picture. Some people just listen. Some people lurk. It's absolutely fine. Try and make them as accessible as possible. That one is nice length from Kranthi. That's what he's trying to do. Dug out for 1. Terry's been at bowls. Hopefully you went well, Terry. Ooh, goes after this and finds a gap. And that's when Ramakrishnan's at his best. 4 carreras. Lovely timing. So gorgeous through the offside, isn't he, Sharon Ramakrishnan? Just one right, does Kranthi, but it's a bit of an expensive over in the end. 17 coming off that one. 7 overs in. PCC 89 for 3. How high can they climb here? 15 and over here. 49, 134. I still think that 125 is around par. So, Kranthi takes a spell and we'll go back to Ravindra Best, who delivered one of the balls of the day to get Sabawin Davitsi. We do have the retirement, and I think it is a retired not out. Solanke's finally said enough is enough. Atavagune will come out, so nice to see him getting a hit. won't be facing first up. Bohemians need to try and deliver in this next 3 overs. Keep this under 120. Keep it reasonable. They haven't had a great time with the bat themselves. I mentioned that their top score in the series is 125. So they scored earlier today, but before today, 115. That 125 was thanks to a big kick towards the end of the innings, trying to chase 142 against VCC for the win. VCC just lost the plot a little bit towards the end of that game, but still ended up with the win. You know, well, gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. It's hanging up in the air a long time. He gets lucky. Just drops in front of the fielder. Didn't really organise a dive out there, did he? These are the kind of ones that if you're confident diving, I mean, with a dive, you have to plan it 3 or 4 steps out, and then you reach this. But if you're trying to get it on foot alone, probably not going to happen. Didn't happen. Pitched up Ramakrishnan with his signature cover drive, but Aliwaka this time will be able to do the job. And Gune, see him getting this opportunity ahead of someone like Surya Rangarajan, who you think might have come in next. This one slides past him. I think it's also a bit of a balance in the European Cricket Series. Now, each team getting 10 matches. They do want to give opportunities to players that have taken the time to be here, essentially. We'll always be going with the same lineup. It's going down the leg side, slides off the pad. 1, they get 2. I think that's all they'll get. Umpire signal leg buys. Nice looking drive that time. Not an easy situation for Atafa to come in either, because he hasn't had a hit and now being asked to basically go for it straight away. But it will be the end of the over, so 95 for 3 after 8. Oh, cool. Got Woken Nightmare in the chat. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. Been a while. What have you been up to? Of course, we had our pause period where we're showing a few rewinds. But yeah, we're back with a lot of live cricket now. With big 3 months ahead of us. June, July, August. Absolutely huge. Even to the first week of September. I think that's the last ECS that we've got on the cards at the moment. That's going to be in Switzerland. And then some more festival cricket through the months of September and October. Here's Sakle Mukhtar in the 9th. They say it all happens in the 9th. He's going to start with a boundary. Agune, nice shot. Really nice shot. So he's got a good technique. Like I said, it's a tough situation for him to come out. Really timed that well. Found the gap. Bowler was frustrated. It didn't get stopped, but I'm going to take your hat off to the batter. That was a nice piece of ball striking. And again, well, this time goes behind point and finds another gap, and this is great batting. It shows he's got that offside game down. I love that back and across step with the back foot. Made that a lot easier to access with good footwork, good, fast, correct footwork from Atava. 100 comes up for PCC. Back-to-back boundaries to start the 9th. You've got to ask him to play a different shot now, don't you? I'd probably be going slower, trying to tempt him to go down the ground, maybe leave his crease. See what Mukhtar goes for. He goes a bit slower but wider, and now sparkling cover drive, and it's 3 boundaries on the spin. Well, making a name for himself here. Just seems very composed. Survived a bit of a hairy moment when he first came to the crease. Sky went out to deep mid wicket, but he's looked brilliant here against the spin of Mukhtar. Now he gets yorked, so finally the bowler has the reply. Low full toss, another attempted yorker from Mukhtar, and it gets past Noor. Well, there's normally one or two a day that'll get past even the most skillful fielders here. And for Noor, who's been in the firing line many times today, his number was up. Nathan Nelson, 1-1-1. A ball from Mukhtar to finish, but ends up in the dirty 30s, none for 30 for him. And with 1 over remaining, PCC 111 for 3. I think, have a look at this little montage from Atava Gune. Loved that one in front of point, then behind point, and then showed go on the front foot too. Excellent footwork, really proactive footwork, correct footwork that set up those 3 boundaries. This one, well, I think he can thank the fielder and maybe a little bit of the surface for that ball getting through the long off. So 4 boundaries in the over. Takes the pressure off Ramakrishnan as well. Good, actually outscoring the experienced left-hander. Looks like they're headed for the 120s. Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams end up. They generally make for good cricket matches. Can Bohemians batters turn up from the get-go this time? They've had to recover from pretty average starts. Ali Wakar to bowl. Ramakrishnan fetches this. It's at leg side. Probably happy with one at the moment. Give Gune a chance to add to his tally. Solanke definitely retired hurt. He was hobbling after that blow. So he'd be available to come back as well. Sure. Unless he said, I'd rather be out, but I can't imagine saying that. Ah, well, sit down swat, but the fielder's in the way and he can't stop the boundary. It was almost a catch down there. But he wasn't quite able to get there on the full. That's going to be 4 as well. So Gune, well, come the moment, come the man. He's been brilliant closing this out. Remember, Minarati would be pretty interested in what's happening here as well, because although they still have aspirations to make the finals, they also know that they're potentially on the chopping block. Them and Bohemians at the moment feel like one of them will be last. The other one, funnily enough, potentially could still play finals. That's the nature of the program here. 120 up on the board for PCC now, 2 to come. And that goes up with the bounce this time. Catchable and taken. Ravindra Bist takes it. Nice catch over his left shoulder. And that will be the end of a really exciting cameo from Atava Gune. Out for 26. Right idea, actually. Just didn't get enough bat on it. Probably the wind holding that up and allowing Bist to get there. Rangarajan finally gets a hit. He's got 1 ball. Use it wisely. Here's Ali Wakar. Oh, he gets some of it. Takes off middle stump. He'll get 1. I don't think there's any chance of a second. They will park it right there. PCC 121 for 4 off their 10 overs. look, it's middle of the road target. It's more or less right on the average run rate for this week. But I suppose one of the issues is that Bohemians, they're only averaging 112 with about, so they're kind of 10 short of the average. But it's the kind of chase that I think Bohemians will fancy. And I suppose it's a lot to do with the power play. Let's see if they can get a better start. They certainly finished well earlier on. In that innings, Navitsi with 30 and Shajul Khan 25. And apart from that, it was his cameos really. Gune really impressed me with his 26. But yeah, an innings that no one gets more than 30, but still a more or less par total on the board. Bowling-wise, Ravindra Biss bowled an absolute peach to get Navitsi end up with 2 for 20. Wickets also to Farhad, who I thought put on a bit of a masterclass in the power play, finished 1 for 12 for his 2 overs. Ali Waka with a good finish as well, 1 for 14. We will take a break and we'll see you the other side of it to see if Bohemians can break their losing streak. 122 required for them. Or can Prague CC go back-to-back wins here on day 6? If any sound of him is to Maximo, we'll take a break and see you shortly. Live from Prague, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to Prague as we get ready for the resumption of match number 21. Bohemians need a win on a losing streak of 4 at the moment, and Prague CC slightly ahead on the percentages after scoring 121 for 4 off their 10 overs. So Bohemians, hopefully someone comes out there soon because ain't nobody on the field right now. But yeah, 122 for Bohemians, trying to break this losing streak. Look, if they lose this, it's very hard to see them finding a way into the 4. And then they might just have to concentrate on what might be termed the relegation battle between them and most likely Vinarati, potentially Brno. If Brno had a shocker in the second half of the tournament, Brno still have 5 matches to go. But yeah, at the moment, Bohemians 7 points, trailing Brno on 10, who trailed Prague CC and Vinarati on 14. Bohemians really got to pull these runs from somewhere. And I thought we might see a change at the top. We do. Norkande is going to face the first ball. So Grover's out there. So they don't go with Zahid Mahmood at the top. A bit of an off game earlier. I think you've got to try something. It's going to be the beast, Wickramasacre, to get us going. Plenty to play for. Prague CC, they've got top 2 aspirations, I think. 4-2 record. They to win this, they go 5-2. That's the exact same record as the Prague Tigers. So Prague Tigers have had a couple of 4-pointers that have helped them out as well. Sudesh Wickramasacre, really reliable customer, isn't he, for Prague CC? Former Vinarati player, though, if you go way back to the black and white days. Here we go with the chase. 1-2-2 required for Bohemka. Start with the dot. Kande, former Brno player, made the switch this year. Keeps his number 7 jersey. Bohemians have lost a couple of players in the last couple of years. Davitsi's gone to PCC. Uyan playing for Tigers. That one's worn by Ramakrishnan, who's been thrown into the wicketkeeper role with interesting results in this series. Have a look at the past winners of the events. If you go even lower, you'd see that Prague CC won 2 other European Cricket Series in 2021 and 2020, and Bohemians won the first ever T10 event here, the ECN Czech Super Series. It wasn't a true ECS because it didn't take place all at once. It was over 5 weekends. Very lucky there. Grover almost chops onto his stumps, and this will roll down the hill. Tough chase and an impossible chase in the end. The City of Gladstone, the old college try, but there's no defending this. Grover's just got a bad habit of stepping the outside leg at the moment. His body weight's going away from the ball. And time he gets away with it. But I think bowlers are feeling pretty comfortable that he's, danger of getting hit through the offside by Sahil. If you bowl it out there, this is what I'm talking about. I just don't know if you can keep getting away with trying to hit the leg side. That was a good ball, though, to be fair. Did leave Sahil off the pitch. Angles in. He thinks it's the one that can hit the leg, but he's wrong. Carry Wickramasacre. Grover find his mojo. Well, he's going to swing hard and he's going to get the result. That's gone for 6. Maximo. It's the Baximo. Baximo's back all right as Grover goes bat speed 10 out of 10 and with the speed of Wickramasacre, it carries the rope. So, well, if he was going to hit an offside 6, this is probably the only way he was going to do it. Goes to 11:30 on the clock, and obviously the impact on that bat was so violent that he might need to switch it. Very winnable game here for Bohemians, but they're going to have to contend with a pretty talented and balanced bowling lineup from Prague CC. You've got Wickramasacre and probably Mataranga to open the bowling. Then you've got the spin of Solanki, the spin of Kayometa. You got Davitsi to bowl his fast mediums as well. They're 5 really good bowlers. Sahil gets the replacement bat. Recent winners of ECN events. All the way back to the KSV Kings in Germany just before the pause. And of course, Reyes de Arganda, Kings of Arganda, winning the first ECS of 2026. Grover tries out the new bat, likes what he sees. He clips a boundary behind square. That'll take us to the end of the over. So a good start from Bohemians. Not something they've had the luxury of in the last few games. Still not convinced about his footwork. Not really getting behind the line, but still. Any boundary is a good boundary. Wickramasacre goes for 14, plus the bye. Make that 15 off 1. Chi Punjab in the chat saying, surely this will get chased, and has a theory that the tournament goes forward, it becomes easier to score higher with each match. Some truth, I think. Typically, we see scores going up. Maybe as bowlers tire, batters just feel a bit more in touch and relaxed, I suppose is the word. Gune, I did some reading on him. Atharva Gune's played for Singapore under-19s before. Looked like a player, didn't he, when he came out? Still quite young. He's only 24 years old. Here he is bowling the second over. So getting a key role with bat and ball here. Kande sent to the top to do a job. This guy, you might see it 3 or 4 normally. I think with Zahid Mahmood feeling a bit out of form, making a switch. I think you got to change something, don't you, if you're Bohemians? You don't want to be the first team relegated from the Premier Division that's actually won it just 2 years before. Wide that time. Gune doesn't get the swing, and it's always nice to see new players we haven't seen before in the format. Tavleen asking, how about the impact player rule in this tournament? I don't think you need it in European cricket. I mean, to be honest, sometimes it's hard enough for players to get 11, teams to get 11. So if you're trying to get 12, remember, these guys are taking time off work to be here. They've got family commitments. Well, that's a tough one for the keeper, Ramakrishna. That's going to be 5 wides, I think. Yeah, gets that second bounce. I like that he's wearing the helmet. If you wonder why a keeper might wear a helmet keeping back, just watch this ball and you'll see it jump about head high. Sharan, luckily, it wasn't quite in the line of his head. So yeah, I've got to admit, I'm not a huge fan of the impact player rule. I believe there's a skill to picking your 11 and the balance of the 11. I know some people might disagree with me on that, but I think it's been unnecessary. It's going to be called a wide. It was a tight one. I think Gune's got a case here saying, hey, didn't that go over some of the line? Probably got some of the blue, but umpire's got a slightly different point of view. Fair enough. That's 7 runs in wides after the first single in the over. Yeah, but it's definitely a talking point. I mean, it's been toyed with over 20 years now. That was actually taking Kande. And believe it or not, it's probably 4 anyway, but he makes sure of it. He deflects it away from the fielder. Well, you don't see this very often. Kande, to be honest, he did genuinely try to get out of the way of it and deflects it down the ground for 4. Yeah, I haven't seen this very often. More often than not, when it hits the striker, they stop a boundary. That time he might have created one. Big heave from Grover. Just looks out of Nick, doesn't he, Sahil? Uh-oh. Double foot fielding fail from Sadia. Well, actually, if you go back to the 1930s, Fred Astaire made this dance a sensation. I have a look at the little quick feet here from Zadir. Has a couple of goes at trying to get the boot on the ball. I mean, Good pace, but just couldn't get to ground. Ta-da! Put that with the other extras. 11 of them in the over so far. As Grover finally rediscovers the offside. Happy to see it. Sahil, cut that one out, copy it and paste it. That's a really good shot. Look. Yes. Doesn't lose the body weight to the leg side. You're always happy to see a player playing more to their potential. Another wide. Ouch. This over has swung the contest in Bohemian's favour. Never easy. Yeah. Rolling in series. Trying to find your way. Tough conditions, very windy. And this one is, well, maybe it's not edged behind. PCC was sure about this. Sharan ran in as if it was a mere formality. Grover went back to Swipesville. They pleading with the umpire. Says, no, I don't think so. Upcoming events there on the right of screen, including events in Scotland, Poland, Switzerland, Bulgaria as well. Back to Prague right here for the Central Europe Cup. Right now, Gune finally gets out of the over, but there were 22 off it if you include the 4 buys. So it's a magical second for Bohemians. 37 without loss after 2. Bohemians can't win this. They'll probably wonder where the next win's coming from. Seems an age ago, doesn't it, that they were able to keep Prague Tigers to 99, chase that down with 5 balls to spare. They kept Brno to 102, chased that down with 11 balls to spare. They were matches 5 and 6 on Sunday morning. Here we are on Thursday. Since then, they've had 3 bad losses and a slightly less bad loss. Adaranga gets the ball, but he slings the first one outside the wide line. Expert ZZ777 thinks Prague CC will show the comeback. Well, wouldn't surprise me. It's a big over, isn't it? Because Prague CC, they win this one, they'll feel like that was a bit of an aberration in the second, not a trend. Wow, fraction short, Grover turns on it. Well, that's a shot he's trying all the time, and you don't want to bowl to it. Adaranga too short and too straight. Good shot from Sahil. Now that's the kind of ball he can play that shot for. Play that shot too. If it's pitched up and outside the off stump, he's trying it, and with the exception of one beautiful off drive before, he's had no success. Hello, James Stewart. Nice to see you. Will Rhino be playing in Switzerland? Well, believe it or not, we have 3 series in Switzerland. This is called 4 on the field. Definitely 4. So we have the Engadine series, which is in St. Moritz. It was the birthplace of ECN in a way. Grover gets to Roy, Sudi to Udagala. They're at mid-wicket, no run. So we have a series in Engadine, which is near St. Moritz. We have a series in Cossonay, which is near Geneva, and that is Rhino's club. So that's the second Swiss series. And we also have a series in Zurich at the start of September. So Rhino, I believe, will be playing in the second one, which is club's hosting. Right now, can they finally get something he can go after? He goes with the wind over the leg side. Maximo! Bohemians well ahead now. There are a few words there between Grover. Look at this, yeah. Well, maybe he's trying to say there's something in the background. Well, I don't know what's happened here, but this is definitely Grover on strike. Yeah, I didn't think they looked like Nor. Now lifted up and out of the ground, back to back, brings up the 50. As Grover, well, I believe that'll take him to 40. Okay, we'll fix that up in a second. I think that single was actually a dot ball. Scorers all over that. But yeah, so 3 Swiss series this year. Nice to be back in Switzerland. I will be doing, in fact, we've got 4 Swiss series if you include the fact that we'll do the quadrangular T20IW series, but we've got 3 ECS in Switzerland. $39 then Grover after they add on his 2 6s. 2 to come in the third over. Hit leg side once again. That's 4 more to Grover. He will move into the 40s now. Just seem to have bowled to his favourite shot, haven't they, in the last couple of overs? Clears the front legs, too short. He's got to see where he struggled in his innings, and he has struggled trying to get on the front foot. Outside off. It's a huge power play now for Bohemians. And Paul takes some fetching as well. Well, Hootie Bowling, he's got to go to spin. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised. Oh, maybe not that surprised. Mataranga gets over in the power play. Gune went the journey. Couldn't get his control right in the previous over. But I think you're definitely going to see, bet my bottom dollar that you're going to get Solanke, except if he's injured. I didn't think of that because he did go off, retired in the first innings with an injury. So, but he's only bowling left arm spin off a couple of steps. I still think you'd wheel him out there and say, go for it. Otherwise, you might see Mehta with his off spin. Actually, don't bet my bottom dollar. In ordinary circumstances, yeah, I think it would be Solanke next. Keeps bowling in that shot. That's good fielding, though. From Surya Ren Garage. End of the third over, 60 without loss. And just a reminder that we'll be covering 2 matches of the Scottish Tri-Series over there. It's already underway in Edinburgh. Netherlands going at a good pace, but also losing a few wickets in the first 10 overs. They were 78 for 4 against Scotland, with Netherlands electing to bat. And 2 players at the crease for Netherlands right now. Robin Riker, who you see on screen there, and also Rosalie Lawrence, making her T20I debut. So, pretty interesting game over there. Runs and wickets in the opening at the Grange Club. You can join Mel Farrell in those matches for ECN on Sunday and Thursday. Just as I speak, Rosie Lawrence has edged behind for 1. So, 78 for 5. Netherlands. All those teams are ranked pretty close together. They're ranked 10, 11 and 14 in the world. Well, that's 6. And they do go to spin. I thought they would. They did. It isn't Solanke, but it's Mehta who comes on, and Grover puts him out of the ground and brings up his 50. Well, Sahil's back. I know they haven't bowled very well to him. 50 for Grover, brings it up in just 16 balls. Jeez, what a knock. Had a good time. 4 Maximo 6-4s for Sahil. They've got that rate required down to 8 and over. Bohemians finally turning up. Set a good pace in their first couple of games, but since then, they've sunk to the very bottom rung of the ladder. Made a good comeback ball, bit of turn there. Oh, and a fumble on the boundary. So Gune, he batted so well, but he's had a bit of a shocker in the field, hasn't he? Over went for plenty. This one definitely comes in a bit. Grover gets a piece. These bounces are always a little bit dicey. They'll come onto you a bit quicker than you expect. Comeback, though, from Meta. Well, throw in here might have been close, but Grover scrambles home. Grover's gotten in better shape. He definitely seems quicker between the wickets than a couple of years ago. I wanted to go fetch that one. Don't think there's any bat on it. Probably a buy. Kanda actually has watched a fair bit of this innings. Hasn't faced too much at all. $50 off $20 from here, and they can actually take all 4 points. And that would be a real spanner in the works. Meta can't get down to it. Only a single. Push and run for Kande. He'll retain the strike. But it's been the Grover show so far, and the extra show, to be honest. Meta goes for 13 in the fourth. Right now, Bohemians cruising 74 without loss. Ahead to the last game of the day. Vino's played their 10th and final game. And Sid Gowd, unfortunately, out of the lineup. They bring in Benjamin Harries. They also bring in Matthew Lavelle, who is a really interesting story. He is an American that's taken up cricket in the last 18 months. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing him getting a go. And Yorks himself this time. But only a single. Bohemians, they go unchanged. They do. Played the same 11 in all the matches today. Surya becomes a viable spin option, doesn't he? Well blocked by his spin twin. Can't make that. Keeps that to 1. Yeah, but Solanke going off. Actually, we haven't seen him yet. Tells me that he's probably not going to bowl. That makes things a bit easier for Bohemians as well, having to deal with his left arm orthodox. Good footwork here by Kande, but just can't get the ball away, can he? That time he won't get anything. Run of singles, a little bit of mini comeback here, bit of pressure being built. We're talking about events with Charles this time yesterday. Look at the Maximo rate. Most Maximos, biggest hitters in the last month. We're on top of the list with 44. Patel makes the list. He'll be happy with that. But, yeah, after these runs of non-boundaries, you're going to get an event, whether that's a wicket or a boundary. And I think this will be the latter as it's lifted up over the top. Kande finally gets one out of the screws. Maximo. That's what he was after. I think they're home here. I don't think there's any way PCC are coming back into this. For me, it's the bonus point that might be interesting. 40 off 14 for the bonus point, which is round 17 and over. Yeah, tough old days here in the ECS. Not quite as hot today, though. 22 with a bit of a breeze, so pretty nice conditions. It's going to slide just a little bit too wide. Nice thinking, though, from Rangarajan. Probably senses he might be able to get Kande stumped here. Kande wanted to charge and then thought twice as he saw where the ball was pitched. This one hurries onto him, and Rangarajan not quite able to make the stop, so they will get a single. Just playing their way back into the point, Prague CC, aren't they? And then they're hoping maybe they can force a finish. Hard to see it happening at the moment. That one's hit pretty well by Grover, and he'll get 6. Maximo. Hill trusting his eyes there. He's fighting the angle. When you meet these, you kind of meet them head on with the swing of the bat and the angle being created from around the wicket. slaps it over the leg side for 6. End of 5 overs. What a start for Bohemians. What a terrible start for PCC. Bohemians 90 without loss after 5. Just a further 32 required to win the game. Davici's going to come on, try and stop the bleeding. Right now, they've got to defend 32 in 2 overs, PCC, to even keep their point here. Often you see the 4-time champions go pointless. That's what happened actually the other day on Monday afternoon, where UCC chased down Prague 75 in 6.4 overs. Can't remember another occasion that Prague CC haven't picked up a point since that system's been in place in 2024. See the run percentages a lot in that mid-wicket quarter. A lot. Probably because that's where they've tried to hit a lot. But anyway, Kande facing Davici. 6th over. And edged. 4 runs. Well, it wasn't off the middle of the bat, but it wasn't a great ball either. It takes a thick outside edge and flies down the hill for 4. So game within a game now. 28 off 11 for all 4 points. And Bohemians, wow, they've got some making up to do. Took 3 points out of their games on their opening day on Sunday. And they took 0 from the Tigers, 0 from PCC, 0 from United, single point from a loss against Unirati earlier in the day. So they're on a 4-match losing streak. Prague CC, they've been a bit all over the place as well in their series. Back of the hand slower ball from Davici that time. Yeah, Prague started with a win over Brno and lost to VCC. First time they'd ever lost to VCC in ECN cricket. They beat United in the last over. They beat Bohemians with all 4 points. And they didn't take a single point out of their return clash with United, and had a win earlier today over Unirati, chasing 112 with 4 balls to spare. Mixed bag for 4-time champions. That's good ball. I think that's just come back and taken some of the line. That's my opinion. Anyway, look. Yeah, that's a good call. That's it. That's as wide as you can bowl without it being a wide. Excellent umpiring. Line doesn't move, but it belongs to the bowler. That was baseball. Right in the edge of the strike zone. But that one is not. Davizzi saying, how far can I push this? And another wide. So he doesn't want to get too close to Grover. You can understand that. Grover, by the way, he's rocketed past his 50 into the 60s now. Back under a runner ball, but really 25 off 8's the equation. Bohemians would love to steal a point back. Surya makes a stop down the ground. Yeah, remember the wide rules in ECN T10 cricket, a little bit different, but I think they're very fair. Everyone knows what they're dealing with. Well, Kande. He wants some. He's going to get some. Maximo. That certainly firms him for the bonus point now. Getting tight. Into the over. 100 comes up. And the 100 partnership. Hard to say if it's just a bowling being off or the ball striking has seen Bohemian this impenetrable position in the game? Probably a bit of both. 104 for none after 6. 18 required off 4 for the game. 4 overs, that is. 18 required off this over for all 4 points. And this is where PCC, they got to bowl their trump card. They will. Sudesh Wickramasekara to defend 18 just for a point. The unpredictable nature of this ECS continues. He's over 7. He'll step away and heave for Grover. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. They get 1. Hand it back over to Kande. 17 off 5 for all the points now. They're definitely talking about it. One thing I know from being around the ground and out of the cabin a little bit during this series that the players are always very aware of the bonus point situation. Bohemians have got a free shot at it here. Wow, a little bit short, trying to cramp Kande for room, but he's able to free the arms and get a boundary. Just a fraction too short, wasn't it, from Wickramasekara? North spotted it and was able to get it with the wind down the slope, just over the fielder. 13 off 4. By the way, last game of the day, Vinarati taking on Bohemians. That one's starting in about 35 minutes. 13 off 4. Bohemians haven't lost a wicket in this chase. All went south from the second over onwards, really, for Prague CC. Oh, well, gets a piece of this. Slice inside out. He wants 2 here. Probably gets 2. He goes straight away. That's good hustle from Bohemians. Love to see it. They know they're having to fight. They're going to have to scrap in this tournament. Every point matters. They want finals, but they at least want to get out of last place and keep their spot in this competition. 11 off 3 for all the points for Bohemians. Oh, excellent bowling. Excellent bowling. It was the slipperier one, and he's been saving it up. Talked about that effort ball. To be honest, no, it wasn't anywhere near the line of that one. Now, Noor wants it. He's going to get a bonus here. Well, to be honest, they still should survive PCC because 11 off 2 makes that 7 off 1. So there's no time the bonus point. You either get it or you don't. So they need 7 off this ball. And, well, this will be the end of the 7th over. They will get 2, but in the end, PCC, they will get their point. Oh, Noor has wiped himself out. I hope he's all right. Maybe his bat jackknifed there. Yeah, just when you think this game couldn't get any stranger. It's strange. If we don't have that on replay, we don't have a great angle at it. But, yeah, a bit of a nasty fall there. Anyway, 117 without loss after 7, just 5 runs required, half an hour away from the last game of the day. Random questions are on the table. Maybe a food chat. All right, so we're going to get Roy having a bowl now that they've got out of the 7th over jam. Let's see how long he can force this over. Well, thanks to the fielders, he'll get another one. So, and I don't think they ran then. Sorry, they did get 1. Now, this is put down, I think, at cover. Roy would love a wicket. Roy's been around Czech cricket for a long time. Very popular player. various roles behind the scenes. Grab a wicket here. I like this bowling. Genuine leg spinner there. Kind of hurried on. More of a top spinner than anything. Definitely hit him outside the line, though. This game's now going to die a slow death. But the real game within the game was that bonus point equation. And Grover can finish it right here, and he will. So a boundary to finish things off. And Bohemians snap a 4-game losing streak to get over the 4-time champions in this rematch of the 2024 decider. It's Bohemians that get their revenge. Once again, we see a mini-series split between two teams. Bohemians obviously lost to Prague CC in match 10. And they get their revenge here in match number 21. Again, just shows you how even this competition is. After the first over, you felt Prague CC were well positioned to defend this, but then it just completely fell away. Gune went for 22 in the second, Maduranga for 23 in the third, and from then it was plain sailing. Grover got in his groove. Kande, after a bit of a slow start, came to the party as well. And Bohemians do it wicketless. 1, 2, 3 for none. Winning match 21 with 14 balls to spare. Kande finishing 33 not out, and Grover 70 not out. Not too many bright spots for PCC. Probably Udagala at the end. You can argue that he was the best of the bowlers. That's concerning, seeing he only bowled 4 balls. But yeah, tough one for PCC, who can't find that breakthrough. They couldn't find quite enough runs. I think it was all about the first innings. The fact that they were able to restrict. You look at someone like Farhad. He might be my player of the match, actually, for his 2 overs early on. 2 wickets to Bist. I think his wicket of Davitsi was a big turning point in the game as well. But congratulations to Bohemians. They'll be hoping to keep their run running into the last game against Vinarati. Again, that's a huge game between two teams that may be trying to keep the Wolves away from the door and stay out of last place. Finished down to here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break. Back in 30 minutes for the last game of day 6 live on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
Match 22, the last game of the day here on day 6. Vinarati once again are going to take on Bohemians. Vinarati with the call. Heads is the call. It is heads. What would you like to do? Vinarati winning the toss once again. He's been lucky with the tosses once again. He will have a bat.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and it's the last game of day 6 and a pretty big one between two teams that have had a bit of a trying series. Having said that, they both had success at times. Vinarati had a win at the start of the day against Bohemians. Now we'll get the rematch. Since then, we saw Vinarati lose to PCC. We saw Bohemians win against PCC. So really, if you account for matches played, I think that these two are about level pegging. Remember, only the top 4 teams out of the 6 make the finals on Sunday. The other thing is that whoever is 6, they're going to go down. So this game could have a big bearing on who that team might be. Vinarati winning 3 tosses out of 3 today and electing to bat. If you no less than 28 players in the series, something we looked up in the break. They bring in Benjamin Harries for Jan Hevel Sr. and new player to the ECS, Matthew Lavelle, coming in. He is a North American player that has moved to Prague, lives here now and has taken up cricket, and he's very enthusiastic. Matt's more of a bowler than a batter, and I'd be interested to see if he gets an over or 2 here. It wouldn't surprise me if he did. He's still working on his game, but it's nice to see him in the series for the first time. It's Sid Gowd, who was unavailable for this last game of the day. And this is the last match for Vinarati in the series. It's the first match to complete, the first team to complete 10 matches. Muiz faces up. He's out there with Praveen Sharma. It's Mukhtar with the ball. Muiz blasts the first one straight to the fielder, goes down. And a bit of a lucky break from Muiz first up. Previous winners there, you can see last year Vinarati won the Challenger. And that's how they got promoted to this Premier Division. Last 2 years, it's been the Tigers that have won the Premier. Before that was Bohemian. Spartans at the top of that list now as well, of course, as winners of the event last week. Challenger Division, expect them to go up. That is up in the air, and Sharma waits for it to come down, and it comes down in the hands of the fielder. So Bohemians, they needed an early one, they get one. Yeah, Sharma, funnily enough, and it's Golden Duck, you won't be thrilled with it, but doesn't waste any time. That was a real skew, wasn't it? And Chagi did well to take the catch, because that was not easy on a day like today. Very high in the air, swirly conditions, as he'll have to go for a Golden Duck. It's 1 for 1. Here's Adnan coming in at number 3. It's been looked in good touch today. 49 runs across the 2 previous matches. Bohemians finally snapped a 4-match losing streak in that last game against PCC, where they went pretty close to taking all 4 points. Ended up chasing the 122 target in 7.4 overs. But these two teams, like I said, both realise this is a critical game. Bohemians have only used 15 players in the series as comparison with Vinarati's 28. So all teams having to deal with availability issues. Well, a bit of Bootsville there on the late cut, but boundary is saved. Muiz goes after this leg side. It's away from the fielder. Cuatro carreras. Just the 2 outfielders out, of course, in the 3-over power play. First boundary of the innings. Into the wind there. He's quite strong in that area, Muiz. Sometimes maybe gets a bit carried away. Not the only one, though, is he? Trying to hit leg side. Oh, wow. Kneecap job from Mukhtar. He gets a hand to it. Lucky he did, even though it's not going to stick. This was belted. Whoa. A little bit higher. Might be playing in a different league next season. Nice ball, the over coming up. Adnan on the dab again, but finds the fielder. They will scramble through for a single. Good backing up there. Make sure it stays at 1. So pretty tight first over from Mukhtar. Does pick up a wicket. Vinarati 7 for 1 after 1. Hello to Paolo Campini. Nice to see you with us. Shout out in the chat if you are with us. Hello to Tavleen. Hello to Thomas. To Chris as well. David Owner's in there. Good to see you, David. Hopefully you're well. Vinarati winning the toss 3 times today, and every time they've wanted to bat. That's their game plan. Get the runs on the board. And then defend with what's a pretty good attack. Good to see that Honza Hevel is still in the side. He took that nasty one, just top of the nose or just above, kind of between the eyebrows, really. But it wasn't too bad. I had a look at it. Swelling wasn't too bad just before the game. So hopefully he's able to bowl. They can use him. Anyway, this is Farhad. He's been good today, but this isn't his best effort first up. A little bit short. Adnan turns on it, gets 4 behind square. Nice choice of shot there, and that is the fastest part of the ground, really. It's also got a bit of a slope. I know that we were talking a little bit about what's going on at the Vinod Cricket Ground, and they are building a third ground at the moment, and might even have some live shots for you maybe at the end of the over of what's happening with that. They've always built a square. They're working hard on that every day. There's various layers of the pitch. I think they want to build more than just a pitch. They want to build basically 4 or 5 pitches wide so they can do more trainings and maybe have some nets there, which I think is a really great development. In the Goldilocks zone here. Well, that one is going to race to the boundary, Muiz. Trying to catch fire in this power play. It's been a little bit pedestrian so far. This one pitches outside leg stump. Farhad, I think, wanted this to go across the left-hander, but it never really went with the wind. Muiz cashes in 4 carreras más. That's some love for Udugala bowling in the last game. Yeah, Roy, it was pretty impressive. Last over of the game with his leg spin. Oh, this one's hit back. And it's going to beat the fielder. It's going to beat the bowler. Jumped out of the way there. Probably a sensible choice from Farhad. 4 more. A shot. Yeah, I think he's still trying to hit that pretty straight. Just gives you more chances. Once you beat the bowler, the mid-on was pretty wide. This ball does travel so fast across the surface, and this is probably the fastest it'll be today. Muiz gets tempted into this one, tries to go aerial, and he's gone. Nicely taken out there. Hatsali Waka prowling around the boundary. It's Farhad's change of speed. He does it well, doesn't he? And even with the assistance of the wind, that one wasn't hit well enough to get over the rope. It's the second wicket down. Farhad fights back after going for 3 boundaries. Muiz just off the toe of the bat, really. Ali Waka took a well-judged catch. It's the second wicket to fall. In the second over, it's 21 for 2. Hit Joe Cope, who's made number 4 his own of his series. Hasn't always been plain sailing. Actually retired himself out before. Found himself in a bit of a rut. But I quite like him getting it out there in the first half of the innings. He's got over 8 overs to play with here. List of upcoming events there, including events in Scotland, in Poland, in Switzerland, in Bulgaria, back here in Czechia, and then I think back to Poland, and then Switzerland again, and then England and Estonia, and yeah, a lot of events. Back to Switzerland, and back to the European Cricket Festivals. I wonder if I missed any out there. Just top of my head. You get to know the schedule really well when you're going through it in detail like I have to. Oh, Belgium, of course, Belgium through the second half of August. End of the second over, 22 for 2. This is a look at the ground behind where the cabin is. So if you were to hit the ball really straight over everything, then it would land there. And they're in the process of developing that field now. It's not a full-size field, but it will be able to support junior cricket and women's cricket. And that's where they're at with the pitch. So eventually, all the layers will be there. They'll put the carpet over the top. And how many pitches wide is that? It's probably 4 pitches wide, I'd say. I mean, potentially, if you had a net structure, then you could run games, but you could also run nets there, which I think would be sensational development. I know that Chris Pearce from the academy has been really, really busy with the contractors making that happen. Cope is early on this and almost hits a return catch back to Ravindra Biss to delivered a bit of a genie ball to get Davitsi earlier. Got the same win to play with here. But yeah, great work there from everyone at Czech Cricket. The fact that we'll have 3 cricket grounds in the facility, it's pretty rare that you get that. Cope swing straight through this. Geez, that's closer than it should have been. Put it that way. I actually thought it might have just been in the air when that ball hit the stumps, but we don't really get a great view at it here. Thomas asking about the slope here. Well, yeah, typically this field slopes towards the back. So it sleeps. So it's downhill from where the bowler is bowling to the sight screen behind the batter. Cope swings it, but gets a wide. Maybe a bit of a harsh call on Bist, but you get the opportunity to re-bowl it. And what do you think about that? Thomas thinks, is ECN HQ going to move to Prague with this 3rd ground? Well, there'd be worse places to have HQ. Well, Prague's a bit of a commercial hub, actually. Developed through the 90s. Cope finally gets bat on ball, and he's going to like the result, 4 runs. Again, quite blowy conditions at the moment. So, yeah, we're just still working on getting the cameras pointed where they need to be. Go. Looking good now. Sahil Grover's broken into the top batters with 264 runs. He rediscovered his mojo in that chase against Prague CC. Uyan's broken in. In fact, more than broken in. He's 90 clear. Of course, the Premier Division, the teams play 2 more matches than the Challenger. Cope hits on the up. Picks out the fielder. He's frustrated at the moment, isn't he, Joe? 5 or 5 with the 1 boundary. Not a bad shot, just couldn't find the gap. A few people calling that moment from Joe Cope any Johnny Bairstow incident. I think that was just a bit of laziness if he didn't get back there. Just did wide and no movement there for Bist this time. It is random question time, last game of the day, so feel free to jump in. ECN European Cricket Network. Always love your input. Any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo? Well, gee, I think we'll be in the seat tomorrow, and then myself and Danny on Saturday, and then Sunday, myself and Phil. Cope turns this away to the leg side. That's an uncanny knack for finding fielders at the moment. This time, at least, he will get a single. Yeah. Joe's a genuine all-rounder at this level, though. 28 players used by Inarati in the series. Quite a crazy number. But you can understand that with the series being a weekday series. And Vinarati, more than most teams, have had to shoulder the weekday schedule. She swings into the wind. And, geez, that was so close to hitting the helmet. We'll have to see this again. Must have just missed. I'll come back for 2 buys. Very close to the helmet, but it mustn't have hit the helmet because it didn't really deviate. Let's have a look. Yeah, just to the left. And to be fair, the helmet's a bit further left than it should have been. Anyway, it's the end of the over, end of the power play. And a reminder that we have cricket coming to you from Scotland on Sunday. We've got Netherlands taking on Bangladesh. And right now, Netherlands taking on Scotland. I've been keeping one eye on that game as well. Right now, Scotland made a bright start, chasing 142 for victory, 33 without loss in the 5th. You can join Mel Farrell for that. And if you want to hear Mel, you can hear her right now. She's broadcasting the Scotland versus Netherlands game. So, yeah, happy to have her making a guest appearance on the network. (31 for 2) then after 3. Ali Waka held a good catch. Now he's going to grab the ball. Field goes back. And Joe goes wallop. And he wants the gap. He's going to get it. 4 runs. Ali Waka coming around the wicket. Joe has had an interesting time with the bat. He seemed to have had plenty of time out there. He's very capable of hitting through the offside with technique, but he feels that his boundary shots are those leg side swats. He's tending in that direction. This is what I mean. Hits that nicely. In fact, he will get a boundary this time. Now, that's definitely 4. Fielder probably wasn't watching and didn't see the ball hit the rope, but that's what I mean. You hit the ball hard, you hit it correctly, you ask the question. We've seen a lot of these getting through. That's Chargi. Expect him to go hands first with that, not the foot. National player. Now this is one that Joe can go leg side. He's frustrated after that. Came off the inside part of the bat. But with Joe, he's trying not to go fetch from outside off stump too much. Be selectively fetching. But that one was actually there to hit leg side, and he's annoyed that he doesn't get it. You can see that on his face. Plays his poker with the cards face up on the table, does Joe Cope. Top bowlers, Riaz Ahmed's on there. Riaz Ahmed on there from Spartans. Brent Kumar from Barbarians. Both these players took hat-tricks in Challenger Series. No one from the Premier Series has broken through as yet. Adnan leans on that. He wants to. It's a tight one, but he gets there. Excellent hustle. And the thing with Bohemians, you might not need that many to beat them. Been caught short a bit with the bat in this series. An exception in the last game. They were able to chase 120s versus Prague CC without losing a wicket. This one in towards the body of Adnan, but does well freeze the arms. He helps it round the corner, down the hill. That's 4. Nice little shuffle footwork here from Adnan. And if you can get the ball in that direction, it runs away really quickly on this ground. Keep the comments coming. Keep an eye on it. Paolo saying Toblerone country, Switzerland. That's a famous chocolate. Dangerous chocolate, really. Great Yorker. Not a ball we've seen much of today, but Adnan had to take his medicine and just keep that one out. Still, the over goes for 15. And 46 for 2 after 4. Hello to you, Thomas. Buenas tardes. Hopefully you're well. Getting some questions about Rico. Rico is off at the moment, but he'll be back on in a week's time in Poland, in Warsaw. So, yeah. Questions about who's on which series. If you're talking about Scotland this weekend, it's Mel Farrell who is on at the moment. Melinda Farrell, look her up if you're not familiar with her work. She does great work. Does a lot of cricket commentary around the world. She's there for the other game, so it just made sense, I think, rather than to try and get one of us there. We've got other series going to be before and after and even during. So Mel is going to cover those two games for us. Joe Cope races up, gets this into the hole, and gets 450 up for Vinarati. Joe's had a couple of overs to play himself in. Not that he's trying to play himself in, but won't feel under too much pressure. 19 off 10 is a decent clip. He's got another gear he can go to. All right, but now this might be trouble. It's up in the air, but with the wind, it's an awkward one, and it goes down. Lucky for JC, Chargi should have had him. Always knew this was going to be an awkward one. You got the sun, you got the wind to deal with. All safely lands in the turf. Yeah, Thomas asking about the upcoming ECS tournaments. I'll run you through it in a minute. So we've got Mel doing the two Scottish T20Is that involve Netherlands and Bangladesh. You've got Rico doing the next two European cricket series that are both Thursday to Sunday jobs. Some shot from Adnan, but only a single, unless he wants to push. He does want to push. It's excellent running there. Very quick between the sticks as Adnan made up his mind that there was two there. And the thing is, Joe also runs pretty well. You know, he's looking for it. Listens to the call. There's good eye contact between the batters. Yeah, so after this series finishes on Sunday, the next two European cricket series are 4-dayers, Thursday to Sunday. Oh, close as well, actually. What a wide. It's, and it almost gets stumped for the keeper back, which is improbable and probably unforgivable if you get out that way. So they're the next two series. Poland and then Engadine, Switzerland. Engadine is near St. Moritz, which is basically where the meeting first happened that birthed ECN in the modern era back in 2018. A lot of people saying it's almost like a homecoming series. That Engadine series is going to be really interesting as well. That could be 4, you know. It's a really good bit of batting from Adnan. It's low risk, it's high return. Getting into the wind, but still this outfield is rapid. And once again, fielder not able to get down to it. Farhad offers the foot, but couldn't quite get there. So that Engadine series is a bit unusual in that it has clubs travelling from other countries to be there. It was an invitational. So yeah, just repeating, after this Sunday, we have no cricket Monday to Wednesday in the European Cricket Series, but then we have Thursday to Sunday in Poland. First time we're in Poland, super excited. 10 teams there, by the way, to squeeze into 4 days. And then the following Thursday to Friday, we have a 6-team series in Engadine in Switzerland. You've got Anchor Sports as well as Marcor London from England, obviously. Lisbon Capitals from Portugal. Cope goes to the skies, could be in trouble, but gets away with it. Kande had to matrix himself, bend himself back over the rope, couldn't do it. So Cope, with a 51-metre job, will get 6. Maximo. Big Red goes large, and it takes us to the end of the over at 66 for 2. Chance for me to welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder, here, Mr. Maximo. We've had a great commentary team here. We've had, obviously, Shoban helping out. We've had Danny helping out. We've had Phil G doing a mountain of work. And even Charles, the Sheriff Croucher, jumped on yesterday. Even Kranthi, who's playing for Bohemians, and might even get a bowl at some point, was doing a great job for us, telling a little bit about his role managing the Czech national team. And he was on last Sunday. Also behind the scenes with Roshan, with Ravi in the camera spot, with Mars and Paolo working really hard as part of the Mini Blue crew. Thanks to everyone at Czech Cricket and all the officials as well for making this run so smoothly. Right now, this is pretty smooth from Adnan. Maximo with the win. Kakaria comes on. and leaves just as quickly. Also, I want to give a big shout out to all the players who've given up their time. Of course, it is an amateur sport, but you can just tell the players love having the ECS in town. Only 1 or 2 weeks a year that you'd have an ECS if you're offered the opportunity. And this is the 7th year and we've had ECN cricket in the country. Really, really exciting, even with all the changes over the last year. Czech Cricket have been wonderful partners and have stepped up and said, yeah, look, yeah, we still want to host a European Cricket Series. All right, so getting a bit of a move on now. 4-1-6-6 in the last 4. Better location from Kakaria. Joe's got a hustle here. He will. As Sahil Grove almost has his head taken off. Sahil, bit of ECN trivia for you. He's still the only player to ever bat in a neck brace after getting hit by Riaz Afridi. I think it was 2 years ago. Playing for Bohemians versus Brno. He then came out and opened the batting in a helmet and full neck brace. Cope goes to the offside. Does he get away from the fielder? Not quite. Only Waka loves that part of the ground. Keeps it to 1. Hello to Vishal Kumar Yadav. How are you, Mr. Maximo? I'm well. Nice to have you with us. Where are you watching from, Vishal? Let us know in the chat. I've seen too many wides down the leg side from Bohemians in this innings. You can imagine with the wind, you might get pushed down there. And also, we've been pretty lucky to have 2 commentators most days here. Obviously, only really count for 1 ordinarily this year in the ECS. Foot fielding. Other foot fielding, 4. Well, I know it's not easy to throw yourself on the ground, especially when this ground is hard as a rock at the moment, but never looks good, does it? When you don't make an effort to get the hand to the ball. Minos have crept up to almost back to level pegging. Adnan to 31 of 14 balls. Backs away, takes us off the stumps. I know maybe people aren't listening with the sound up. Well, Cope once again goes to the clouds. Going. He hit this one a lot better. Yeah. Woken up the BFG. Twinkle toes Cope down the pitch and he liked that one. A little bit of swagger about the old dog that time. The kick of the miss hit. Finally gets one out of the screws. Moves into the 30s. Six overs down, 86 for 2. A little bit surprised that the supercomputer still favouring Bohemians, given that they've had issues with the bat. Right now, they're facing a 140s chase. Having said that, in the last game, they were fine. They chased 120, but I think also PCC got it horribly wrong. Robot's popped into the chat. Hello, Robot. So that information about who will be commentating next few series. Oh, it's actually quite well bowled by Beast. Excellent fielding. Hey, funny when you don't offer the shoelace what you can stop. Joe Cope gets the strike back. There we go, Vinorati. They have crept ahead. Back-to-back magical overs. Nice looking drive. Again, tests the fielder, but Waka doesn't miss too many down there. Keeps it to 1. Pritam Singh warning against the dangers of foot fielding as well. I have to say I agree with you, but you also got to realise a lot of these players grow up not really getting used to diving, depending on where they played their cricket. One didn't get up that much, and Adnan not able to execute the pull, went under the bat in the end. I'm a little bit surprised just with the I mean, now Vinarati in front, but just looking at Bohemians batting, it has been a bit of a trial for them, averaging 118 with the bat. Looking at 130s if it stays at this pace. This one gets down again, and Joe Cope's very good at backing up and sneaking those extra runs. Steal the strike back. So, Bohemians last game, like I said, 123 and 7.4, by far their best batting performance. There's a lot of scores, kind of 100 to 115. Joe Cope wants to go leg side this time. It will be put down. They didn't really run the first one hard. They were too busy sticky beaking it. The ball was going to be caught or not. Getting into the wind here. Saw he picked him out, but it was an awkward one for Chargi coming in. Kind of knee height and dropping quickly. Another lucky moment for Joe Cope. This one doesn't go too far from the pitch. That'll be the end of the over. Adnan retains the strike and the score 91 for 2 after 7. Big 3 overs coming up to see how high Vinarati can climb. Question from Sammy in the chat. Is this the last match of the day? Yes, it is. 4 matches today. Well, every day except for the last 2 have been 4 match days because we had, with the fixtures, we need to get 30 matches in the group stage. So in 8 days, we have 2 shorter days of 3 games. They are over. So we're doing the late afternoon run today. 4 p.m. local time, 91 for 2. 13 and over pace. Farhad's coming back. Watch out for his change of pace. Did take a wicket when he bowled the second over. Here's the 8th. Starts with a slow ball. Adnan sweats on it and smacks it. Very good piece of batting. He got the variation first up. You can just notice he held his shot back a fraction and was able to snap through the ball. Farhad, head went down straight away. Maximal. 50-50 game right now. You love to see it. 2 teams that potentially could be on the chopping block. Vinarati, this is their last game. They have a nervous wait tomorrow and Saturday to see if they will be a part of the final series. Right now, given they've played a couple of extra games, they are in 4th place. Would actually finish the day in 2nd if they were to win here. Farhad. Pitches up, not a bad location. Adnan pushes out to cover. They've run out of, they're not too worried about running out of wickets now. Run out of fear, I suppose, of getting out, these 2. Still batting to come. Maybe they'd send in next. Maybe Bilal. Hope that he can get a few out of the middle if they were to lose a wicket. Faizan. Another change of pace. This time, Cope able to middle it. Despite the ball hitting the stumps, they won't be able to get an extra run. So, Vinarati being held a little bit quiet at the moment. Had the 1-6 there, but you can see the ball's around at only singles. Ticker's been a nice addition, hasn't it, to ECN cricket. I think maybe we can work on getting it a little bit longer than 6 balls. Something we can work on. Good area from Farhad. All right, wants 2, but he's going to get sent back. Joe Cope pulled rank there, saw the throw come in, saw it was a good throw and said, no, not worth it. Don't have to get too suicidal too quickly. 2.5 overs to go, really. 100's up, though, for Vinarati. Vinarati, by the way, used to be the Royal Vineyard. Many languages, that V-I-N denotes wine. The V and the W have an interesting history of being interchangeable in different languages. Not many words translate from English to Czech and some of these more Slavic-based languages. But yeah, the vin or vin, in French, vino in Spanish. Carlos, with me, how do you say wine in Portuguese? Vino, vino, vino. No matter how you say it, it's been around a long time. Last ball, the 8th. Hanging, breaking ball from Farhad, and time to round the bases. Maximo! And under 48. Farhad, good idea, not quite the execution. Hangs up there, doesn't it? It's pretty close to no ball. Probably fractionally below the waist, arguably. And it will be the end of the over. Bookended with 6s with a picket fence in the middle. 107 for 2 after 8. That over goes for 16. Farhad doesn't end the day he would have liked, the way he would have liked after bowling really tightly in the first couple of matches today. Finishes 1 for 30. I don't think Vinarati will bowl as badly as PCC did that last game on the whole. But Bohemians, I'll be hoping that they can have a similar sort of run. Right now, looks like they're chasing 130s. 2 overs can change all that. Ali Waka to come back on. Cope 37 off 18. Still looking a bit frustrated. He's not hitting as many sweetly as he would have liked. Here we go with the 9th. He's going to short arm jab this down the ground. That's going to be 4. Identified a gap there because the long on was a little bit wider. It's actually a very good piece of batting. A flat bat smack from Joe Cope. Pankaj is missing seeing me with Rico. I know. But I am hopeful of spending a couple of days with Rico at the end of July in Hornchurch. Because we only really account for one commentator. We've got to be a bit creative to do that. But we're hoping we can make that happen. And also potentially allowing things like the Spanish Championship weekend, which might finish the season at the end of October, as another chance for us to get together. But thank you, Pankaj. Appreciate you saying that. So we're lucky to have really 8 names I can think of that are very at home on the ECN microphone. Pretty well bowled by Waka. Hadn't has to take his medicine. Moved to 49. Big over and a half coming up, isn't it? If you can keep them boundaryless, maybe you can keep it to a 120s chase. But even so, it's possible with a big finish. Vinarati could even climb into the 140s here. Most likely it's probably 130s, I'd say. Not a great ball. And Cope will help it round the corner. Easy pickings for Big Red. Waka trying to use that angle, but it's just a fraction too close to their hip. And I know that Pankaj is missing Rico. Well, he would have said Joe Cope gives it the old swivel. Ow. Sure if he's a great dancer, Joe Cope. But he's been on the other end of a few good dances in his time. Get the lead back, but only just. Vinarati, 52%. Couple to come in the 9th. And swings to leg. Fielder handles it. Race to 50 between these two. Looking to squeeze every run out of this innings. Last ball of the 9th. What can Adnan do here? Well, probably bring up his 50. I think there was some bat in this, although he might have caught his partner short, and he's gone. Joe Cope run out off the last ball of the 9th over, so it won't be 50 for Adnan. It's 49.9. Chops it onto his body. Cope, to be fair, it was his call, but the ball never really got far away enough from the stumps, and Grover did well to jump on it and then throw himself back onto the stump. So a bit unlucky for Joe Cope. Deserved a 50 there, really. But an important knock to get them to, well, I won't say safety, but I will say to respectability. Score 118 for 3 as Naveen Kumar will get the nod at number 5. Yeah, a bit unlucky for Cope there. Just decided, okay, I'm gonna run flat stick. I'm not going to hesitate. But if he had more time to think about it, he probably would realise there wasn't a run there. Credit to him, he ran it out and hoped for the best. Anybody got a golden ball tingle? Good point. Well, what if I told you it's 195 matches without a golden ball? True story. Right, that was the over. So Adnan will take a strike. Mukhtar comes back, and this will still not be 50 for Adnan. Bowling by Mukhtar right up in the block hole. Yeah, getting up there, isn't it? We haven't had a golden ball in season 2026. We're still waiting. Adnan down the ground, doesn't really get it, and he's gone. So he never makes the 50 in the end. Two set batters out in the high 40s, and a good finish this from Bohemians. Now it does look like they'll keep it to a 120s chase. Stepped away, opened up that front shoulder. It's a good catch, wasn't it, from Noor, who anticipated it. Really wasn't travelling too far. Not a bad play to come out in this situation. Bilal Ahmed, who generally likes pace on the ball. Yeah, 195 matches confirmed without a golden ball. The last golden ball was in Croatia. Golden ball 82 on the 13th of August, 2025. Zagreb Assassins held off the Rijeka Marcors. All right, Bilal wants to go large. Goes the charge. It actually hits it pretty well, gets 4 runs. Well, checked his shot there. Realised he'd kind of been beaten for pace, so he just laid a bat on it and let the pace of the ball do the work. It was a quicker one from Mukhtar, slightly overpitched. Bilal gets Vinorati CC into the 120s now. Hello to SkyQuest. Good to see you watching from the United States of America. In fact, you're represented in this game. Matthew Lavelle from the USA comes in for his ECS debut for Vinorati from Ohio. Bilal wants it again, but this is off the toe. Going, and creeping inside the boundary. Well, misjudged. It'll be 4 runs. That really should have been caught, or at least kept in the field of play. I think the classic case field ran under the ball, carried a little bit further than he realised, and there you go. It was actually off the hands. Goes to ground. Another handy boundary. Now, this one will go down the hill. Sahil's after it. You might run 4 here. Now you get 2. You've got to come for 3. Maybe not. Bilal's got the hot hand, so he's, I think Naveen's saying, all right, you go. You've come good, couple of boundaries and a 2. Still a little bit surprised that, given that the computer thinks it'll be a 130 chase, Bohemians are ahead, given their performance across the whole series. 128. Any score will set a 130s chase for Bohemians. Makes good contact. Got to run hard here. There's the one clean pickup. And nice bit of fielding. So it'll be a diamond duck for Naveen. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. He ran hard for his team, but he walks off with a big fat 0. He'll strap the gloves and the pads on and be behind the stumps for Vinorati momentarily. Vinorati will finish 129 for 5 off their 10 overs. And setting exactly 130 for Bohemian. So, yeah, who are you favouring here? I think it's a handful over par, but only a handful. Against a team that's been out of form. But I think Vinorati, if they bowl and field and execute their plans, I think they are ahead, despite what the supercomputer thinks. But Bohemians, they scored 123 without loss today. The move to bring Kande to the top paid off. They'll probably go with that again. Grover found a rich vein of form, but also I don't think they bowled very well to him, PCC. In that innings, it was all about Adnan and Joe Cope, both falling just short of a half century. But I thought they batted very well. Their partnership was critical in the health of this innings. Bowling-wise, it was a bit of a mixed bag, wasn't it? But Bohemians, they generally know what you're going to get from their point of view. Mukhtar thought bowled really well at each end of the innings, 2 for 19, the best, I thought. The other wicket went to Abul Fahad, probably not quite the results he had earlier. Also, shout out Ravindra Biss, 2 overs, none for 11. Very tight, keeping it to a 130 chase. We'll take a break. Vinny Santahumas to Maximo back in 10 minutes to see who will win this crucial battle between two teams that might be on the chopping block. 130 the target for Bohemians. When we return to finish off the day, match 22 will resume very shortly. Live from Prague, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. We'll get ready, get set for this last innings of the day. Really looking forward to this one as well. We'll see Bohemians coming out to chase 130 for victory. Anyone's game here, really. Supercomputer favoured Bohemians. And a few of the viewers thinking maybe it's just tilted towards Vinarati, a sign that it's a good contest. And actually, looking at this, Supercomputer, not sure if that's flipped over yet. Just keep an eye on that. I still think it thinks Bohemians are 55% favourite. Sometimes it takes the first ball to flip the teams. But Joe Cope's going to bowl. He's back in the first over slot today. Had a big workload. Big Joe. And, when Laga's been in the team, he's often bowled in the second half of the innings. But he's done a good job with new ball today. It's Kande and Grover, predictably, who put on 123 to win that previous game against PCC. I'll open again here. Ready, set, go. Here's Joe. Beats the mat first up. No real movement there. Holds its line and beats the outside edge of Kande. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Mentioned this a couple of times today, but got a live call tonight. So if anyone's interested in joining that, I might put the link in the chat. Enjoy those weekly updates and give you the latest. Beautifully hit through the offside by Kande, but Vinarati have a funny knack of having their outfielders in the right spots. That's Matt Lavelle out there. I don't know if you can focus on him. Right in the left of the field, Matt Lavelle playing his first ever game in the European Cricket Series from Ohio, USA. There he is. I know SkyQuest is watching from California. Pretty close. Oh, geez. That's a full toss. It's pretty borderline. All right. Some of these are being let go in this series, I've noticed. I suppose we don't have the technology to pull them back. But I suppose then this would become a very tough chance. In fact, it hit Joe's hand and deflected onto the umpire's foot. It's probably saved 3 runs. Not so sure that Sharma was going to stop that. And, well, knocked his shoe off. Umpire's been brilliant in this series, though, got to say. Kande, boundary list so far. So, yeah, a few updates. There's Matt Lavelle there. Matt, I'd love to see him get a bowl at some point as well. He's actually a pretty handy bowler. Didn't get a hit in the first innings. Wasn't required. Right now, Grover picks up where he left off in that previous game. Trademark slap to the leg side to pick up the first boundary of the chase. Recent winners of ECN events. Alphaz won the Woodson's Cup, which was a great tournament of charity back in April. Marlow won the Premier Division in Portugal. ECS, CC with their first ECS trophy, winning the Challenger and, of course, promotion. Costa del Sol, club very well. They won the ECS in Granada. Our first trip to Granada, I was there. It was a brilliant place. Great place to go for a tour, by the way. Reyes de Arganda in Madrid and then going right back to KSV Kings winning Kiel. I was on that tournament. It was the last cricket I would do in 2025. Not that I knew it at the time. Well, that's got to be a no ball. Or maybe not. Same ball. So I guess if one wasn't, the other wasn't. There's Matt. He's been busy early. Great work from him. I've been playing cricket about 18 months. I've been fortunate enough to have a few American cricketers in the European Cricket Series we've called. I've actually called the USA team as well. Yeah, but Matt loves his cricket. That'll be the end of the over. 8 without loss and a decent start for Vinarati. I was fortunate enough to call USA and Canada. Matt's almost Canadian, isn't he? He's pretty far north. All right, this is great to see. There's Honza Hevel back after that blow to the head off his own bowling, stopped his previous game. First one dragged to the leg side, and Grover cashes in. Just had enough length to work with there. It's a good test for Hevel bowling at some of these premier players. I mean, Sahil Grover's been in the national team over the last few years, even captain Czechia on occasions. You've got to pitch up to him. And he's got the very experienced head of Venki Margashayam to call on young Honza. He's 16 years of age. You don't want to throw around words like prodigy or, you don't want to put too much pressure on the kid because you want him to play for a long time. You want him to be able to ease his way into senior cricket. But this is a really good test of his skills against some of the premier players in the country. But yeah, you've got to pitch up and I suppose invite Sahil to try and hit through the offside because most of the time he won't. Can, but just won't. Oh, it's gone. Well, I thought for a second it might have just come too much left to right and missed the stumps, but it's flicked the timber. And not for the first time today, Honza Hevel has broken through for Vinarati and he gets the big wicket of the Bohemian skipper. And another great moment for the Czech teenager. What a great story he is. Have a look at this. Really comes with a win. Just keeps on going. And when I saw that ball going down to the boundary, I thought, geez, that's unlucky because that's beaten everyone. But it didn't beat the leg stump. Honza Hevel, remember the name. He strikes a very, very good early blow and been trusted with his second over. I like him with the new ball. Look at how he can make it swing, makes it talk. And he has quite a nice in-swing action as well. And Venki, whatever he said, it worked. But really getting it to go with the breeze. I'd love for someone in our social media team to cut the 2 dismissals today, the 2 wickets for Jan Hevel, because they've both been peaches, the 2 bold dismissals. Here comes Mukhtar, didn't get a hit. Lost his opening spot after being a bit out of nick earlier. Oh, another big in-swinger, but this time Mukhtar's ready for it and he puts it away. Cuatro carreras. Got to break through the top order here. Yeah, not a bad ball. Probably hitting middle and leg. He comes again. Fraction short. She's got to get that one out of the system, though. Get away with this. It's only a single. Pitch that ball up, give it a chance to move. It's a nice moment for Honza as well when he was playing with his father in the previous game. A few father-son combinations in ECS cricket. Once again, this is swinging, but it's going to be hit to the leg side. In fact, it's taken out there well. I thought off the bat, with the wind, that would fly, but it's another wicket, and Kande's gone now. So, young Honza's got 2 of the top 3 Bohemians, and it's 17 for 2. And it's funny, I think in that first game, Venki might have been second-guessing whether he wanted to put this kind of pressure on Honza, but I actually think he's genuinely in their top 5 bowlers now. In fact, I have no doubt. He's bothered some very good players in the series. So, second wicket now, it's going to be Kranthi that comes to the crease, facing a fired-up young Honza Hevel. Nice catch out there as well. Yeah, just I suppose the wind helped blow that to the fielder, funnily enough. There's Muiz out there that takes the catch, but yeah, didn't have to move, did he? All right. Bring him on from both ends. Here's Kranthi, national manager, is going to pull rank. In fact, he's gone. First ball. Well, that's one way to get noticed. The Czech native teenager has 3 in the over, including the national team manager. Venkateswamy went to pull. Once again, you thought with the wind it's going to fly, but it's a carbon copy of the dismissal. Caught Muiz, bowled Hivel. He took 3 for 9 in the second. You can bet your bottom dollar he'll be coming back on in the fourth. And Bohemians have lost 3. Again, pulled it, but just not out of the middle, and well judged. Straight down his throat. Bohemians 17 for 3. Drama with a capital D. Hello to Jana Kodlova as well. And yeah, great to see the chat getting right behind young Honza. That was the one that got Grover. Came back a country mile, flicked the leg stump. Here's the second one, fraction short. I told him to stop bowling short. That's probably why I'm not a coach, because the short ball brought 2 wickets. Whether by luck or design, again, it's halfway down. Kranthi goes, yep, I'll have some of that. But guess what, Muiz? Goalkeeper style. Keeping everything out and keeping everything on the field. Muiz will now grab the 3rd over, but I think you've got to bring the kid on in the 4th. He's on a hat-trick, by the way. Don't forget that. But we'll have to wait. Geez, that'd be a story and a half, wouldn't it? Muiz, last over the power play. Pitches up. I like this length. Mukhtar, a little bit shell-shocked. Watching that unfold from the other end. Gets a single. Bohemians have dived to 15%, all on the back of that 3-wicket over, triple strike for Honza. His given name's Jan, if you're unfamiliar. Jan's a very common name. Typically, Jans are called Honzas here in Czechia. Full toss this time. They still get through the field. Mahmood gets off the mark. Gets a delicious full toss first up, knee high, and strokes it through the covers. Once he saw it was in the gap, he knew that he wasn't going to have to run. Few people wanting a golden ball. Losing hope. That's another little in swing. It doesn't go as well. Oh, no, we've got a big problem. He's going to have to throw. He's got him. Wow, little lob throw there from Naveen Kumar, who looked around for help. He had none. He had to do it himself. Wow. And I don't know where Mukhtar was going. He called. He got radio silence from Mahmood. And this is like a little shot put throw. It's almost like a darts throw. Have a look at this. Mahmood wanted to know where it had gone. And because he turned around, he had no interest in the run. And there's, honestly, I don't even know how many times out of 10 you hit from there. Mukhtar's gone. He's run out. And it's carnage. Bohemians back to their old ways here. They've lost 4 in the first 2.5, and it's 22 for 4. And what a good piece of fielding from the keeper. Again, he saw the big number 5 and the spine of Sucklane in front of him, so he had to lob him. And he's done it. It's an amazing piece of fielding. And I'm surprised nobody got anywhere near the stumps. Who was around? I mean, Sharma at mid-off and Ben Harries at mid-on. They were both kind of just stuck in their positions. Geez, 9% now. This is what I meant earlier. Prague CC lost the plot a little bit in the second. Couldn't have been more of a different story here. Mahmood wears this one on the chest, and Bohemians looking tired. Bang. Always getting that one to swing in with the wind. They have controlled the wind well. Who's excited for a hat-trick ball coming up, by the way, at the start of the 4th over? Surely they bring back Jan Hivel. Couple to come in the power play. Oh, it's a real pie floater from Muiz. He's really just kind of challenging Mahmood to go after it. Took all the pace off that, but used that wind to get it curving in and cramp him once again. Uh-oh. Down the leg side. Good stop by Naveen. Still, that was a great piece of fielding. Great improvised throw. He just kind of hoped, he kind of almost grenade launched it in the general direction of the stumps and hoped for the best. And he got the best. This one bites back off the surface as well with the wind pulled away. More work for the deep mid-wicket. This time it's Marcus Shyam who's taken over that role. That's Moises bowling, end of the over. And another disastrous one for Bohemians, losing a wicket. They only gather 7. 24 for 4 after 3. Get the teenager on. He's on a hat-trick. And yes, he will bowl the 4th over. Can't think of too many teenagers that have taken hat-tricks in ECS cricket. Just a reminder that we've got cricket this Sunday. In addition to the finals day here, Netherlands take on Bangladesh on Sunday and Thursday. Melinda Farrell will be taking you through those games, and they start at 2 p.m. European time. All right, back to the action here. Jan Hebel, big moment in his career. Not often you get to bowl a hat-trick ball. Some more than others, I suppose. But if you do take a hat-trick, it will be a moment you will never forget. Field can go back now. It's an interesting one because you kind of, I suppose he's got 2 catches in the outfield despite only having 2 outfielders in his first over. Mahmood faces up. He's on 5. And here's the Czech teenager on a hat-trick. And it won't be a hat-trick. In fact, it will be 4. Wasn't a bad idea. It was an in-swinger. Tempted Yorker maybe, but he just overcooked it. I like him going full. I think it gives the ball more of an opportunity to do things. And I've liked his bowl dismissals in particular today. Bohemians, long way back. Remember, even though there's 2 days of cricket to go before we have to make the chop, this could be a game that really decides who gets relegated. Comeback ball for Honza. A little bit of fancy footwork from Mahmood, who would probably be a bit irritated to lose his opening spot after a bit of an underwhelming performance. But going into today, Bohemians hadn't scored a single point in their last 3 games. They did lose this morning, did pick up a point against Vinarati, snapped that streak with a win over PCC. But right now, they're back to their old issues, aren't they? Got him! Once again, go straight through the gate. Believe it. Young people has 4. Steje. I'll even try and pronounce the impossible, the unpronounceable, and right now he's unplayable. Over goes the timber. And that's 5 out, 29 for 5. Mahmood goes. And these are quality wickets he's getting as well. 4 of the top 5. No footwork there from Mahmood. Gets it in on the breeze and coming home with a wet sail. Well, maybe he should get knocked in the head more often. He's been brilliant here. How could you not get a little bit emotional if you're a lover of European cricket? And, you know, it's always a challenge to take the second most watched sport in the world to places where it's not as well known. That he's a real success story. And, I mean, he's already got the national manager. It's one of his 4. Yasin Khan from Huddinge in Sweden. He took a 5 for as a 15-year-old in the European Cricket Series. Well, similar age. He'd love the similar numbers. They haven't had a 5 for in the ECS for ages. Oh, geez, almost gets through. Chagi, the new batter. Bohemians are a mess. And to be honest, right now, they have to work out what they need even for 1 point. They need 91, even for a point. 3 more chances at a 5 for the young man. Let us know what you're feeling in the chat. This one comes back a touch enough, doesn't get called a wide. It's been an interesting replay if you want to check it out at home. But again, good channel there. I like the length here. A lot of love for young Hans. I think about what he'll be telling his friends at school tomorrow. a fraction shorter. Stopping the runs as well at the moment as well. Started with a 4, wide, then the wicket, and then a bunch of dots. Arafat likes his in-swing, and he does have the breeze that he's using very, very well. Bill G saying future champ right there. Well, not just a future champ, he's a current champ. The future is here. Last chance for Honza to pull off a magical 5. The last ball of the 4th over. Won't be the 5 for, it should just be a single. Venki patrols the deep mid-wicket boundary. And what a spell. Take a bow, young man. Comes back after that injury scare earlier in the day. He gets the responsibility of 2 overs in the first 4, and he delivers 4 for 16. That'll take some beating in his ECS career, which hopefully is a long and fruitful one. Right now, Bohemians, well, they're not appreciating it as much because they're in all sorts of trouble. 31 for 5 after 4 overs. They need 91 just for a point. They need 60 off the next 6 just for a point. And remember, with these two teams basically tied on the ladder if you factor in the games played, if Vinrati were to take 4 off out of this game, man, Bohemians have a long, long climb out of bottom spot. Nice to see Yana in there as well. And yeah, tell us what you think. What are you feeling about that spell? Like I said, Bohemians fans won't appreciate it, but for all the neutrals out there, it's rare that we get such a view at a player who's born and developed with a non-cricketing background. There are some cases. Mark Simpson-Parker is a good example in Austria, but he comes from a cricket family. Honza doesn't come from a cricket family. It was introduced to him at school. He's worked really hard at the academy to try and lift his game, and now he finds himself in the deep end bowling to some of the best players in the country and delivering. Some sort of a delay here. There might be a technical delay. The players all seem ready to go. But yeah, plenty of great comments. But this game's not over yet. Wiz bowls the 5th. I mean, he's been able to control the swing until now. Loses one down the leg side. Paolo Campini saying Hevel's the best bowler he's seen in the format. Well, that's a big rap on the young man, but Paolo has seen a lot of cricket. Attempted pull shot, no real connection, but they will get a single. Got a question about Lavelle. Does he bowl? He does bowl. Bowls right arm, medium pace. I wonder if, I think if Vinrati get well ahead in the game, they wouldn't hesitate to throw the ball to Matt in his ECS debut. Right now, Bohemians kind of between a rock and a hard place. They still have 2 matches to play, whereas Vino's, this is their last game. So Bohemians kind of just go for the point, or they go for the miracle win. Oh, it goes a long way across. Big appeal. It's still appealing. Umpire says, no, I'm not moving. I suppose so much swing. Oh, where was the impact? Or was there bat there? Thought maybe it was a little deflection I picked up. Hard to say. The umpire had doubt and gives it not out. This one is lifted up, and with the win, this will fly. Maximo Chagi. We've seen him on occasion swing the willow effectively. He's had a tough initiation in this innings. Was 2 off 6 before that blow out of the ground. Maximo. Moise just getting a little bit too short. And what's nice for Honza Hevel as well, his parents are here watching. He's actually shared the field with his father earlier in the day. They're both here to witness that live. In the air, this is going to curve away. It's going to be more work for the American. Oh, great. Full length body heave from Matt Lavelle, and he'll save 2 runs. Well, he might look like he's 16, but he's not. He's throwing himself around that way. That's what I would have liked to have seen more of during the week as well. I suppose Matt coming in fresh. But he wasn't going to offer a boot. He was going to get the whole body behind it. 2 runs. This one slides into the pad, and they're a bit afraid to run on Naveen at the moment as well, who was able to score a run out with a party trick throw earlier in the innings. Last game of the day today, Liam. Nice to see you, Liam, by the way. This will be the end of the over. So 41 for 5 after 5. I hate to say it, but I think as Bohemians now, you've got to just refocus on that 91 and hope you can pull off a couple of wins in your last 2 games. I'm just going to try and slice and dice the table. So right now, Bohemians are 4 points behind Vinarati. But here's the thing. If Vinarati were to take 4 points here, they go to 18. Well, then Bohemians, they would need all 8 points out of their final 2 games to tie and potentially take it on net run rate. But they take on Brno and United. That's not going to be easy. So Vinarati can pretty much more or less get to safety if they could keep Brno, or keep Bohemians, I should say, 90 or less in this innings. And right now, they're keeping him to that pace. Rare miss from Naveen. Well, maybe he's just setting him up. Well, he almost had a run out at both ends. It'll go down as a bye. But even the misses are creating chances at the moment. The end of the fingers, bit of a nasty one for the keeper. Faizan, see if he's got his radar on. They've got several in-swing threats, don't they, that are really enjoying this breeze. They've also got Joe Cope to bring it left to right. Pretty well bowled, and this will bounce off Lavelle, but the only a single was always going to be a single. Did the hard work and made sure it didn't get through to the boundary. So a really crucial 6 overs coming up for both sides. Again, refocusing on that target. 91 required for a point. Good location here. Poor Wakar and Chagi have been left holding the baby a little bit after that crazy start where they lost 5 wickets in the first 4 overs. Quite sure if he'd sneak onto the best bowling with 4 for 16 on our screen as well. Evil, but he might. There's some of the recent centuries. Sazi Bhuyan will be there, I'm told, before too long. He'll be top of that list. This one holds him up. Thinks about a throw. Thinks against it. Probably no need to risk it at the moment. Didn't pick it up, actually, in the end. Johnny Heesum says, about time you get the cars out of the garage. He thinks that Bohemians are gone in this game. But like I said, game within a game, 2 teams that may be potentially in a relegation battle. But I think Vinarati, not only would they be out of jail for the bottom spot if they were to get 4 points here, they'd actually go right up into second place. I think that's okay, you know. That's over the line. They want a wide. It's not a wide. Remember, line belongs to the bowler. Straight over the line. So they would go up into second place, admittedly, with teams under them having played 3 games less. But it would mean that Brno would need 8 or 9 points, depending on their run rate, out of their last 5 games to knock him out of the 4. In the air, just enough to get over the fielder. Maximo, badly needed, to say the least. Ali Waka delivers. 50s up for Bohemians, but it's been heavy lifting. Nice swing of the bat there. Good length for him to pick that up in that fashion. So then that's the other question is, still mathematically, Prague CC could miss out if they were to fall over in their last 3 games. They're 15 points. How many points is safe? That's the question. At the moment, really don't know. As we predicted, it's been a very tightly contested series with teams seemingly beating each other at will and plenty of split contests. 1-1 in the double headers. Each team plays each other team twice, of course. A comparison from VL, Bhunesh Kumar maybe has a bit of a likeness to young Jan Hivel. Yeah, I like that. certainly really got the ball talking, didn't he? Bilal gets the ball, 51 for 5 after 6, but the first one is horned out of the ground. This was in the kind of happy zone for Chagi, who's able to go up with the wind and get 6. So Bohemians, they will know how important it is to get to 91. And for Vinos, you feel like they're just 1 or 2 wickets away from breaking this 4-pointer right open. In swing's a blessing and a curse. If you get it slightly wrong, put it in the wrong zone, it disappears over that right-hand side of the field. Here's the power zone for right-handers. This one's in the air, and, well, the placement was good. It goes all the way maximal. It's back-to-back for Chagi, who's weathered a tough storm, and now he's cashing in. If the fielder was on this line, it's probably catchable, but it was away from the deep mid-wicket. Handy runs. Remember, earlier in the day, Vinarati against Bohemians, Vinarati really had them on toast, but then Bohemians came back and made a real game of it. Are we going to see history repeating? In the end, it was only 16 runs between the two teams. Rearguard action from Bohemka. Big bye this time, I think. Beats the bat, beats the inside edge of the bat. What's the equation here? We've got 28 off 22, make that 27 off 21. Should do that, shouldn't they? But what happens if they lose a couple more wickets? That's the question. Might put a cat amongst the pigeons. Bill G saying much cooler in Prague today compared to the last few days. Yeah, breeze has been in, 22. Beautiful conditions, really. Bit of a breeze to cool the players down. This will be a wide, I think. Wait for the call. It is wide, so it'll be 1 for the wide and 1 for the run. They actually ran 2 wides, and the ball will be rebowled. Another wide. So there was a bit of a question mark about the bowling depth in this lineup. No Sid Gowd in the lineup here. Obviously, Miss Bolland with his left arm spin. You'd hope that for Vinarati, if they do make the finals, that they'd have a pretty strong squad available. They've had 28 players represent this week, but being a Sunday finals, I think they'll all be available. Back of the hand, slow ball. This is, up in the air. I think it's going to go. Gone. Well, that was wind assisted. It certainly wasn't out of the middle of the bat. It was actually a clever bit of bowling. It was more of an up and under job, and I think the batter straight away thought, right, I'm in trouble here. Chagi was concerned, but in the end, the wind took it over the top. It's 29 or 15. Do they have a prayer at the game? 17 and over required. It's this pretty nicely as well. Nice fielding. It's another young player. Ben Harry's there, who's in the side. Hasn't seen much of the action, but that was a nice piece of fielding to his left. Yeah, they're still on for the game. Yeah, we should mention that. I mean, 17.7 and over is very achievable. Just they've lost their main batters, haven't they? So you'd think they've got that many off this over, put it that way. But can they do it back to back to back to back? But we saw the panic meter rumbling earlier in the day. Bohemians dare to dream. 75 for 5 after 7. So they need 55 off the last 3 overs. I tell you what, if they get a few sixes here, they'll start to believe. Enki Margashayam coming on, and yeah, it's always a gamble. He's a good bowler. Double wicket maiden earlier in the tournament, but also with this breeze and these mishits basically carrying further, he's got to be really careful about trying to stay away from the stumps. I think he's got to try and invite them to hit through the offside. Lavelle's actually a pretty good fielder. He's going to go out to deep mid-wicket. That's a hot zone, so they're trusting the American. That's dangerous. 4 outfielders on the leg side and a long off. They're your 5 outfielders. They've got a fine leg in the circle, and they've got 3 infielders in the ring on the offside, including a short third. Here's Venki. loses this one offside. Doesn't like the call. But look, it's not a bad spot to miss. I think I'd rather bowl one there and copper wide than get whacked out of the park leg side. Oh, no. That one's probably a no ball. It is. Just overdoing the flight. So free hit coming up. Not the start to the over that you want. Not really settling the nerves, Venkatesh. Here's a free hit. Missed. Oh, he's annoyed. I was going to say something else then, but Waka knew that was a real opportunity. I don't know if he got this one again, but he overswings. I think he might have knocked his protection out of place. So that gives you an indication of the fact that everything was swinging. So threw the bat down in disgust. Well, Venki, considering it's been a dodgy old start to the over, the first ball's only gone for 2, so that's fine. Bohemians need to get on a run of Maximos here. 18.7. We've seen it done before, but it's pretty rare with 5 down. That one's into the gap. That'll be 4. And long off had crept around more towards cover, probably feeling he has to cover all the boundary over there. In the end, it was more to a regulation long off position. Nice strike, though. I like the way he stayed on that. Didn't try and drag it to the leg side. Didn't take the easy bait. Probably see Praveen move to a bit more of an orthodox position now. 4 to the total. Oh, a little edge here. Not really a chance for the keeper because of the size of the deflection. I suppose he does well to at least make sure that doesn't go to the boundary. With this little burst from these two, I suppose it means they will keep their point, which is pretty important. Wants the leg side, puts it straight down the throat of the field. A great catch. Excellent catch. And Venki has his man. Is involved in a nice little battle with Chagi. It was exciting to watch, but it's over now. They needed something, didn't they? And they get it. I like the improvisational work there from the batter, but even better from the fielder down there who times his jump perfectly. And so Chagi, good innings from him, but he's got to go for 30, 82 for 6. Who knows? Maybe you could still pull off a little bit of a Houdini job and bowl them out for 90 or less. Anything's possible. But Vinarati do pride themselves on their fielding. That was Faizan down there that took a very athletic catch. Probably didn't want to chase it out of the car park. You can understand that. All right. Bist gets a hit. Enki sets a bad example with foot fielding, but gets away with it. Just the single. Yeah. 91 for a point. They're 8 away. 4 wickets in hand. 13 balls left in the innings. Not going anywhere. Under edge drag from Waka for 1. He's come back well in the over, Margashayam. Considering there are a few hairy moments early, 1 for 9 is a good result for Vinarati. Keeps him with a sniff of the 4-pointer, but only a snifter. 8 overs down, 84 for 6. Thanks everyone for your comments and questions as well. Absolutely love the interaction. We're getting great numbers as well on the European Cricket Series. Not surprised, because it's been action-packed and had some thrillers as well. Who's getting this one? I will say, if they get to the 91, I think we'll see Matt Lavelle get an over in the 10th. But we'll see. Right now, they're going to go to Faizan. Matt Lavelle, though, he is a regular bowler, plays in the Porto's side. Yeah, I'd love to see him get involved. But first things first, there's a 9th over to take care of. Faizan, who just took that athletic catch on the boundary, robbing the Maximo, grabs the Grizzly and is ready for action. 2 overs to go in the day. 46 required. Need a magical here to have any chance. Bohemian 6 down. Oh, step away and miss. That hurts. Yeah, the step away, probably the most overrated tactic in European series cricket. Makes those harder to access. So 46 off 11. Dream scenario for Bohemians here is get 4 out of the middle of the bat and bring it down to something chaseable last over. It's a long way across. The pad, another throw. This time he misses with a regular throw. Geez, he's overdone it here. Wow, he's a long way down in the end. Muiz just said, nah, not going to throw. Don't want any chaos. Happy to cop the leg by. Pretty sure he can throw that far. Just chose not to. But a dream scenario for Vinarati here is keep them to, 1 or 2 off the over and then have a genuine shot of keeping them 90 or less in the innings. Seems unlikely. One swing of the bat would end their hopes of a 4-pointer. This one is going to tie him up. And yeah, well, we do have the Football World Cup coming up. Not so sure Faizan will be invited after that effort. Try a little bit of a trick move here, I think. Watch this. Yeah, try the old kick behind the other foot. Well, assuming that Bohemians reach 91 in this over, the calls of Matthew will come along the ground, I'm sure. All right, now he's doing a good job, Faizan. The thing is, the point is really valuable for Vinarati. Really valuable. Because every point that they get entrenches them a little bit more in the 4 and makes them harder to knock out. Even with a 4 and 6 record, which is what they're going to end with. That's in the air. Well, can anyone get there? It's a real sandwich. They might get 2 in the air. Not picked up cleanly, which cost them the chance to run out. They'll scramble through for 2. Up to 88 now. Can't imagine that they're not going to get 91 here, but this is ECS cricket and the crazy happens. All right, well, that'll be the over. Okay, so Vinos can concede 2, but not 3 in this last over. Let's see if they want to gamble or whether they want to throw the ball to the yank. What do you think? Big Joe Cope's going to play party pooper. I think he's going to come on. But having said that, Joe's the kind of bowler you can imagine they might swing and a miss at a few times in the over. So they need 3. Bohemians need 3 runs for a point. 2 or less won't do it. And I think if you're Venki, you've got to at least roll the dice here. You could always get Joe to fake an injury and bring on another bowler if you wanted to. But look, Joe's hoping for 6 misses basically. 3 required for Bohemians. You've got to bring the field in as well. Don't let him have a cheapie. Make him beat the field. Honza can come right in. Don't let him, even if he hits the pad, you don't want him scrambling one. Last over, Bohemians 3 for a point. And there it is. It's a little back cut. Definitely not off the middle, but it will go to the boundary. And that's that. Bohemians, they've had to work hard, but they do keep their point here in match 22. I suppose the shame there for Matt Lavelle. I'm pretty sure he was going to get a bowl if the point had been sorted. But hey, this might still matter. It could be very tight in 4th place, so net run rate matters. Bohemians done well to salvage a point after they lost those 5 early wickets. In the air, just gets away from Harry. He's a bit unlucky, did everything right there, but it's an unpredictable bounce of the ball. It's more than 6 ball required, so we're not going to see a miracle win for Bohemians. Nice shot. Again, you've got to feel for the young man there. It's a very, very tough one to field. Did everything right. Got the body behind it, got the leg down, but the Grizzly had other ideas. Hello to Data. He's got a very good question in the chat. Great bit of fielding there. Young Hans again showing his athleticism to pick that up one-handed and firing it in. Excellent bit of work even late in the day. Where's the robot mascot dress? It's still in Khartoum somewhere. I feel like archaeologists will pull it up at some point. Of course, that was an amazing thing we did in 2023 for the ECL. Slower ball from Joe. Just a one bouncer. There's a bit of sting gone out of this game now. So Finnerati are going to finish on 17 points. You got Brno and Bohemians, who will be 7 points behind. Brno with 5 games to play, Bohemians just 2. If you want to catch the table, just go to EuropeanCricket.com or ECN.cricket. Click on events, current events, and you'll see all the options there. Click on standings and you'll see the current table, and it updates pretty quickly after each game now. Right, last ball of the day. It's Big Red to take us home. And a pretty non-eventful last ball. It'll just be a single. Honza, again, showing that energy, grabbing that one-handed. So Bohemians, they scrape a point in the end. They'll finish 99. Their batting woes continue, with the exception of that PCC chase. That was pretty valuable, because without that, I think they're nowhere in the tournament. They still have the ability to creep in, but they're going to have to play really well. They're 11 points off 8 games. They would need 2 pretty good wins, you'd imagine, in their last 2 games to push into the 4. And then the other question is, can they find a way out of 6th, at least into 5th? There's going to be an important game between them and Brno coming up. So 99 for 6, and let's just have a recap of that innings. Well, there was one star, and he was shining brightly. Young Honza Hevel, 4 for 15 off 2 overs for the native Czech bowler. Did a wonderful job. Joe Cope also with a pretty important first over. But then it was the Honza show, wasn't it, with those 4 wickets, and really looked like he might even grab 5 at one stage. 4 for 15 for him. Joe Cope, none for 19, bowled pretty well, as did Muiz, who got the ball talking, none for 18. Faizan, 2 overs just for 11. Good to see him get the radar back. And Venkatesh Margashayam, just the 1 over, but did break through with a wicket, 1 for 9. Batting-wise, well, no one would really get going. Chagi ended up top scoring, 30 off 17, before he was caught spectacularly by Faizan on the deep backward square boundary. But without that 30, I don't think Bohemians are getting anywhere near that target of 91 for a point. Hey, I just want to welcome everyone back as the players shake hands. Why don't you bring it into the cabin? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Wishing you all a wonderful rest of the day. Of course, so much cricket coming up. Still 2 days of cricket here in Prague, and then finals day, so 3 in total. Phil G will be back in the box right here tomorrow, and it is Peacock Friday. I've gone Peacock Friday a little bit early, but it's been really great to be here with you today. I haven't had too much time on the mic during this tournament. Been working behind the scenes and trying to get this operation moving, getting more people involved, seeing what we're doing. And it's been really, really successful. Big thanks to the umpires, to the scorers, to the Mini Blue crew here, and to everyone behind the scenes that has made this tournament such a big success. A reminder, we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. We're back to 4 game days. And we'll be starting 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, telling you, if you haven't already, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and don't forget our social media. You might even see young Honza on there, I think, with all the wickets he took today. But for now, from everyone on the ground in beautiful sunny Prague, stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow right here in Czechia for more European Cricket Series. For me, it's hasta pronto.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body.